Chapter 801, The Third Road. It is said that there are dozens of floors in the star meteorite mine, and each floor is guarded by a large number of monsters, and at the end of each floor there will be a boss waiting there. However, when Shui Nai and his companions followed the crowd to the second floor, they did not see the so-called boss. The road in the star meteorite mine is very simple. Although there are branches, for now, these roads are dead ends, and they have been developed by people, and there is nothing left. Therefore, no one here will bother with these branches. Fortunately, this is not that kind of maze design. Shui Nai said with some sighs when he thought of the dark mines of the Elf Empire. Although there are less than 3 or 4 floors there, the extremely complex maze design makes people dare not even think about it. Yes, this ore vein is vertically downward, so the miners also advance according to this spiral. Tai Niu waved his iron axe, knocked away a rushing marmot, and protected Shui Nai steadily. The types of monsters on each layer of the meteorite mine basically do not change, but the deeper you go, the stronger the level and strength of the monsters will be. By the way, what is the monster on the second layer? Shui Nai looked at the slope that was slanting down all the way and asked curiously. It's a rock snake, a kind of monster that can petrify people. The player in the front who was not in their team suddenly said, and Shui Nai helped him just now. Oh, rock snake, this is not easy to deal with. Rock snake is a melee nemesis. Don't worry, our orcs have a high resistance to this kind of toxin. As long as we are not surrounded by several rock snakes, there will be no problem, but you, don't rush too far forward. Okay, I know. The rock snakes in the second layer all start at level 80, and the rock snakes here are much stronger than those that Shui Na had encountered. Not only can they use wizard-level earth magic, but their defense is also so high that it makes people speechless. Seeing that they only hit a few dozen points of damage at once, Shui Na looked at this long mine tunnel and didn't know how to deal with it. Every level of the Xingyu mine was hollowed out by people. There was some places even seemed to be connected to several layers, but it seems that no one dares to use this shortcut. Once you jump down, you may not know how you will die. As Big Bad Wolf and his friends said, the monsters in this place refresh very quickly. Take Shui Nai and his friends for example. They have just reached the end of the second layer, but they found that there has been a burst of fighting sounds at the starting point of the second layer. By the way, don't we want the monsters around here? Shui Nai asked Big Bad Wolf. He really wanted to know why they left these monsters alone and went deeper. The monsters on both sides of the road are generally not defeated. After all, although this mining area is not too big, it is very deep. If you really want to get good things, it is best to go to the bottom. The real monster spawning point is 4 or 5 layers below. The monsters there are easy to fight and the experience is high. It is very suitable for the survival of professions with group skills. Then which layer is your mission destination? Shui Nai heard that Big Bad Wolf wanted to suggest that he consider these 2 layers. The 10th floor, we want 100 sets of pangolin skins there. The 10th floor? That should be a level 90 monster area. Shui Na knew that the level of the monsters here would increase by 10 levels every 10 floors. If it weren't for those bastards, we would have completed this task long ago, so why would we come here again? Tai Niu said bitterly. Niu Tou. We are not as skilled as them, is there anything we can do about it? If they hadn't attacked us, we would have died here. Tai Niu was still unhappy, but when he saw the Big Bad Wolf sighing, he stopped talking. So, there are their people here. Shui Na heard it immediately. To be honest, Shui Na still recognized the strength and character of this team. Although the level is not very high, in this game, if you only look at the level, then these people will probably die miserably. Well, their guild is a second-tier guild of the Dark Dragon Guild, and the one entrenched here is their number 1 guild. However, the person we offended is not a big shot, at most he is just a captain. Oh, that's it, let's go. I'll help you finish the task on the 10th floor first. Shui Na thought about it and nodded. Then you're. To be honest, my goal is the brilliant gem, so to be honest, it may be very dangerous for you to be with me now. Shui Na felt that if he really ran into a second-tier guild of the Dark Dragon Guild, even if he didn't make trouble, they probably wouldn't let him go. Brilliant gem. When the Big Bad Wolf heard this, his heart immediately slowed down. As far as he knew, the place where the brilliant gem was produced was below the 20th floor, which was already a level 100 monster area, and such a mage dared to go there alone, and it was obvious that he was going against these guilds. Just this kind of spirit, for Big Bad Wolf, this is a master that must be looked up to. After that, Shui Na and the others kept heading towards the 10th floor, but when they reached the 5th floor, Shui Na suddenly found that the entrance was unusually quiet. Shui Na, who had already seen the shaman totem poles kill monsters, was a little surprised by the dim environment in front of him. According to Big Bad Wolf and the others, this should be a place where shamans set totems all over the ground. Shui Na was still very interested in the kind of shaman who could carry a battle axe, set totem poles, set fire to the sea and kill monsters. However, Big Bad Wolf and the others who saw this scene suddenly turned pale and immediately pushed Shui Na to the back. Look what's coming, oh, it turns out to be a little mouse. Haha. It's been a long time since I saw you, poor and unloved Mr. Big Bad Wolf. At this time, Shui Na suddenly heard a burst of arrogant and rampant laughter coming from the darkness in front of him. Afterwards, the totem poles emitting white light suddenly lit up, forming a straight passage. At the end of the passage, there were dozens of players who were ready to fight. Shui Na knew that the bastards that Big Bad Wolf and the others had mentioned were here. The leading player was a fierce-looking lion man named Lion Throne. His body was directly 2 meters tall. It seemed that he had also received the bonus of the beast soul. You, yes, it's you, the human mage, what's your name? The voice was as arrogant and domineering as before. Although Shui Na was protected by a group of people, because the mine tunnels here are very large, and these guys obviously collected the information they just collected, Shui Na was quickly found out. Shui Na did not answer, but just walked out past the crowd. As for his behavior, Big Bad Wolf naturally thought that this was the style of a master. You have personality. I like to torture people with personality like you the most. Lion Throne pointed at Shui Na who was walking out and said. Now I'll give you 2 choices. Either join us and become my subordinate, or die. Which one do you want to choose? After saying that, he grabbed the 2 lumps of flesh on the chest of the charming female fox player next to him, making the female player laugh. Mina looked at him with the eyes of an idiot. God, took a look at this guy, and then said something that made the Lion Throne go crazy. Your brain has been caught by the door, if you are sick, go to the mental hospital and stay for a few days before coming out. You. However, Mina obviously didn't want this guy to speak, and looked at the Big Bad Wolf and asked, even if you were killed by this idiot, then you also failed a little. After hearing what Mina said, the Big Bad Wolf and the others lowered their heads in shame. To be honest, they were helpless to be killed by such a guy. But, they were outnumbered, alas. The Lion Throne, who was squeezed by Mina twice, was so angry that he couldn't even speak. Boy, my boss originally thought you were quite capable and planned to take you in as his younger brother, but I didn't expect you to be so presumptuous. Now, if you kneel down and beg for mercy, I can still tell the boss, otherwise, you won't be able to stay in the game anymore. Seeing that his boss was so angry that his face turned purple, he stood up and planned to flatter him first, but was interrupted by Shui Na. I didn't expect that your people are all idiots. Do you think you are a system god? There are so many idiots today. Could it be that the lunatic asylum is closed today? Shui Na looked at these completely unreasonable players. He finally understood why the Big Bad Wolf said that they enjoyed killing people. It turned out that these guys basically didn't use the human brain to think about problems, and they couldn't help killing people. You are looking for death. Seeing how calm the mage was, the Lion Throne was a little uneasy, so he directly called out the secret code. As the word seeking death came out, Shui Na found that a huge black shadow suddenly appeared behind him and rushed straight towards him. Lurking totem. Demon King, be careful. The Big Bad Wolf shouted immediately when he saw the black shadow rushing out, and rushed over at the same time. However, the speed of this black shadow was not slow, and the lurking distance was close. Shui Na was hit by a heavy hammer on the left waist, and the whole person was knocked away for more than 10 meters until he hit the rock wall and stopped. At this time, in the sky where Shui Na flew, a huge damage value that froze everyone did not dissipate for a long time. Hiss! Everyone who saw this damage took a breath, and some of the warriors on the field were ashamed. There are warriors with more than 10,000 HP, but only pure-blooded bulls who specialize in physical fitness have a chance. The magician in front of him, called the Demon King, has more than 10,000 HP. At this time, even the Lion Throne felt that there was a problem. Did I mess with a guy I shouldn't mess with? The Lion Throne was a little worried. How could a mage who could stack up his health to over 10,000 be an ordinary player? However, now that everyone is dead, he has no way to make peace with this mage, so he can only bite the bullet and get rid of them. Now, I will give you two choices. Either kneel down and commit suicide, or we will take some time to send you out. As soon as the Lion Throne finished speaking, a cough suddenly came from the side. Ahem. No need to choose, I will choose the third way for them, kill you all and then go to the 6th floor. Chapter 802, Clearing the Field to Vent Anger. Resurrection. The Lion Throne looked at Mina and could still speak, and couldn't help but think of the resurrection props. To be honest, he found it incredible that a mage's health value exceeded 10,000 points, and if he knew that Mina's health value exceeded 10,000 points, he would probably be scared silly. Although this life value is a bit weak for a mage, every few hundred points more means that he can withstand one more attack, and the mage can survive one more point, which means that the enemy can survive one less person. No, he is not dead. The life value of this mage is much higher. The sneak attacker who was fighting with the big bad wolf looked at Mina with some horror. Now they have hit a wall. Why didn't you say it earlier? The Lion Throne was so angry that he couldn't speak. If he had known that the mage was not dead, he would have asked someone to go over and make up for it. However, after Mina was hit by the hammer just now, everyone saw the damage and believed that the mage was dead, so they had no time to care about his life or death. After all, the enemies on the opposite side had already started fighting. It was these people's qualitative thinking, coupled with Mina's heart protection, that made them think that the subsequent damage of the previous attack had killed Mina, so they gave Mina a chance to recover from the severe dizziness and wound tearing. To be honest, being hit so far away has already proved that Mina's strength is as different as the Minotaur who uses a big iron hammer. For this race that excels in strength, if human warriors want to fight them, it is just humiliating themselves. But Mina is a mage. For a race like orcs with high resistance but pitifully weak magic defense, Mina is already a death god. Big bad wolf, take people to guard the entrance and don't let anyone in. Mina shook her still dizzy head, he said viciously, and now he only thought of one thing in his mind, that is, to clear these guys out. Being hit by someone suddenly, making all the bones in the body ache, no one would be in a good mood. This Big Bad Wolf was still a little hesitant, but was pulled away by Tainu, who had already regarded Shui Na as a god. Captain, the boss of the devil has said so, we should just do our own duty. After Tainu finished speaking, he retreated to this passage with a group of people, and then blocked it tightly. Players who have nothing to do with this group of idiots, please go to the 6th floor immediately. I don't want to kill innocent people indiscriminately. If you don't leave, please don't act hostilely. Otherwise, don't blame me. Shui Na said so in the regional channel, and then he heard the crazy laughter of the idiot Lion Throne as he wished. However, when Shui Na used 2 explosive bombs to burn the Minotaur who had hit him with a hammer into stake, everyone stared at the corpse with eyes that were almost bulging out, and forgot how to laugh. One explosive bomb can deal more than 6,000 damage, which can almost kill half of the lives of most of the orcs here. And this Minotaur's luck was obviously not good. He was hit by a critical hit in the second hit. This sudden high damage made him not even have the chance to take medicine. Such high damage also made the witch doctor behind them helpless, because the magic damage of this mage was too high. Even if they tried their best to add blood, they might not be able to keep up. After all, they were only about level 85. And now Shui Na is a level 100 magician. Whether in terms of level or rank, he is overwhelming them. If he doesn't beat them beyond recognition, then Shui Na will be in vain. Unfortunately, Mina's current elemental suit is a bit out of date, but he can't find any equipment that suits him better, so he has to continue using it. Who are you? Lion Throne saw that even the strongest mage of the Dark Dragon Guild couldn't kill an orc with just 2 explosive bombs like the mage in front of him. Although the magic defense of orcs is notoriously low, it is impossible to die in one shot. So the equipment on this mage must be good. However, what made Lion Throne feel really terrible was that he couldn't detect even a little bit of information about Mina. Except for knowing that others were called the Demon King, he didn't know anything. After you die, I will tell your corpse. Mina said, and shot 2 explosive bombs again, throwing them on the light totem pole on the side, and saw a werewolf exploded by the explosive bombs. For Mina, all the totem poles here are now enemies, and the most ideal way is to get rid of them all. Kill. Seeing Shui Na ignoring him, the Lion Throne knew that he was not a master, but he was a well-known player after all, and he was a celebrity who managed the 5th floor of the meteorite mine. Now he didn't care what the mage's identity was, anyway, they could only meet each other in life and death. However, just when they were still stunned, Shui Nai blew up several orcs around them. Looking at the blazing flames, the big bad wolf and his group also felt that this mage was as strong as a demon. And those players who were not under the Lion Throne stood behind the Lion Throne with a mentality of watching the show at the beginning, but now seeing how powerful Shui Nai was, they began to weigh whether they should help this local emperor and curry favor with him. However, some players knew very clearly that their lives were more precious than anything else, so they retreated to the entrance of the 6th floor little by little, intending to retreat immediately if there was any problem. The Lion Throne and his group, who had already reacted, rushed to Mina. However, before they ran to Mina, they found several explosive bombs coming at them. Wow! After a few wild animal screams, they dispersed. Waste, use a javelin. After the Lion Throne said this, he picked up a javelin and shot it at Mina fiercely. Feeling the danger approaching, Mina instinctively retreated and dodged the javelin that came at her chest. When he looked up, he saw that Mina was a little scared. Suddenly, more than a dozen javelins were flying at him, and Mina had no choice but to roll on the ground to get out of the way. Damn, this won't work. Looking at these javelins that were 3/4 of a stone, Mina knew that as long as one of them was stuck in her body, her health would probably be lost by more than half. The orc's strength was too strong, so strong that the mage could not bear it at all. While running around here, Mina used magic to remove the light totem poles on the ground one by one, and replaced them with the dim but lighting fireballs. The Lion Throne obviously knew Mina's idea, but although these totem poles were first class in effect, their durability was not high. Often Mina would use a flaming bomb, and as long as it was touched by the flames, the totem pole would burn. As the battle developed towards a melee, Mina did not only use explosive bombs, ice pillars, ice rings, lightning chain lightning, thunder, etc., as long as it can make the enemy uncomfortable, Shui Nai almost uses everything. If it weren't for the long chanting time of gravity spells and various elemental dragon attacks, I'm afraid that dragons would have been rampant here long ago. Damn, what kind of mage is this? Looking at Shui Nai running around in this dim environment, Lion Throne had to say that this mage was very fast and flexible, which was very different from the mages he knew. However, just when Lion Throne was looking at the dead men and felt a little scared, there was a flash of lightning under Shui Nai's feet, and an electric net enveloped Shui Nai, and then 2 small totem poles suddenly appeared beside Shui Nai. The 2 totem poles were painted with a lightning totem and a vague human figure totem respectively. Seeing this, Shui Nai immediately knew that this was a trap combining the lurking totem and the electric net totem. Boss, it worked. At this moment, a shaman suddenly flashed out from a corner not far from Mina. It seemed that the 2 totem pole traps under Mina's feet were placed by him. Generally speaking, the shaman's totem poles are like the magic of the mage, which are easy to cause accidental injuries. Therefore, the shaman's trap combination is often impossible to set up in this environment. However, I don't know how this shaman set it up, but Mina was caught. Well done, move. After the Lion Throne finished speaking, before the javelin in his hand was thrown out, he suddenly found that the shaman suddenly turned into white light. Sorry, the effect of this electric net is too poor. Mina looked at the damage values of only 1 point above her head, and Mina said with a smile, and then pulled out the Qing Feng sickle from the shaman. Shaman's totems are also divided into different levels. For Shui Nai, the totem poles used to fight wild monsters, let alone the damage, even the paralysis effect that is almost invincible to wild monsters cannot be triggered. However, it must be said that if this kind of trap appears on the battlefield, it is really invincible. Watching Shui Nai disappear in the darkness again, the Lion Throne really has no strength this time. There are nearly 50 players under his command, and some friendly players help, but not only did they fail to deal with this mage, but they were killed by this mage for nearly 30 people. This is no longer an opponent that can be defeated. However, Shui Nai knows that it is the environment here that has created Shui Nai's brilliance. In this complex environment, the orcs who are good at direct confrontation have no way to exert their abilities. However, Shui Nai, a mage who is accustomed to darkness, can exert his most powerful ability. Retreat. Just when the Lion King could no longer tolerate Mizuna's elusive killing, he still felt that it was better to order a retreat. After all, as long as the Green Mountains are left, there is no fear of not having a chance to take revenge. Chapter 803, 100 Rings Mission. When the Lion King was about to leave with his men who had lost all their fighting spirit, Mizuna was actually quite happy to see it. Although his name could not be seen by others, Mizuna knew that his name had become very popular. If this was in the Elf Empire, there would be no problem, but the problem was that once he became popular here, he would not be able to use all the facilities in the town. Demon King, wait, I will fuck your whole family. However, the Lion King did not forget to anger Mizuna at the last moment, which made Mizuna so angry that he made up his mind to completely get rid of these guys. For the Lion King, this kind of behavior of making harsh words when you can't beat them is already commonplace. But for ordinary people, they will not pay attention to such verbal problems. However, they met Shui Nai today. When Shui Nai rushed into the spiral passage connecting the 5th and 6th floors, Shui Nai's explosive bombs immediately wreaked havoc. In this small passage, white light soon flashed and corpses were everywhere. It turned out that no one had opened a passage on the 6th floor, so these ordinary people were directly blocked by monsters there. In addition, the Lion Throne initially thought that Shui Nai came for the leveling field on the 5th floor. After all, they also occupied the 5th floor in the same way at the beginning. It was precisely for the above two reasons that when the Lion Throne and others found Shui Nai rushing over with red eyes to release explosive bombs, they were knocked down before they could organize to resist. Back to the 5th floor, Shui Nai called the Big Bad Wolf and others in the regional channel, and after regrouping and cleaning up the battlefield, they went to the 6th floor. When passing through the passage on the 5th and 6th floors, Shui Nai did not forget to ask the Big Bad Wolf and others to pick up the equipment, potions and money that exploded on the ground. For Shui Nai, the equipment and potions here were of no use. As for the gold coins, there were less than a dozen of them, and Shui Nai didn't plan to take them. Demon King, what are your plans now? The Big Bad Wolf didn't expect that Shui Nai would be so destructive when he got angry. Not only did he kill people, but he also killed them without mercy. Continue the journey, but I'm afraid there will be some fighting later. What about you? We, naturally followed you. Shinyu said without even thinking. I also plan to continue. In fact, even without your intervention, the Lion King will not let us go, so now it is not much different from our original plan, but you are a bit too strong. Dahui the wolf looked at Shuina with an indifferent expression and a wry smile. My current performance is considered average. There have always been many experts on the side of the human empire. It may be that the battles on your side tend to be heated confrontations and lack some twists and turns, so the technical content is so low. If you have time, you can go and have a look at the human empire. Regarding the orc style of play that only involves rushing forward, Shuina only thinks that they are too simple and simple. On the side of the human empire, even the swordsmen would not charge straight forward. They would use some step or even run in a disorderly manner. As for the kind of charge that would only charge to the end, only those rookies can use it this way. Is this normal? The Big Bad Wolf and the others actually didn't see too many battle scenes just now, and they were just shocked that Shuina killed so many people by himself. Well, it's very average. But, by the way, since you knew that you would die here from the beginning, why do you still run here? Wouldn't it be better to develop elsewhere? Shuina also asked at this time. Although the skills and coordination of the Big Bad Wolf are not bad, in terms of numbers, they are destined to be weak in this kind of direct battle. Actually, our mission is a chain mission. This is the last link. Once it is not completed, the time will pass. The Big Bad Wolf said helplessly. Seeing that such a chain mission was stuck here, no one will give up easily. How many links? Shuina also knew the power of this. Although there were large and small series of tasks, the more links in the task, the greater the reward. 100 rings, we've been doing it for a few months. What? 100 rings? Shuina was also shocked at this time. A 100 ring mission, what kind of concept is that? Well, we have already reached the 99th ring, and we are just missing this one. However, today is the last day of the mission. No, there is still a time limit, so what is the reward for this task? Shuina was even more concerned about this. I don't know either. The rewards are all question marks, but the task assigned to us is a declining orc tribe. At first, this task seemed to be to select a suitable orc to serve as the leader, but then it became such a series of tasks. Clan leader? What kind of tribe is that? It's not too strong. There are only 3 strong people at level 100, but they are all very old. And the young ones are probably between level 50 and level 100. There are about dozens of them. This is already very good. If you can get this tribe and let them do full-time work such as living, that is also a very promising thing. Although the tribe has declined, it is better to decline than to have nothing, and once this if a tribe develops well in the hands of players, it will be a useful resource. For now, although some fortresses have successfully fallen into the hands of players, such fortresses cannot develop much production industry and are mainly focused on defense and combat. Therefore, such tribes have more room for development. You and the captain have the same idea. It's just that we don't know the reward for this mission, so don't be afraid. You have a relationship now. When the time comes, follow the stick and help them more. If you build a good relationship, anything will be possible. Xuina thought of Taifeng, now the leader of the dragon tribe. Although his clan leader came a bit lightly, but since there are players who can become the clan leader, they will naturally have a chance. Go, let's go to the 10th floor. You must complete this mission. You have been working on it for so long. It would be a pity if it gets stuck here. For a player to be able to accomplish this task, in addition to being perseverant, they must also be said to be kind-hearted. If an average player goes to a declining and impoverished place and finds that the rewards here are a little lower, they will not show up there again. After all, the player's time is precious. And just looking at their current levels, Xuina knew that this series of tasks might sound very rich, but in fact, except for the system experience, the rest was very average. After seeing Xuina's magic, the big bad wolf and the others did not dare to let him assist them this time. Furthermore, they did not dare to let a god like Xuina assist them. After all, facing such an expert, they are a little cautious in their hearts and don't dare to be too presumptuous. With Xuina's full output, they quickly rushed to the 10th floor. Although they met many players along the way, none of them were from the Evil Dragon Gang Guild just now, and no one came to bother Xuina and the others again. Seeing this, the big bad wolf and Xuina secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, they are not murderers. If you can avoid killing people, it is best not to do so. However, in the main city closest to the meteorite mine, Lion Throne is being scolded by his immediate superior and cannot even raise his head. You bastard, you don't even know the details of the other party, but you just follow others to fight in a group. Do you think you are really invincible? But, boss, I didn't expect those losers to find such a strong backer. They have been tortured to death by us all along. What will? Humph, I usually told you to restrain yourself, but you didn't listen. Now you have provoked such a strong person. Don't say you are my uncle, even if you are your sister, I will not care about such a thing. Be more alert in the future and don't cause trouble for me again. But, brother-in-law, can we just let it go? All our people are dead. You still want revenge? Don't you think how much weight you have? Can we provoke such a person? Do you think we are invincible because we are the second-tier guild of the Dark Dragon Guild? Don't be silly. There are always people outside the sky. If you want revenge, it's okay, but you have to leave our guild first, don't lose face for our guild. After the Dragon Gang's president finished speaking, he left in a huff, leaving the Lion Throne who was gritting his teeth. He had a relatively accurate positioning of his guild, and he naturally couldn't let his guild be ruined by a boring person. Boss, are we? The Lion Throne's confidant looked at the Lion Throne, but he hadn't recovered from the nightmare of being killed like this. More importantly, if this matter spread, they wouldn't have to raise their heads in this game. Forget it, just let them go like letting a dog go. The Lion Throne's face was almost green, but his words also stopped the confidant's revenge. The Lion Throne knew that if the Dragon Gang didn't support him, he wouldn't be able to be a local emperor in this world. I'm afraid he wouldn't even be able to step out of the safe zone. After all, he had offended too many people before, and he had no skills to speak of. In a Oneonan duel, if they were at the same level and had started from a low level, he would definitely lose. Yes. Boss, I'll tell them later. Well, go out, I'm a little tired. Lion Throne looked at his magnificently decorated room. To be honest, he couldn't bear to give up this kind of life. In reality, he was just an unemployed vagrant who had to rely on his sister's support to survive. This was also related to his great achievements in the game. Oh, I hate it. Lion Throne screamed in his heart. And in Shuinai on the 10th floor of the Star Meteorite mining area, they quickly completed the 100 ring serial task. In fact, they had already completed 80% at the beginning, but they had to stop after being messed up by Lion Throne a few times. Boss, a pangolin king has been refreshed in front. Shall we go and fight it? Moon Fox, who was responsible for exploring the way and pulling monsters, suddenly said excitedly in the team chat. Fight, of course we have to fight. Big Bad Wolf saw Shui Nai nod and said affirmatively. Chapter 804 Earth Escape Technique. Okay, your mission is complete, the boss is solved, let's break up here. Shui Nai saw that the Pangolin King, who was so vigorous just now, had fallen down, and knew that it was time for them to break up. Well, we have to go back and hand in the mission. Big Bad Wolf also nodded. He knew that with the strength of their team, the 10th floor was already the limit, and going down would only drag Shui Nai down. By the way, these return scrolls are for you, we don't need them anymore. At this time, Tishan took out a few scrolls that were obviously specially made and handed them to Shui Nai. Is this, the scroll of the tribe you mentioned? Shui Nai took a look at the scroll, which was comparable to the main city level scroll, but this Nahand did not match the main city in the Orc Kingdom. Well, yes, actually, every tribe and village in the game has its own characteristics. This is one of the specialties of that tribe. If this specialty can be applied to other aspects, then... I understand. Goodbye then. After that, Big Bad Wolf and his group used their own special return scrolls and disappeared in the white light. And Shui Nai took a look at the wooden return scroll in his hand and put it away. Looking at the body of the Pangolin King on the ground that had not disappeared, Shui Nai felt a little heavy this time. To be honest, if it weren't for the help of Big Bad Wolf and his group just now, Shui Nai might not be able to deal with this Pangolin King. The Pangolin King, who can burrow underground and dig holes, can't do anything to Shui Nai, a mage who is not slow, but Shui Nai can't do anything to it either. In addition, its attack and defense are first class, and the effect of ordinary magic hitting its body almost surprised Shui Nai. If the difficulty of this meteorite mine area is getting higher and higher, then my trip this time will be a bit dangerous. As far as Mina knows, it is these bosses that produce this brilliant gem, but it must be the boss after the 20th floor, which has a 50% chance of appearing. Although there is a chance that ordinary monsters after that will appear, but this probability is off and makes players despair. And now, as far as Shui Nai knows, it seems that only the 25th floor has been opened. After that, Shui Nai has no idea. When Shui Nai walked to the 11th floor, the orc players behind Shui Nai dared to speak loudly. For them, it is best not to provoke a lone master like Shui Nai. Therefore, when they saw Shui Nai and his men fighting the boss, no one dared to get too close, and even some teams with a large number of people did not dare to have any bad thoughts. After all, there were too many murders on the 5th floor just now. After seeing this completely unknown death god leave, these people relaxed and began to carry out routine activities. For them, this kind of enemy who knows nothing is the most terrifying. As long as they have a normal mind, they will know that such people can only be watched from a distance and cannot be opposed. Starting from the 11th floor, Shui Nai found that the number of ordinary players here was greatly reduced, but the number of teams like some guilds was increasing. On several occasions, Shui Nai also saw some people who were obviously members of the guild's medicine transport team. They fought all the way here with dozens of people, and then gave all the potions on their bodies to the people in these teams, and then rushed out again at the risk of their lives. If at this time, they had the wooden sculpture teleportation scroll in the hand of the Big Bad Wolf, then their transport teams would be able to leave safely. The cleaning ability of these guild teams here is much stronger than that of the above. One team after another digested all the monsters here, and it seems that they have obviously lived here for a long time. Shui Nai, who walked directly to the innermost part, naturally received the attention of these people. However, these people obviously knew the identity of Shui Nai, a human mage, and no one came out to provoke or make any extraordinary actions. No, we must collect the brilliant gems quickly. Being watched by the people around, Shui Nai felt uncomfortable, so she stepped on the acceleration spell and ran to the 12th floor. The 12th floor was similar to the upper floor, and it had been cleared by people. After seeing the situation here, Shui Nai naturally thought that there should be a lot of experience here, otherwise there would not be so many different guild members here to clean up. However, what made Shui Nai feel strange was that the people on this floor were obviously stronger than those on the upper floor, but the eyes looking at Shui Nai were obviously more hostile. When Shui Nai just passed this floor and rushed directly to the 13th floor, they understood Shui Nai's thoughts. Damn, this mage wants to open up the wasteland at the bottom, he is not crazy. A werewolf warrior said disdainfully when he saw Shui Nai's weak body. At the same time, he roared, and a blood-red wolf-shaped beast soul suddenly emerged from his body. With the movement of the werewolf warrior, he punched a rock monster and broke part of its body. Who cares about him? Anyway, the people below are already guarding it. It's really unlikely that he wants to go down. It's better to fight with the people below and kill those guys with eyes on their heads. That would be more fun. Yes, 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 it's best to lose both sides. No, it should be that human mage kills them all, and it's best to kill them back to level 0. Haha, then the bottom is ours. However, Mina didn't do as they wished. When she went down to the 15th floor, Mina found that there were several people who were obviously elite teams guarding here. And these people obviously knew that Mina was coming, and they actually formed a defensive formation waiting for Mina to come. However, Mina knew that there might be a lot of lurking totems around him. Friends in front, our Xiaoyu, Blood Wolf, Flying Tiger, and Evil Dragon guilds are conducting joint activities downstairs. If you don't have anything important to do, please don't disturb us. Just as Shui Nai began to look at these people, a handsome elf player actually came out and said gently. However, when Shui Nai saw the longbow in his hand, Shui Nai knew that he could become a brutal enemy in an instant. Even the archers are ready. It seems that these people really have something big to do. Shui Nai knew that although the elf said so, he knew that even if he really had the most important thing to do downstairs, I'm afraid they would not let him go. Moreover, just the few guilds reported by the elf just now, other players had to take a few steps back when they heard it. However, Shui Nai was determined to get downstairs. Moreover, he didn't know these so-called strong guilds in the Orc Kingdom. After slowly retreating to the 14th floor, Shui Nai immediately switched his main element at this time. The cocky light on Mina's body flashed and then disappeared, but Mina knew that the flying skill on her skill bar had disappeared and was replaced by a cocky Earth Escape skill. This Earth Escape skill, there is no difference between this and flying, except that one is in the sky and the other is on the ground. After slowly blending into the rock wall in a corner, Shui Na immediately walked down along the rock wall of the meteorite mine. Although Shui Na can drill directly from one layer to the next layer under this Earth Escape technique, once in the air, Shui Na's weird posture will be discovered, and when this Earth Escape technique is activated, his mobility is less than 100 points. Once discovered, it will be troublesome. Therefore, Shui Na had to drill down along the rock wall. Although it was a little slower, it was completely superior. Under the effect of the Earth Escape technique, Shui Na went all the way down, but this Earth Escape technique also had some troubles. That is the problem of magic replenishment. The magic consumption of the Earth Escape technique is greater than that of the flying technique, and once Shui Na escapes in the earth, he can not only not speak, but also cannot use props and items. However, once Shui Na ran out of magic power while burrowing underground, he would probably be assimilated by the surrounding rocks and turned into a fossil, deader than dead. Therefore, every time he replenished his magic power, he had to extend half of his body out of the rock wall and then quickly retract it. Shui Na was no longer concerned about the possibility that such behavior might cause panic among other players. And it was Shui Na's irresponsible behavior that caused a large number of supernatural events to spread, but of course this was among these big guilds. After all, no one would believe such things if they were told to others, but these players who seemed to have seen it would not think so. It took more than 10 minutes for Shui Na to slowly drill to the 20th floor. Along the way, Shui Na also saw the foundation of the big guild. Because Shui Na saw a large number of life players being arranged in these dangerous places, engaging in intense and efficient production activities. It was the efforts of these life players that guaranteed the progress of the elite players below. Continuing to move forward, Shui Na finally found these large forces coming to open up the wasteland on the 26th floor. In Shui Na's memory, it seems that after the 20th floor, the refresh speed of the monsters here has slowed down, and it seems that the number is not as many as the ones above, but the strength is undoubtedly much stronger. However, the monsters on these floors are tightly held in the hands of these big guilds. It seems that in addition to high experience, there should be some good things. Otherwise, these big guilds would not be so rampant and ignore other players to occupy these resource areas. Ignoring these people, Shui Na drilled all the way to the 27th floor and stopped. However, when Shui Na appeared here, before he could see the surrounding environment clearly, Shui Na found a strong wind and fishy smell in front of him, and then he was hit by something. Chapter 805 The Boss is Missing. Shui Na, who was hit by an unknown creature and flew up, didn't care about the dizziness and directly shot a lighting fireball at the top of his head. When Mina saw such a huge and ugly bat, she was also shocked. This was a bat that had obviously turned into rock, with a skin as hard as rock. And it was this hard skin that hit Mina so hard that her whole body was in pain. Looking at Mina's rock bat that had already rushed in front of her, Mina didn't think about it and just threw a flaming bomb. With a bang, this bat that was almost half the size of Mina was blown away. But it didn't suffer much damage. It seemed that his rock skin was not bad. However, when Mina stood up, this rock bat had no chance. In the dark, it was obvious that this rock bat that relied on ultrasonic positioning had more advantages, but Mina's lighting fireball made this advantage lean towards Mina. When he got rid of this rock bat, Shui Na saw that his experience bar seemed to move slightly. Although this movement was only the size of a hair, for Shui Na's almost huge experience bar, this already showed that this rock bat had a lot of experience. Picking up the bat teeth that exploded on the ground, Shui Na had to say that the monsters in this orc kingdom were obviously perverted. Just a few small bat teeth can actually have two effects, and the effects are not bad. Looking at these teeth that can give weapons the two effects of blood-sucking and petrification, Shui Na knew that once this kind of thing appeared outside, it might cause a new equipment trend. Now Shui Na is also the reason why these guilds jointly blocked it. However, he didn't know that this was a high explosion rate that would only be achieved in the land reclamation. Under normal circumstances, this kind of collected materials only have one attribute. After taking a look at the surrounding environment, Shui Na planned to go directly to the boss of this floor. As for the hundreds of rock bats here, Shui Na thought it was better to leave it to the land reclamation groups behind. Otherwise, when he got through here, the people behind would come up. For the 4 teams still working on the upper level for the team, for short-range players like them, although it can make the people watching feel excited, the people in it feel even more excited. However, when they finish a wave of monsters, they have to rest for half a day before they can have the strength for the next battle. Otherwise, going into battle rashly will only increase the risk of death. And it is for this reason that the elites of these guilds will adopt a round-robin approach to open up the wasteland. However, it is a very bad idea to let physical attacks against physical defenses. However, here, the magic profession of other races can almost be described as rare. Although the monsters here often explode gems or crystal cores, there are basically surpluses of such things outside, which is not very attractive to mages. But in this harsh environment, the death rate of mages is too high. At their level, every death is a heartbreak. Therefore, the fragile mages basically will not take risks on this side. Moreover, for some unknown reason, these guilds that occupied this place obviously did not want outsiders to take this plate of cake, so the number of magicians among them has not increased. It's almost the end, hehe, evil dragon, don't give up again this time. After they saw the last boss, the 4 groups of people immediately dispersed, leaving only the group wearing the ferocious black flying dragon emblem. There are 50 people in this team, and the strength of each of them is almost close to the level of promotion. This is a rare elite team. Humph. The captain of the elite group of the Evil Dragon Gang Guild snorted coldly, and then led people to clean up the elite monsters around this level of boss. Cleaning up the elite monsters around the boss is a very skillful job, but for them, it is not too difficult. Although it is a bit difficult to hit this monster with super high physical defense with their physical attack ability, they can still face the boss's anger in an undamaged state in the end. The remaining 3 teams were also happy to watch the show. For these 4 teams, cooperation is the kingly way. As for the ownership of this boss, it is decided by their role points. However, at this time, they were not idle. Those who could make medicine had already taken out props to make medicine, and those who could repair repaired equipment for their companions. For them, each of them is a survival expert in the game. When they finally killed this boss, 5 people in their team had been killed. However, for them, every level here had to be piled up with life, so as they resurrected one by one, they threw themselves into the next level without even a sound. When these 4 teams came down here to observe the types of monsters, they began to roll points to decide who would bear the anger of this boss in this level. However, when they went down to this level, Mizuna, who was at the deepest, had also completed the task and headed to the next level. Although the Rock Bat King in this level is a bit difficult, when Shui Na uses the magic storage ability of the elemental magic wand and wears the frozen crown, this boss has no way to survive. This boss battle took Shui Na more than 10 minutes, and he was stunned by the ultrasonic wave of the Bat King several times during the period. If Shui Na's health was not high enough and the perverted armor of the Wrath Shield was there, Shui Na would have had a hard time. The boss here will only refresh once every 3 days, which is a rare item for anyone. And such a boss has not been opened up, which makes it more valuable. Not only will all the explosion rates increase to the maximum, but more things will also come out. After solving the elite monsters and bosses here, Shui Nai packed up and left. This time Shui Nai was lucky. After solving this boss, Shui Nai got the first brilliant gem as he wished, and also got a pet skill book and a lot of boss materials. Although pet skill books are also sold in the pet shop in the main city, they are only low-level stuff, and they are all passive. Therefore, not many people will want such skill books. However, this skill book produced by the boss is different. Generally speaking, this kind of skill book has relatively strict race requirements, but the higher the requirements, the better the effect will be. Take Mina's ultrasonic attack for example. This can only be learned if the pet is a bat, a creature that can use ultrasonic waves. Although this skill is auxiliary, it is a group stun, and the stun time is very long. Once used on the battlefield, it often gets the most unexpected surprise effect. Using the earth escape technique again, Mina went directly to the depths of the 13th floor this time and found the elite mud beast here. And the guilds on the upper floor were united, and the speed was not slow. They quickly completed the sweep of this floor, but when they saw the empty depths, they were all a little overwhelmed and stood there in a daze. There is no boss in this level. The most tragic was naturally the people from the Xiaoyu guild who had drawn the boss. This is impossible. There is a boss on every level here. There is no reason why there is no boss here. Could it be that the boss here would burrow into the ground? A shaman from the Blood Wolf Guild did not believe it, but he did not believe that the rock bats here would burrow into the ground, but this was the most reasonable explanation he could think of. When they turned over this level, they did not find any trace of the boss here. Let's go and take a look at the next level. The Flying Tiger Guild was the strongest here, and they wanted to go down to confirm it as soon as possible. At this time, Shui Nai was following the Mud Beast King and was fighting to the last moment. Facing this Mud Beast King, Shui Nai's ice magic had a great effect. If it were not for the possession of the real Frost Dragon, the fire magic would have lost most of its power, otherwise, Shui Nai would probably have finished fighting long ago. Damn, the monsters here are really violent. Shui Na moved his body, which was in pain all over. Just now, he was beaten away by this mud beast several times. It's not that Shui Na's speed is not as fast as it, but the arms of this deformable mud beast are too long. Often, Shui Na will be beaten away when it reaches out. Moreover, what makes Shui Na unhappy is that this Mud Beast King did not explode brilliant gems, but exploded a magic book and a bunch of earth gems. Looking at this skill called Mud Bomb, Shui Na was also jealous. This is an earth wizard level magic. Just now, Shui Na was tortured by this move. Although this Mud Bomb is magic, it has latent properties, and it is controllable latent properties. It is a very practical magic. After thinking about it, Shui Na did not learn it immediately this time. To be honest, Shui Na has no shortage of magic now. The only thing he lacks is time. Without enough time to hone it, Shui Nai's magic can't be compared with other specialized magicians. What's going on? Why is there no boss on this floor? Why? Xiao Yu looked at the front and saw nothing in front of him, and said absent-mindedly. Because the first floor of this meteorite mining area is not small, and it is not a straight line. Therefore, although they are on the same floor as Shui Nai, they did not see Shui Nai's battle. But not seeing it does not mean it does not exist. There are traces of ice magic attacks here. At this time, a careful female werewolf player suddenly touched the stone that was obviously several points colder than the surrounding and said, "Let's go, we'll move forward at full speed." At this time, the captain of the Flying Tiger Guild said calmly, "Full speed? Then the troops behind can't keep up." His teammates disagreed. Although the monsters here are a bit strong, it is their rear that really makes him so slow in opening up the wasteland here. Without the stable support of the rear personnel, they might be in a predicament of being out of food and without help, and then they would often end up being wiped out. Chapter 806 Mutated Earth Dragon King. Boss, the people behind us said they can't keep up with our speed and asked if we can go slower. The joint team of the 4 major guilds, which had already gone down 5 or 6 floors without seeing the boss again, received such requests from the rear troops one after another. However, they were not willing to accept it. As they fully exerted their combat power, they tracked Shui Na more and more closely, but this often slowed down by one step. The best time was that they clearly saw the figure of a mage, but it disappeared at the end in the next second, and they couldn't even see whether the figure was a person or a ghost. During this period, they chased Shui Na hard enough. However, what they didn't understand was why such a mage could survive here. As we all know, the mage's load-bearing capacity is limited and cannot carry a large amount of medicine, unless the mage is wearing space equipment, which is a bit possible. However, without the help of melee players, based on their understanding of the fragile mage, it is impossible to survive here. However, what they don't know is that in addition to having a large amount of backpack space, there are several points that they don't know. First, when Mizuna uses elemental magic, the consumption of magic power is only half of the original. Second, Mizuna's magic power recovery speed is much faster than that of ordinary people. Third, Mizuna has the most comprehensive magic, from attack to assistance, and even treatment. It is these three reasons that make Mizuna completely worry-free, and there is no need to have logistical support like their blood-for-blood fighting method. However, Mizuna's battle alone also has weaknesses, that is, once he encounters a more united monster, Mizuna's speed will slow down. Without the help of others, it is equivalent to taking on this map that originally requires a team to complete alone. The difficulty can be imagined. Moreover, as you go down, the monsters become stronger. In these 2 days, Mizuna's travel speed has slowed down. The speed was getting slower and slower. Several times, Shui Na was beaten back into the rock wall by the monsters. However, Shui Na's recovery ability was obviously stronger than those monsters. Although Shui Na had a hard time fighting and had to enter the rock wall to save his life from time to time, the elite monsters here were eaten by Shui Na one by one. With this wretched but practical tactic, Shui Na's safety factor was greater, but the speed of travel was slowed down. However, the guild joint pioneering group that was always one level slower than them also slowed down. Although their overall combat effectiveness was much higher than Shui Na, their number of people harassed the monsters more, and the difficulty was also increased invisibly. Let's go back. After the captain of the Flying Tiger Guild saw that he had done useless work again, he felt that it would be better to do more meaningful things instead of fighting with this unknown mage. We won't chase them. If there are thieves, that's fine, but we... Oh, let's go. Who is this mage? Such a mage is too scary. He can fight nearly 10 physical bosses alone. Is he still a mage? There are mountains higher than mountains. In the game world, everything is possible. But do you think this mage is the Demon King before? It seems that his target is also here. But how do you explain that he can come here? Don't forget that in the upper floors, our arrangement is that even if a few bosses attack, we can use the terrain to kill them. If a mage is so perverted, is he still a player? If it is something like a magic cannon, do you think it is possible to defend it tightly? Okay, stop talking, go back. Don't forget, we still have to rely on the supplies of those life players. Once they die, they will definitely not come back. Although the strength of the life players is worse than scum, their tempers are not very friendly, especially working for these people in this underground where there is nothing, their tempers are even worse. Just when everyone above was ready to leave, Shui Na below also began to have problems, that is, the number of medicines was not enough. However, now Shui Na has no way to go out to buy medicines, because there are no magic recovery medicines for sale on this side of the Orc Kingdom, and this makes the magician even more unwilling to come here for activities. So if Shui Na wants to replenish medicines, either go back to the human empire or have someone send them over. However, both of these make Shui Na feel very troublesome. Therefore, he plans to save a little, slow down a little, and combine his advantages of high magic value and fast recovery speed to slowly grind through this place. To be honest, these original monsters here, even ordinary ones, have a certain probability of rare brilliant gems, not to mention other things. Moreover, the ordinary monsters here are definitely much easier to fight than those bosses, and there is no need to waste magic power to drill into the rock wall to save life. For this reason, Shui Na had to think of a way to deal with the ordinary monsters here this time. And if the guys above go one more level at this time, then they can see who this magician who has always been one step ahead of them is. However, even if they know, they can't do anything to Shui Na, not to mention that Shui Na's information is still false. So, just like this, Shui Na settled down in this meteorite mining area. This stay, Shui Na directly lived for a week. In this week, Shui Na has opened nearly 10 levels in succession, which is much slower than the initial several levels a day. However, the amount of medicine is not consumed too quickly. According to Shui Nai's conservative estimate, he can stay for about 5 more days. As for after 5 days, if there is no medicine, Shui Nai dare not stay. After giving himself a hydrotherapy spell and holding the water scroll, Mina filled up his health in an instant. After that, he added defensive magic and acceleration magic to himself, and rushed to the boss of this floor. Now this floor is the 50th floor of the star meteorite mine. The monsters here are as high as level 130, and their strength is so high that Mina has to use all his potential. However, in the struggles of the past few days, Mina has gained a lot of experience in addition to various materials. With the help of these experiences, Mina's level has reached 102. And the elemental bird, which has been Mina's main magic during this period, has also been trained to level 5 by him. The power is no less than the wizard level magic, and there are dozens of elemental birds at once. The scene is spectacular, but Mina is extremely miserable afterwards. This elemental bird is good in every way except that it consumes too much mana. Moreover, this god-level magic is obviously not within the scope of the elemental heart's mana having effect. That attempt almost made Mina use up all her mana. At this time, the monsters that rushed up almost made Mina hate her. Since then, Mina no longer dared to use the full power of the elemental bird in such a dangerous monster area. However, now Shui Nai wants to try the effect of this elemental bird on the boss again. The monsters in this layer are all monsters called mutated earth dragons, which are earthworms that have mutated due to unknown factors. These mutated earth dragons are very huge, almost as big as Shui Nai, and their attack methods are also extremely violent and simple, almost crushing them to death. If Shui Nai had not always switched the main element to the earth element, he would have died once. However, when Shui Nai looked at this giant earthworm that was 10 meters long, Shui Nai was still frightened. After that, he made up his mind to use this elemental bird. With Shui Nai's current level 5 elemental bird, he can summon up to 25 elemental birds at a time, which consumes about 3,500 magic points at a time. If this elemental bird is used to the maximum, he will consume 7,000 points per second. However, it is not easy to control so many elemental birds. However, looking at the scene that almost occupied the entire field of vision, Shui Na still felt that it was very exciting. Looking at the fiery red elemental birds flying past like an ocean, Shui Na immediately took a few steps back, and then released the next wave of elemental birds. This time, the magic that Shui Na merged was the fire-type explosive bomb. Although the large-scale explosion effect of the explosive bomb was gone after this fusion, the effect of so many explosive birds exploding together was still very spectacular. Moreover, the size of this boss was large enough to definitely allow so many elemental birds to hit the target. In order to maximize the effect of the explosive birds, Shui Na had to come in waves. I saw that the mutant Earth Dragon King lying at the deepest part of this layer almost disappeared in the sky of explosive flames. However, Shui Na, who had been fighting with its younger brother for nearly a day, knew that the vitality of these guys was as strong as earthworms in reality. The rock skin is almost the strongest that Mina has ever seen, and they obviously have strong magic defense capabilities, but their attack methods are a bit weak. So, when the Earth Dragon King rushed out of the flames on his body had not yet extinguished, but the second wave of exploding flame birds had already rushed up. After that, the body of this Earth Dragon King disappeared in the flames again. The power of 25 exploding flame birds exploding together was so strong that even Mina couldn't stand the explosion, and the explosion was in this sealed environment, which was even more powerful. At the same time, the earth-shaking vibration also made people wonder whether the rock layer on the top of the ceiling would fall down. However, the power of this magic is still very strong. The long life value of this Earth Dragon King is almost steadily decreasing by nearly 100,000 points per second. However, Mina's powerful offensive could not last long. After hitting 8 waves of exploding flame birds, Mina's magic power was almost gone. However, the 2 million HP of this mutant Earth Dragon King has also disappeared. As long as Mina can come twice more, he can get rid of this mutant Earth Dragon King. However, the mutant Earth Dragon King, who has already won the rage, has already rushed in front of Mina, ready to crush his body. Chapter 807 The Foundation of the 4th Level Guild. When Mizuna came out from another corner of the rock wall, the mutant Earth Dragon King, who was already in a violent state, was still knocking the surrounding floor, as if he wanted to knock Mizuna out. However, Mizuna, who had already completed the magic replenishment, directly shot several waves of explosive birds. After trying several times, this boss finally couldn't stand it and exploded a lot of things. Moreover, this explosion also exploded 2 brilliant gems, as well as a skill book and a lot of gems. After quickly collecting the things on the ground and the materials on the boss, Mizuna found a corner to sit down and rest. At the same time, he had to sort out the somewhat messy backpack. In the backpack, Mizuna has collected almost 25 brilliant gems. Just looking at these 25 brilliant gems, Mizuna still feels that it is not enough. Because if Mina wants to upgrade the special props in her hand, then for a phantom ring that has been strengthened once, then each time it is strengthened, one more brilliant gem must be spent than the previous time. In other words, if Mina wants to upgrade the 3 rings in her hand to the highest level, she will have to spend 15. Although there are still some left, under the strong request of unscrupulous profiteers and Deo Yu Deo, Mina is determined to be a hard worker. With a lighting fireball on her head, Mina carefully looked at the situation of the passage leading to the 51st floor. After looking at the magic power and health that have been restored, Mina shot lighting fireballs one by one and walked along this passage. However, this passage is obviously a bit long. It took more than 10 minutes to walk this way. Moreover, as Mina walked down, the temperature became higher and higher. After checking the depth here through the system, it was found that Mina had come to the 51st floor without knowing it. It is nearly 1,500 meters underground. Is this a magma lake? When Shuai found light ahead and moved forward, he felt a gust of hot wind blowing in his face, and then he saw a magma lake in front of him. No, it actually dug directly to the center of the earth. Shuai looked back at the passage that led to here, and then looked at the space in front of him that was larger than the main city. For a moment, he didn't know which direction to go. The magma lake in front of him was so big that Shuai thought of the ocean, but Shuai didn't know why, and always felt that something very dangerous was in this magma lake. With this feeling, Shuai really didn't know whether to explore this huge underground cave. Let's fight. The more dangerous the place, the higher the profit. Shuai looked at the rocky road leading to the depths of the magma lake, knowing that this was definitely a fatal temptation. However, Shuai had to go towards this temptation. After taking a look at the dome that was hundreds of meters high, Shuai naturally changed the main element to the wind system. Through the flying technique, Mina first observed the surroundings, but he found that there was not a single creature here, not even a single fire element creature that liked this environment the most. For this setting, Mina knew that it was impossible to appear in this game. The more this kind of environment, the more likely it is to have a big secret, especially this kind of rock bridge that was obviously made by humans. Because there is a rock road on the lava lake, but no one is sent to guard it, either there is nothing here, or there is no need for these monsters to guard it. For this problem, Mina would naturally choose the second one, otherwise, the design here would be meaningless. After flying and stopping in this place for almost 3 hours, Mina didn't encounter any monsters, but found some raw ores of magic metal here, but the quality of these things is not very good, and Mina didn't plan to collect them. However, what made Mina feel that it was necessary to stay here for a while was that he could pick up brilliant gems here. Just as Shuai thought, he soon found the second brilliant gem. With the magic, Shuai almost became the gleaner before, and had to bend down from time to time to pick up or dig up the soil to check carefully. Damn, if I had known there were so many brilliant gems here, I would have just come down directly. Shuai looked at the nearly 70 brilliant gems in his backpack and sighed. He had fought hard for so long, but he couldn't pick them up as fast as he did here. Moreover, he was still very rough. He believed that there might be more brilliant gems that had not been discovered here. However, he didn't have much time. Originally, he planned to stay here for a few more days, but outside, Xiao Mei and Yayan's promotion mission had entered the preparation stage, and he had to go over to help, otherwise, his mailbox might be blown up by the beautiful fox and Xiao Mei. Although the priest's promotion is much simpler than other professions, this simplicity is relative. For a non-combat profession like the priest, if you don't have top quality equipment and skills, it is somewhat unlikely to rush through this promotion task. Moreover, the priest's promotion still has to go to the legendary Lost Forest. This place is not too dangerous, but according to the feedback from the advanced teams, they all suggest that everyone find some good equipment and go there in groups. However, Xiao Mei directly threw away these two efforts and went directly to Shuai. Okay, it's time to see what the boss here is. Shuai looked at the lava lake shrouded in hot breath. He saw that there seemed to be some buildings on the opposite side. At the end of the lava lake, near a rock wall, stood a very ancient underground palace. Hey, it's really hot here. Shui Nai looked at the ground that was almost burned red. The temperature of the ground made his feet feel hot. At the same time, he was actually in a burn state and was decreasing by a few points per second. Although he saw a lot of magma in the land of fire, the magma there was not as hot as the underground, and it was close to the center of the earth, so the temperature was high. After activating the true fire dragon, the huge drop made Shui Nai moan comfortably. Now he only felt that the waves around him were like spring breezes. The originally extremely hot environment became like heaven in an instant. The extremely hot and nowhere high heat around him was turning into a little bit of flame energy, slowly injecting into Shui Nai's body, and the flame energy could be increased almost every 2 or 3 seconds. Under the effect of these flame energies, Shui Nai only felt that he was full of energy, which was not comparable to the frozen crown. However, the boss that appeared in this environment would probably not be afraid of Shui Nai's fire magic. Mina's true intention? The skill added by the flame dragon is called Purple Flame Sky Fire, which is a very powerful fire magic. However, Mina knows that unless he gets rid of the environment here, he can't use this trick. Along the main entrance of the palace, although Mina knew that the palace was called Flame King City, Mina had no idea about the history of this world, so there was no way to know the history of this palace. When Mina really walked into the interior of the palace, Mina found that the temperature here was much higher than outside, as if it absorbed all the surrounding heat. Here, Mina saw that her flame energy was running at a rate of 1 point per second. Passing by the large hall of the palace, Mina came to a place that was obviously a lodging area, because there were stone doors in front of Mina. Opening the stone door in front of her, Mina found that there was nothing in the room inside the stone door, only ashes on the ground, as if all the things that could be burned in the room had been burned. After that, Mina, who was not convinced, opened all the stone doors that could be opened, but all she got was ashes. Once Mina used a whirlwind technique to blow away all the ashes in the room, but she got nothing except getting herself covered in dust. There is nothing, no corpses or anything like that left. It looks like this place has been abandoned. After carefully checking the room, Mina came to this conclusion. However, this conclusion was not what Mina wanted. Moreover, Mina always felt a faint sense of danger around her, as if she had entered an extremely dangerous crater, but she could not find the source of the danger at all. When Mina's hand touched a stone door with an obviously extremely gorgeous decoration, he felt that the stone door was a little cold, which was very inconsistent with the hot environment around it. Pushing it open, Mina felt that his eyes were bright, because he actually saw a huge bookshelf. What made him feel the most strange was that this bookshelf was full of paper books. Moreover, Mina also clearly saw a lot of magic skill books on it. However, before Mina had time to be happy, Mina felt a gust of hot wind blowing behind her, and then she saw these paper books quickly aging and shattering, and finally turned into ashes and disappeared with the bookshelf. When this originally cold and luxurious master bedroom was filled with a fiery breath, this room became the same as other rooms, with ashes all over the floor. However, just when Mina was about to turn around and leave in frustration, he suddenly found that there was a place in the room that suddenly flashed with a crystal light. After hesitating for a while, Mina still used a whirlwind technique. When the whirlwind technique blew up the ashes in this place, a pure white crystal as big as a human head was seen lying right under the bookshelf. Finally, there is something good. Mina picked up the huge crystal and then checked its properties. Level 4 Guild Foundation Stone. Mina exclaimed, he knew he had won the jackpot this time. Chapter 808 Flame Demon Lord. The reason why Mina was so excited was mainly because the level 4 guild foundation stone in his hand could directly allow the president player to establish a level 4 guild, which could save countless troubles when promoting at a low level. Take the first level 5 guild, Dark Dragon, for example. Although it is the first guild in the game, they suffered a lot because of this first place. After more than half a year of hard work, they have completed countless tasks, and they have only been promoted to a level 5 guild a while ago. Someone once calculated that if the tasks and guild construction of the Dark Dragon Guild in the past 6 months were based on a level 2 starting point, then the current Dark Dragon Guild would have been level 5, and it is probably at the stage of rushing to level 6. Moreover, the Dark Dragon Guild is famous for its wealth and people, but they still have no way to speed up the upgrade of this guild. Now such a level 4 guild cornerstone can allow people to directly pass through countless tasks and directly reach the scale of level 4. Although this may make the guild lack guild cohesion, it is difficult for members who have not struggled to have the belief to protect the guild to the death. However, this cannot affect the value of this cornerstone. It can save countless troubles. Who would not want it? It's worth it, even if there is nothing to gain later, it's worth it. As the first 4th level guild cornerstone in the whole game, this is of great value. After leaving this room, Shui Na went deeper. However, when Shui Na pushed open the last door, Shui Na found that there was a red light flashing in the dark space in front of her. This light, why is it so familiar? After taking a look, Shui Na activated the equipment halo of the elemental magic wand. Legend. Seeing this identical red halo, Shui Na immediately became alert. Shui Na quickly lit up all the lighting fireballs in various places in this hall. Although the environment was still a little dim, at least the surrounding environment could be seen clearly. Finally, I can see a person, although he is a dead person. Shui Na looked at the skeleton sitting on the high seat at the highest point of the hall. A crown-emitting red light was worn on the skull of this skeleton. Putting away the telescope, Mina found that there seemed to be no danger around, except for the faint dangerous atmosphere. Mina, who had already used the insight technique to check, knew that this human skeleton was not eroded by darkness, so he didn't need to worry about the corpse turning into a corpse, and planned to take the crown from the dead directly. Although it was a bit unethical to do so, Mina still persuaded herself in her heart that it would be better to take it out to convince herself rather than let the crown gather dust here. However, just as Mina approached the high seat, before he could see clearly what material the crown was made of, he suddenly found that the temperature of the hall had risen. This is... At this moment, Mina felt an extremely dangerous hot breath suddenly emanating from behind the throne. Damn, what's going on? Mina looked at the extremely hot fire column that suddenly gushed out from behind the throne, and the color of the fire column was actually a faint golden color. Afterwards, Mina discovered that the faint sense of danger before actually came from here, and Mina felt even stronger this time. In this game world, the energy intensity of magic flames is mainly divided by the color of the flame. The lowest level is orange-yellow, and the temperature is not too high, which can only ignite some flammable items. The stronger one is red, and the temperature of this flame is often very violent and not low. Even the elves with the highest magic defense will be burned and scream. The 3rd level flame is slightly purple. Take Mizuna's purple flame sky fire for example. Ordinary players will probably be killed instantly if they touch it. As for the golden flame, it is the highest level. This is already the extreme of flames. Even if it is described as transcendental, it is not enough, because there is still a gap between the god level and the saint level. Looking at the divine flame that suddenly appeared, Mizuna would not think that this was a welcome ceremony. Looking at the legendary crown only a few meters away from him, Mizuna wanted to rush over, but when a golden flame wall appeared in front of Mizuna, he knew that he had to retreat. After retreating for more than 10 meters, the owner of the fire column finally appeared. This is a level 150 boss, but what makes Shui Na feel horrified is that its name is Black. This black boss called the Flame Lord is not big, about the size of a normal adult, but its body is completely made of flames, but this flame is like a substance, firmly forming a human shape. Moreover, this human-shaped flame man is divided into colors. The outermost flame is orange-yellow, followed by translucent red skin, then purple muscles, and then golden bones. As expected, this one alone can make the players of this world hate it. Shui Na thought about it and retreated quickly, and at the same time dodged a golden explosive bomb. Damn, this fire is too strong. Looking at this explosive bomb that exploded like a golden sun, and then looking at the flames on the gloves, Shui Na's heart sank. Because he found that his flame gloves were burned through by the golden flame, and then the golden flame that could almost melt gold and iron burned Shui Na's hands. I saw a damage value of nearly 1000, and then more than 100 points of burn damage followed. Shui Na didn't expect that he would be burned so much by the flames after activating the true flame dragon. His heart was really cold. What made Shui Na feel the most terrible was that this flame lord never cast a higher level of magic, and always chased Shui Na with intermediate or high-level fire magic. Seeing this flame lord chasing him, Shui Na felt that he should still have a chance. After all, the player is most afraid of the boss who guards the treasure and does not move. As long as the boss can walk, although it may not be killed, it can at least be led away. Mizuna had been leading it out of the hall. He originally planned to play hide and seek with the terrain here, but Mizuna didn't expect that this fire demon lord was more familiar with the palace than he was, and the routes he chased were all the most direct. What made Mizuna feel even more problematic was that this fire demon lord could actually heat the air like a rocket to quickly advance, and he could catch up with Mizuna in a moment, and then a golden fire magic came over. Mizuna, who was almost burned to the point of being a beggar, finally led this boss out. To be honest, if this boss had prepared a larger magic from the beginning, I'm afraid Mizuna would have left the mining area without even thinking about it. But this boss was obviously a spirit, knowing that Mizuna's speed was not slow, and that his magic might not be able to deal with this hateful thief, so he gave up his most powerful magic and used those low-level magic instead. However, the wisdom of this fire demon lord was obviously not enough, because in the next second, Mina disappeared. After using teleportation to bypass some buildings and leave the fire demon's sight, Mina Mehe ran towards the hall just now. However, before he ran more than 10 meters, Shui Na heard a roar, and the roar was coming towards him. No way, I have already left it behind. Shui Na, who had used teleportation several times, asked himself that even Dao Yiyu Dao could not find him again, but this fire demon seemed to have omnipotent vision. Not only could he find his whereabouts, but he could also cast spells at Shui Na from a distance. Looking at the explosive bomb that appeared out of thin air in front of him, Shui Na found that this black boss was also worthy of the word perverted. This can cast spells at a super long distance without looking at it is simply a perverted monster. Using teleportation again, Shui Na just dodged the moment before the explosive bomb exploded. However, the next golden magic has already taken shape on the other side. Looking at the 5 fireballs that shot at her like a string of pearls, Mina's eyes became hot, and she rolled over to recognize them, but her rock cape had several more holes, and part of her hair was burned off. Seeing that her elemental suit was almost on the verge of collapse, Mina felt a pain in her heart. If she had a few more hits, this elemental suit would have to be scrapped. However, things did not go as she wished, and in the subsequent actions, Mina almost brushed past the golden fire magic. However, I don't know if it was the problem of distance or something else, the speed of the magic that sniped Mina was taking shape was getting slower and slower. When Mina took the fiery red crown in her hand, the environment here was already dead silent, and even the original fiery flame energy seemed to have been suddenly drained. Mina, who discovered this change, felt that the sweat on her forehead was a little uncontrollable, because this dead silent environment reminded Mina of the eve of a storm. I hope taking this thing away is not a wrong choice. Shui Na looked at the crown in the backpack and was a little worried. This black fire demon lord is obviously the guardian beast guarding the flame palace, and here, it seems that only this crown has some meaning of being protected. As for the skeleton, Shui Na is a little interested in studying why it can persist in this hot environment until now. But time is running out. When Shui Na ran outside the palace, Shui Na found that the atmosphere around was very depressing, and even the magma on the magma lake seemed to be solidified. Shui Na, without looking back, directly activated the flying technique and moved away from this strange magma lake. However, when Shui Na just flew up, the calm magma lake suddenly boiled, and a giant snake composed of magma flew up and hit Shui Na fiercely. Chapter 809 Mining Area Disaster, Part 1. When Shui Na found something strange behind him, the giant dragon formed by the fusion of fire demon and magma behind him had already rushed over. After that, Shui Na only felt a huge force behind him. Before he had time to taste the heat of the magma, he found himself being thrown out at high speed. With a bang, Shui Na directly hit the open space opposite the magma lake. Looking at the life value that had just been restored with the holy water, more than half of it disappeared at the moment of landing. For this completely invincible enemy, Shui Na only knew that it was time to run. Just now, if Shui Na hadn't poured a bottle of holy water into his mouth in time, he might have died in midair. However, his price was not small. The elemental battlesuit that had accompanied Shui Na for a long time finally collapsed. The rock cloak and ice blue robe turned into ashes directly under this blow. Even with the help of the Wraith Shield and the Blood Shadow Ring, he couldn't stop the attack of the Black Boss who had the advantage of the main city. If he didn't leave now, then Shui Na should really find a wall to commit suicide. He quickly ran into the previous passage. Shui Na knew that with the size of the magma dragon, this small passage basically couldn't accommodate it. However, facing this black boss, Shui Na's calculations were wrong again. 10 meters behind Shui Na, a wall of golden magma was chasing Shui Na desperately along the passage like a bulldozer. Looking at the magma that was getting closer and closer, Shui Na now wanted to upgrade the phantom ring to explode it immediately. However, now Shui Na had to run faster besides running. The effect of the scroll of returning to the city that the big bad wolf gave him last time was indeed good, but this effect was only effective above the 20th floor. If it went deeper, the power of the scroll would not be able to break through the earth and form a transmission channel. When Mina finally ran to the 50th floor, Mina found that the magma behind her was still following her. Although the speed was not as fast as before, it was still biting her tightly. However, when Mina saw the relatively large space on this floor, she breathed a sigh of relief. In this environment, even if there was a huge amount of magma, there was no way to rush forward as quickly as before. And the most important thing was that here, Mina could already use the earth escape technique directly. I saw Mizuna turn off the true flame dragon possession, and then activated the earth escape technique of the true earth dragon possession. At this time, the flame lord suddenly rushed out of the magma, and the jet-like flames behind him gave him a great acceleration. It seems that the flame lord has already discovered the terrain problem here, so he decisively gave up this extremely lethal magma offensive and killed this hateful thief with his body. However, what the Flame Lord did not expect was that this guy was very slippery. When the Flame Lord just rushed out, Mizuna had already directly activated the flying technique and the earth escape technique, and rushed to the top of the rock layer like a fly. Although it consumes a lot of magic power to maintain these two abilities at the same time, Mizuna still thinks it is worth it. However, just when Mizuna rushed to the 49th floor, before he had time to see if there were any monsters refreshed around, he suddenly found that there was a slight heat in the ground. At the same time, a horrifying feeling that made Mina's hair numb surged up from the bottom of her feet. No way! Mina didn't think about it, and flew up again, heading for the 58th floor. When Mina's figure just disappeared in the rock wall, the place where Mina had just stood was heated by the energy of the divine flame until it turned red and softened. Finally, a pillar of fire with golden light shot up into the sky. This golden pillar of fire had obviously locked Mina, and it was seen that the pillar of fire directly hit the rock wall of this layer without even stopping at the 49th floor, and soon burned another big hole. Although Mina didn't know what happened at the foot, Mina, who had been locked and tracked by this strong crisis and the high temperature breath, knew that if she didn't fly faster, she might have to explain here. Mina, who had reached this point, didn't care about the consumption of medicines, and could only pour the medicines into her mouth to ensure that she would not break the magic. What kind of monster is this? Mizuna looked at the Flame Lord who had chased him for nearly 10 floors, and he didn't know what to do. What if this guy had the effect of chasing him all over the world? Then he would be alive. However, at this moment, Mizuna suddenly had an idea. He stopped flying upwards and rushed directly into the rock wall on one side. He didn't believe that the Flame Lord was a perpetual motion machine that could release energy infinitely. However, before Mizuna could escape far, Mizuna found that the surrounding rock formations began to heat up, and then slowly turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Damn! Mizuna saw that his earth escape speed was obviously not as fast as the flying escape just now. If he didn't leave the rock formation, he might be scalded to death by the Flame Lord. Changing the direction, Shui Nai made a big circle and came to the previous floor again. However, when Shui Nai looked back, he found that there was a hot hole emitting a reddish light at one end not far away, and the place where he had just drilled out was turning red and soft at a very fast speed, and began to liquefy. Shui Nai screamed, activated the flying technique again, and ignored the monster attacking him, and flashed directly to the upper floor. After flying for several floors, Shui Nai suddenly heard a series of chaotic footsteps above his head. However, before Shui Nai could react, he flew out with a whoosh and appeared in the center of this floor. Ghost! Ah! Shui Nai's appearance immediately scared the people of the surrounding guilds and the joint pioneering group. Almost everyone who saw Shui Nai's appearance stopped in an instant, and some people were even scared by Shui Nai's current appearance. It must be said that the black or burnt clothes on Shui Nai Na now have a very scary atmosphere, and the most important thing is that Shui Nai Na's appearance from the ground is even more weird. Although many people in the Flying Tiger Guild who were fighting the boss on the front line were also attracted by these screams, they could not afford to be distracted because the boss in front of them was about to fall to the ground. Run quickly, there is a boss coming up. It will be too late if you don't leave now. Shui Nai saw that these guys were a little distracted, so he kindly reminded them in the regional channel. But after feeling the temperature of the ground rising and the hot energy getting closer and closer, Shui Nai had no time to pay attention to them anymore, and could only let them wish for the best. To be honest, it was because of the strong natural resistance of the orcs that they did not feel the powerful flame energy of the Flame Demon Lord at all. If an elf mage came over, with the powerful elemental perception of the elves, I am afraid they would have discovered that there was something wrong underground a long time ago. Seeing Mizuna disappear in a strange way again, those who had come to their senses and thought about Mizuna's words lost their minds again. This ability was beyond their imagination. Everyone, rushed to the next floor. At this time, the elite team leader of the Flying Tiger Guild suddenly said this, bypassing the dying boss and rushing to this. After a moment of surprise, the crowd followed their captain and ran. Although a few guys ran slowly and were caught by the boss, the main combat force was preserved. Just when other guilds had discovered that the ground was glowing and extremely hot, they wanted to leave but it was too late. I saw a golden pillar of fire suddenly penetrate the ground where Mina had just drilled out, and then the rock layer around the pillar of fire was liquefied rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Several people standing close to it were burned to death by the flames and the magma before they even had time to hum. The flame demon lord who rushed to this floor was about to leave after seeing the players in front of him. However, at this moment, a player who had already activated the beast soul suddenly roared, and his whole body actually became larger out of thin air. Frenzy. The orcs who recognized this skill were immediately shocked and moved away from the frenzy player one by one. Dare to kill my brother, go to hell. The frenzied orc warrior was burned to ashes by the golden flames around the fire demon lord before he could rush up and stab him. The players who saw this scene took a breath and fled more determinedly. However, the fire demon lord who was attacked was also a little annoyed. The anger accumulated when he was chasing the thief just now was detonated by these guys at this moment. Boom boom boom. After a few times, this floor was almost covered by a group of exploding golden suns. When this floor calmed down again, the people of the Flying Tiger Guild appeared here again, but saw corpses all over the ground. When the players saw this scene one by one, the corners of everyone's mouth twitched. What kind of monster is this, actually? Seeing the temporary companion who has been with you for so long, it is impossible to say that there is no emotion. Oh no, the people above. It's too late. The captain shook his head and sighed. From the time the mage reminded him just now to now, it has been less than half a minute, and this place has become a dead place. Even the dying boss was burned to a charred ball. Captain, why did you believe that mage just now? If intuition, and a boss that can make such a powerful mage run away with all his strength, it would be so easy to deal with. When the captain of the Flying Tiger Guild thought that the mage could actually fly and hide, he felt that this world was too magical. The players who had already known the general situation through the scene were silent. One can fly and hide, not to mention, the other actually broke through the meteorite mining area and chased for thousands of miles. This is something they can't deal with. They can survive this catastrophe, which is also entirely due to the heroic name of their captain. Chapter 810 Mining Area Catastrophe, Part 2. For all the players in the star meteorite mining area, this boss that suddenly appeared from the depths of the ground was simply a catastrophe. When Shui Na used the return scroll to the city on the 20th floor to leave, the Flame Demon Lord also stopped at the 20th floor of the star meteorite mining area because he lost Shui Na's trace. However, this was just the beginning of the catastrophe. The Flame Demon Lord, who had lost his target, almost swept the entire star meteorite mining area in a venting way, and there were no living creatures wherever he passed. After that, this Flame Demon Lord stayed at the 20th floor of the star meteorite mining area, struggling to find Shui Na's trace. However, it did not wait for Shui Na, but waited for countless players who came to kill the boss, so there was a grand scene of thousands of people killing the boss. However, in this situation with an absolute level and rank gap, this is no longer something that can be made up by the number of people. The most important thing is that to deal with magic, you can only use magic to fight it, but the orcs have no talent in this area, so when the Flame Lord was provoked and became extremely angry, a large number of players were slaughtered. For most players, the black boss is almost only heard but not seen at present. Some players who came to pay homage also couldn't escape the induction of the Great Killer. Basically, before they had time to see clearly, they only saw a ball of golden flame, and then they became souls. For this boss who can almost sense living things within a kilometer, whether it is thieves from other countries or other professions, they can't escape the boss's fatal blow. However, this is also a later story. Now Mina is in the orc tribe of the Big Bad Wolf. Since the Big Bad Wolf completed that task, they have become the leaders of such a declining tribe as they wished, but this is just the beginning. Now there are still a lot of things waiting for these people to do. Shui Nai, who had just escaped, soon received greetings from Tai Feng. At the moment when the incident happened in the meteorite mine, most of the well-informed players had received the information. When Tai Feng heard that an invincible boss had appeared in the star meteorite mine, Tai Feng immediately thought of Shui Nai, so he sent a message to ask. I almost died. The boss chased me for dozens of floors and almost broke through the entire star meteorite mine. When Shui Nai thought of such a boss, he felt that it was a lucky thing to survive this time. Yes, the latest news says that it is guarding on the 20th floor. Now I heard that several guilds are planning to go and deal with it. Otherwise, we will go and take a look. Don't go. It is not something that current players can face. If we go, we will just be cannon fodder. Besides, I just escaped and I dare not go again. Haha, even you said you can't beat it, so we naturally won't go. But now you seem to have become the target of those big guilds in the Orc Kingdom. You'd better come back and be your magic apprentice. Are they all dead? Shui Nai was shocked when he heard this. I led the Flame Lord up here by myself, although it was unintentional, but it was related to me. Moreover, those big guilds that suffered heavy losses would naturally direct the anger of those members to Shui Nai, and let him take the blame. The latest news just came that they encountered the Flame Lord on the 20th floor, but half of them died in an instant. Now they are running for their lives, but it seems that the boss is in a bad mood and actually followed them. Damn, the war has now reached the 19th floor and is heading towards the 18th floor. Damn, then I'd better leave right away, let's talk about it later. Shui Nai said, and he had already seen the big bad wolf coming, so he gave all the unused orc equipment in his backpack to the big bad wolf. So many. Although the big bad wolf already knew the strength of this mage very well, he was still stunned when he saw so many equipment. If these equipments were white, it would be fine, but none of them were white, and the highest ones even had a few gold ones. Well, but I threw away some white equipment, and there are only so many left. Although Shui Nai had a lot of space in her backpack, in order to carry the weight, Shui Nai could only throw away those of low value. However, you have to know that equipment above level 100 can be sold for a lot of money even if it is white, because equipment after level 100 is not sold in NPC stores and can only be customized. By the way, don't go to the star meteorite mine area anymore, it's already abandoned, don't go there to die. Shui Nai solemnly reminded everyone. I know, then you should be careful too. The big bad wolf could see that Shui Nai was in a hurry, so he knew he was going to leave in a hurry. Well, bye then. Shui Nai said, and then he chose a direction and ran into the woods. Boss, there are so many equipments, Looking at the equipments on the ground, Tai Niu was also a little confused about what to do, because they were not enough to use them now. Keep some for yourself first, give it to the villagers here, and sell the rest. We have to be careful with these things, otherwise there may be problems. Although Big Bad Wolf didn't know what happened, he was a little worried when he saw Shui Nai's current beggarly appearance. Shui Nai didn't expect Big Bad Wolf and his team to be so meticulous, and even considered things he didn't think of. At this time, the star meteorite mining area was already a war. The golden flame of the Flame Lord, who had almost unlimited energy, never stopped for a moment. A large number of players wailed in the flames, and white lights dotted the sea of fire. However, looking at this Flame Lord who had already run to the first floor, all the presidents of the participating guilds looked at each other, and some didn't know what to do. What should we do now? The president of the Dragon Gang heard that his elite group members were actually solved by a boss, and thought that he was tricked by other presidents, so he brought half of the entire guild's population here. However, other guilds with the same idea naturally regarded them as enemies. When they saw the large forces of other guilds almost fighting, the players who had just resurrected also stopped them and explained the reason. After that, their members saw that there were so many people on their side, so they also clamored to form an army of 10,000 people to see if they could kill the Black Boss. When the 4 leaders of the Dragon Sect and others learned about the situation and learned that this was a level 150 Black Boss, the 4 of them instinctively felt that they should not go in and provoke this enemy. However, due to the members' excitement and in order to show the strength of their own guild, they could only wave their hands and command a group of people to use the human wave tactics to deal with this boss who had never seen the power. However, at the beginning, after everyone looked directly at the golden flame that burned and broke almost everything, everyone had only one idea, that is, to run away. However, the result of their running was that this flame the Demon Lord was led to the surface. What else can we do? Should we lead it to the main city? Then we may not have to stay in this Orc Kingdom. Several guild leaders said helplessly. The attitude of the Orc Kingdom towards players is relatively ordinary. Although they will not ignore it, if they lead this boss to the main city, they may be charged with treason and massacre. To be honest, after seeing the power of this golden flame, they all know that this boss may only be dealt with by people who have reached the saint level after level 200. Looking at the members who were almost dead, several guild leaders were also very sad. The compensation work after this will give them a headache for several days. The equipment of those members who died in battle alone is a very expensive thing. The most troublesome thing is that this fire demon lord refused to leave the meteorite mining area and kept guarding the entrance of this mining area, as if waiting for someone. As a result, its guarding destroyed the hope of all the players who were lucky enough to escape the golden flame in the mining area. What made them even more desperate was that the golden flame of this boss obviously had the ability to destroy equipment. If the equipment burned by this flame was of poor quality, it would be directly burned to ashes, but if it was of better quality, it could survive. However, now that this boss was guarding there, those scavengers had no chance to rush out and died. As a result, in the end, those players who were blocked inside had no choice but to commit suicide. And the players of the Flying Tiger Guild who were lucky enough to escape the two disasters were still trapped in it in the end. This is a big loss. If I tell others, it will be too embarrassing. The captain of the Flying Tiger elite group looked at the big sword in his hand and sighed. Because he was now preparing to commit suicide and return to the city. As the white light of suicide flashed, the teammate who was responsible for picking up the equipment finally completed the task and committed suicide. Since then, for more than half a year, no player has been able to enter this meteorite mining area. The Black Fire Demon Lord has always been a challenge for confident players, but no one can return alive. After learning the origin of this incident, everyone has understood the reason for the decline of the Starfall mine. However, when they vowed to find the Demon King and kill him for a few rounds, the Demon King disappeared without a trace, as if the player had never appeared. At the end of the catastrophe, according to the battle report of the Starfall mine, the number of participants in this battle has exceeded nearly 10,000, of which 70% have guild backgrounds. But in the end, only less than 1,000 people escaped, and the death rate was as high as more than 90%. As for the lost equipment and experience, it is even more incalculable. As a result, the Demon King became the most criticized player in the Orc Kingdom. Chapter 811 Lost in the Forest. Just when the Orc Kingdom was in chaos because of the appearance of a legendary black boss, Shui Na had already left the Elf Empire and accompanied the three priests of the Fox Fairy Guild to do the promotion task. Hey, where's your elemental suit? What did you change? When Xiaomei saw Shui Na, she asked the first question. It's broken, and was blown up by the boss. Shui Na said with some pain. No way, such a good suit is broken. Xiaomei and Yudi were a little shocked. Although they are not elemental mages, they also know the power of the elemental suit on Shui Na. No more, I'm sad. Shui Na looked at the shrunken attributes and said with some heartache. Then let's go, but it's really troublesome here. I can't use the map. Xiaomei looked at her grey player map and kept clicking on it, but it prompted that the map was invalid and could not be used. This is the difficulty of you priests, but what is this belief? Do you really believe in the gods of this game? Shui Na looked at the task information of the three of them, but found that their task prompts were all to follow the belief in light and find the way to light in this lost forest. I think it should be to feel the energy of holy light, just like you mages feel the elements. Yudi closed her eyes and understood a little. Sensing, then I know which side it is, and it's very strong. Shui Na looked at the space shrouded in grey fog and nodded. You know. This is what told me, just go in the direction it repels, that's it. Shui Na took off the glove on her left hand, revealing the dark mark. All this works. To be honest, Xiaomei was a little surprised by Shui Na's ability. It should be, but if it is really sensing the energy of holy light, then it shouldn't be too difficult here, it can't be so difficult. Shui Na was a little confused. I heard from the NPC that the more you believe in God, the more you can get the favor of God. However, I think it's mainly because the priest is too fragile. Those attack magics are nothing compared to yours. Xiaomei looked at the elemental wand in Shui Na's hand and curled her lips and said. Attribute problem, we are with the dark system. If we compare magic, we are not as strong as you guys. No more talking, if we don't leave now, it will be dark. Mina saw that Xiaomei didn't seem to care about this task at all, but Mina couldn't do that. Now he was already pressed by several big tasks and didn't have enough time. Afterwards, the three of them, led by Minna, walked directly into the forest completely covered by grey fog. Don't go too far away from me. Looking at the visibility of less than 10 meters, Shui Nai also had a headache. If you can't see, you can't do anything. If a few sneak attacks come at this time, she may be fine, but the three delicate girls behind her will be in trouble. After giving the three people the acceleration spell, Shui Nai took the lead. In the next half an hour, Shui Nai dealt with more than a dozen lost creatures that came to attack. These are the special creatures in the Lost Forest. It is said that these creatures have lost their faith in light, but have not thrown themselves into darkness. Therefore, they are lost and abandoned by the camps of light and darkness. These creatures are not high in level and weak in strength. They are basically not in Shui Nai's eyes. Basically, a few magic spells can solve them. Seeing Shui Nai fight so easily, the three people behind him also relaxed a little. The mortality rate of the Lost Forest is not too high, only 50%. However, this is much lower than the mortality rate of other professions when they are promoted. Take Shui Nai's elemental mage for example. Although there is a pioneer map, many players were killed by wild monsters in the middle of the journey, and finally failed. Hey, did you hear any sound? It seems that someone is asking for help. Just as the group was walking and talking and laughing, Yayan, who had been silent all the time, suddenly said this. Over here. Shui Nai's reaction was not slow, and soon he heard the voice that Yayan said. Is this the boss? There are 3 players here. You wait here first, I'll be back soon. Shui Nai followed the fastest, so when others couldn't see the situation clearly, he had already sent a message. Well, be careful. Xiao Mei was worried for a rare time. However, Xiao Mei's worry was obviously unnecessary, because less than a minute later, the battle on the other side was over. No way, it was resolved so quickly. Xiao Mei came out at this time. Just now, she hadn't had time to prepare her attack magic. This is just an ordinary boss, with a pitifully low magic defense. Shui Na looked at the charred body on the ground and shook his head. Just now, he had taken away almost 10,000 of its health with a flaming bomb. If it wasn't for this agile boss, with a bit of speed, Shui Na would have directly blown it up with a turret. Is this voice Xiao Mei? At this moment, the man among the 3 people saved by Shui Na suddenly ran over. Do you know him? Shui Na looked back and saw Xiao Mei's expression as if he had eaten a fly, and asked with some confusion. Classmate, but the relationship is not very good. Xiao Mei said gloomily in the team chat, if I had known it was him, I wouldn't have saved him. Seeing that Xiao Mei hated this man so much, Shui Nai also felt disgusted for some reason. Moreover, when Shui Nai saw this man, he didn't even look at his savior, but was very attentive to Yayan. The almost artificial care in the lecherous eyes made Shui Nai feel uncomfortable. Moreover, there were 2 girls coming with this man. Although they were not as pretty as Yayan and Xiao Mei, they were also girls with good figures and pretty faces. But now they were like women who were ruthlessly abandoned. The resentful and jealous eyes made Shui Nai instinctively feel that this man should not be a good thing. Coupled with what Xiao Mei said just now, Shui Nai felt that this man must have done something against the will of heaven and earth, so he would get such a disgusting evaluation from Xiao Mei from the inside out. Okay, it's time for us to leave. Looking at Xiao Mei's suggestive eyes, Shui Nai knew that she had to be the bad guy herself. As the saying goes, fists don't hit smiling people. Shui Nai also knew that Xiao Mei couldn't do too much with this man's smile. After all, they were in the same class and would see each other sooner or later. This is. At this time, the male priest named Jidao Zhanshen discovered Shui Nai's existence. To be honest, when he saw this mage suddenly appear here, he was also shocked. We invited bodyguards, okay, we have to leave too. If you have anything to do, then we'll see each other here. Xiao Mei saw that Yayan's face was already stern, so she pulled her to leave. Well, we don't have anything to do, why don't we go together, after all, it's easier to get things done with more people. Jidao Zhanshen came up naturally. To be honest, he really didn't expect to see this classmate he had been thinking about day and night here. Is this fate? Jidao Zhanshen thought to himself, and at the same time, he had such a strong bodyguard. He was relieved. That's fine, but you have to listen to my command. After all, we are all mages. Once something goes wrong, I can't take care of everyone. Shui Na thought about it. Although he wanted to leave these people behind, he knew that it was impossible. After all, the script was on them, unless they were all killed. Listen to your command. Jideo War God said strangely. Well, yes, you must listen to me. Let's go. Shui Na saw that he questioned himself at the beginning, and it was the kind of complete distrust. He knew that his journey this time might not be very happy. Wait, is there anything wrong with going this way? Well, believe me. Shui Na knew that this guy might want to highlight his ability by belittling himself, so Shui Na acted a little stronger and planned to suppress his spirit first. In addition, he knew that Yayan and the other three would definitely believe in him. But this is the priest's promotion mission site, you are just an elemental mage, isn't this a bit? In fact, although Jideo War God wanted to replace Shui Nai's role as the commander, he thought more about what this mage was like, and how he could feel the holy light energy like a priest, and it seemed that he was quite strong. This is a secret. Shui Nai said affirmatively, and then walked in one direction without looking back. Seeing Yayan and the others follow him obediently without even asking, Jideo War God was also depressed, and at the same time felt a little dangerous. From the moment he let Xiao Mei and Yayan go, he said a lot to Yayan, but Yayan only responded one sentence at a time, very perfunctory. However, this was not the first time, so he used his skill of pestering to the maximum. And then, when Xiao Mei and another female priest he didn't know occupied both sides of Yayan, he couldn't even follow them to get intimate. Yayan, I didn't expect your game ID to be so cute. Jideo Zinshan's tone was so cheesy that Yayan and the others almost trembled. SHH. Keep your voice down. Also, please turn off the light and shadow effects of your equipment. When Shui Nai received Xiao Mei's reminder in the team chat, he said to Jideo Zhanshen who was chattering all the way. But, this equipment halo won't attract monsters. Jideo Zhanshen also knew that he couldn't speak loudly in the wild, so he endured it, but this should have nothing to do with the equipment halo. No, but your equipment halo will affect my vision, which will affect my judgment. Shui Nai was also very troubled by this guy turning on the equipment halo to the maximum. To be honest, Shui Nai now wanted to use a magic wand to knock this guy to death. Chapter 8:12 Parting Ways. What do you mean? I always do this, and no one has ever said anything to me. Why do you have so many requirements? Although Jideo War God is not an outstanding player, his equipment is top-notch among priests, so he really wants others to see his equipment and feel envious. To be honest, priests usually don't have high requirements for equipment. After all, for priests, their tasks are to treat and assist, and fighting is not their full-time job. Moreover, in most cases, priests will be protected by others. Few people are as stupid as Jideo War God, who makes his equipment so good and shows it off. Although this equipment is very important here, there is no need to release the equipment halo like this. Alas, the situation here is unclear now. If you can be careful, you must be careful. Shui Na said helplessly. I think you are jealous of my equipment. Jideo War God said with some contempt. To be honest, he has always had this capital to show off. Oh my god. Xiao Mei covered her face with her hands when she heard this. Now she really regretted letting Shui Nai save this guy. Let him see, otherwise, he will keep fighting. If you don't kill his spirit, it will be difficult for you to lead this team. Xiao Mei looked at the arrogant Jideo War God and wanted to say that she didn't know him. Okay. Although Shui Nai didn't like to show off, he also had an interest in hitting this guy when he saw his face. Shui Nai opened the equipment halo of all the dark gold equipment on his body. Although it was only 2 or 3 seconds, it made everyone feel dazzling in this grey environment. Looking at the already stunned Jideo War God, Shui Nai was too lazy to say anything. After saying a word, he continued to move forward. Xiao Mei, who is this guy? After seeing Shui Nai walk away, Jideo War God immediately asked in a low voice. In fact, he wanted to ask in private chat, after all, this kind of question is a bit difficult to say, but although Xiao Mei and Yayan added him as a friend, they seemed to have never opened the private chat system, so his several applications were not accepted. However, what he didn't know was that Xiao Mei and Yayan had already blacklisted his private chat application to prevent him from being harassed by this guy. Although both of them had to add him because of their classmates, they were not interested in having anything to do with this playboy, and they didn't want to follow the footsteps of the 2 girls in the class and become the laughing stock of others. He is our idol. At this moment, Xiaomei's eyes suddenly turned, and a plan came to her mind. However, if Shui Na heard Xiaomei say this in such a coquettish voice, Shui Nai might vomit blood and die directly. Isn't this clearly asking for trouble? After hearing this, the face of the Jideo war god immediately darkened. If he heard Xiaomei say this herself, he would be a little bothered. After all, Xiaomei is not the type he likes, so it doesn't matter if he can't get her. However, he actually saw that Ye Yan didn't object. With his understanding of Ye Yan, this is almost true. To be honest, this Jideo war god has a strong possessiveness before he gets it, so when he pursues a girl, he often does everything he can. His active actions make many girls unbearable and thus fall into his trap. However, this trick of his is useless for Ye Yan. Because Ye Yan is not short of money, and secondly, she already knows that this guy is a playboy. Therefore, whether it is the money offensive or the romantic offensive of Jideo war god, it is completely meaningless. No way, I think his strength is average, but his equipment is better. Don't be fooled by them. There are so many cheaters in the game now. Jideo war god knew that he couldn't beat him in equipment, so he planned to start from other aspects and beat him. Cheater. Xiaomei and the other two looked at each other and laughed. They felt very funny about the self-contradictory behavior of Jideo war god. Is it true that people with good equipment are only allowed to be good people? Seeing the three women's smiles from the heart, Jideo war god was stunned again, staring blankly at Ye Yan, who was smiling very implicitly and with classical beauty. This priest robe is really beautiful. Jideo war god looked at Ye Yan under the holy white robe and began to imagine how to untie the white robe and do something else afterwards. In fact, this Jideo war god is a priest control. He is born to like girls like Ye Yan who wear holy priest robes, and this is why he chose the profession of priest. After all, the one who is close to the water will get the moon first. Let me tell you, if he is a liar, then there is no man in the world who is not a liar. Xiaomei's words have a hidden meaning, but she didn't expect that Jideo war god couldn't hear who the real target of this sentence was. Xiaomei, you are too arbitrary. Although I don't think I am a good man, I don't think he is a good person. However, at this time, Shui Na suddenly came back, and when he saw his figure, Jideo war god stopped talking. Although he didn't like this guy, he still had to rely on Shui Na to complete this mission. Besides, if this mage got angry and killed someone, he would be wronged. What's going on? Xiaomei ignored the Jideo war god who was holding back and asked Shui Na. There is a big river ahead. I looked for it and didn't find any bridge or anything like that. Can't we wade across it? No, it's too deep, and there are monsters in the water. Shui Na glanced at the Jideo war god's people. If it was only Ye Yan and the others, this river would be dispensable to Shui Na, but... River? That's impossible. From the information I got, it seems that there is no river on the right road. Jideo war god realized at this time that he had followed this guy for a long time and had gone the wrong way. It seems to be right. I can't really go the wrong way. Xiaomei said in the team chat at this time, but she didn't say anything outside. Since Jideo war god had not joined Shui Nai's team, he did not know the situation inside their team, but when he saw Xiaomei and the others were silent, he became even more angry. To be honest, if Xiaomei had said before that this mage was their idol, he would not have believed it. With Xiaomei's personality, this was more of a joke. But now, this mage has obviously done something wrong, but they still have no expression, not even complaining, which makes him know that this guy will really be his enemy. No, it's this side. Shui Na was not sure about the clearance strategy in the hands of Xiaomei and the other priests, but he knew that his direction was not wrong. Seeing Shui Na so sure, Xiaomei and the others knew that Shui Na was not wrong. To be honest, from the beginning, the three of them knew that Shui Nai's induction was much stronger than theirs. When they had not yet calmly sensed the holy light energy, he just turned around and knew the direction, and it coincided with their own. Hey, how do you explain the problem with the river in front of us? I remember that in the walkthrough, there was no mention of a river, not even a drop of water. Then, you can sense it again to see if I am wrong. Shui Na shrugged. To be honest, Shui Na had no interest in paying attention to his opinion. Then you wait, I will try. After saying this, Jideo Zhanshen began to calmly sense the so-called holy light energy, but he could not calm down at all. However, when he opened his eyes, he pointed in a direction opposite to Shui Na. Very good, then let's part here. Anyway, we are on different paths, so we should not seek each other. Shui Na looked at Ji Dao Zhanshen and nodded. Shui Na felt that he didn't need to endure his behavior that was clearly making trouble. Shui Na knew that in this lost forest, not all places and all times could feel the so-called belief in light. Take this place for example, even Shui Na could only vaguely know from his left hand that there was danger in that direction, which was many times weaker than at the beginning, but Shui Na could calm down and sense it carefully. As for priests like Yan, they couldn't sense anyone here, let alone the guy Jidao war god. Wait, you just believe this guy, he is just an elemental mage, you. However, when Jidao war god saw Shui Na take out a flying device, he was speechless. Now he finally understood why Shui Na was embarrassed at the beginning. It turned out that this guy had a way to cross the river at the beginning, but he couldn't take everyone away at once. Once separated in this lost forest, they would really be lost, because here, without a map and unable to see the environment clearly, once they go far away, the possibility of meeting again is pitifully low. I can take one away, this shuttle can take two. Shui Na looked at Yan and the other three and said. We can also control this shuttle. Xiao Mei's eyes lit up immediately when she heard this. Okay, but I have to exclude you first. This thing is a little difficult to control. With your personality, it's better not to mess around. Shui Na didn't dare to let Xiao Mei control it. Once a mistake was made, the people on both sides might get lost. Yan, don't leave. Don't worry, even if we go the wrong way, he can take us to this ghost forest, so you don't have to worry. After Xiao Mei finished speaking, she pulled Yu Dai and asked her to control the shuttle. To be honest, Xiao Mei felt very happy to have the opportunity to leave this extreme war god, so she said it with a smile this time. Chapter 813 Angel's Request. Seeing that the mage actually knew the flying technique, and also pulled the girl he liked to fly to the sky together, the extreme war god had to admit that the strength of this mage was very strong. At present, there are players who have the flying technique, but they are all players on the list. Take Shenlong, the president of the Dark Dragon Guild, for example. This kind of president-level player is someone he has to look up to. Maybe he can call the wind and rain in reality, but if he wants to call the wind and rain in the game, it is not something he can do at present. After all, in the game, sometimes money can't solve all problems. Seeing that they have already flown away, Jidao War God also regretted why he was so impulsive. If this guy was with him, it would be extremely easy for him to pass this task. However, now is not the time for him to regret, and he should not have such regretful behavior at this time. After all, there are two other less beautiful women waiting for him behind him. Yudi, don't fly too fast. Looking at the two people who were looming in front of him, Shui Na was also a little worried. It's different in the air than on the ground. On the ground, Shui Na can determine her position by drawing a line, but once she is separated in the air, she is really separated. It is probably very difficult to find them in this foggy environment. Also, don't fly too high. There should be some restrictions here. Shui Na added. Damn, you just got rid of a disgusting guy, and you become so nagging, believe it or not, we will just get rid of you. Xiao Mei threatened in the team chat. Although this mission is theirs and has nothing to do with Shui Na, he shut up when he thought that if they were really separated, he would have to spend time to find them. However, he had finished what he wanted to say. Hey, Shui Na, is there really a river below? Why is it so big? Yudi looked at the rushing water below and was a little confused. Is it a lake? Wait. No, we are lost. At this time, Shui Na suddenly found that he had been spinning. No way. We have been flying forward. Xiao Mei looked at the grey fog here, which was obviously many times thicker, and was a little worried. The direction of the wind now is different from the beginning, but the wind here is blowing steadily, so I said we are lost. Follow me, I will lead the way. After thinking about the wind afterwards in this direction, Shui Na felt that this place might not be simple. A forest that can make people lose their way, and there is such a dense fog. Even if there are no monsters in such a forest, it is not so easy to pass through. All along, the reason why players can run rampant in this world is all thanks to the help of this player map. After losing this map, the player is equivalent to losing his left and right arms. When Shui Na led a few people to walk along the wind, they no longer had the problem of spinning in the fog just now. After passing this river, Shui Na and the others continued immediately. Without the interruption of the extreme war god, the speed of the 4 people in the group was much faster, and they returned to the state of talking and laughing at the beginning. The only thing that made Shui Nai a little worried was Yan, who seemed to be less fond of laughing now than before. However, after seeing that Xiao Mei was completely concerned, Shui Nai was relieved. Although Xiao Mei is usually careless and heartless, she is much more thoughtful than ordinary boys. So since Xiao Mei didn't say anything, Yan might feel that she doesn't know how to get along with her, so she just doesn't say anything and stays like a wooden man to avoid embarrassment. Okay, it looks like we are really almost there. Shui Nai, who was walking in the front, suddenly felt a burst of pain in her left hand. So fast. Yan didn't expect that she had only been here for half a day and she was almost there. Because they can already feel the increasingly strong holy light, which is their original power. In fact, the area of this lost forest is not too large. It's just that the player map cannot be used, and the visibility is so low that players think it is more difficult. Shui Nai said very clearly. As far as Shui Nai has been to, the difficulty of this lost forest is really not too great. Okay, I'll take you here. After that, it's up to you. Shui Nai glanced at the fog in front of him. To be honest, the holy light there was very strong, so strong that Shui Nai felt that if he walked closer, his left hand would probably burn. For safety reasons, Shui Nai still thought it was better not to get close. If there was any magic restriction of holy light, he would be dead. Okay, see you later. Xiao Mei said, and then pulled the 2 of them into the fog. However, for the sake of safety, the careful Yan used the magic wand in her hand to gently draw a line on the ground to prevent them from getting lost. Just when Shui Nai was doing nothing and preparing to try to challenge the mage level scroll, he suddenly heard Xiao Mei shouting in the team chat, "Oh, this is a bird man. You should say it's an angel, and it's a 4-winged one, but why is there an angel here?" Yu Dai also said in surprise. In front of the 3 of them, a pure white holy light column appeared out of thin air, and in this holy light column, a humanoid creature with 2 pairs of white wings behind it was suspended inside. Angel? I remember there should be no angels here. When Shui Nai heard about the angel, his heart stomped for a moment, because he suddenly thought of the huge eye in the sky. It's an angel, but it doesn't seem to move. Could it be asleep? Xiao Mei replied. Damn, you'd better hurry up, this guy might be against me. Shui Nai's forehead was already sweating a little because this guy was obviously a subordinate of the God of Light. No way. Xiao Mei replied, she didn't know about Shui Nai and the God of Light. Let's complete this task as soon as possible. To be honest, I still think it's a problem to see this angel here. Yan also spoke at this time. She knew that Shui Nai would not do anything without a purpose, so she felt that if she stayed here for too long, Shui Nai might really get into trouble. Okay. Then the 3 of them took action immediately. In fact, what the priests have to do in this lost forest is to find a holy light column somewhere in this forest, and go into this column to feel the energy of the holy light, accept the baptism of the holy light, and complete the transformation. When the 3 rushed into this holy light column, they immediately heard a soft female voice calling in their ears. Please help me, please help me. The 3 looked up and found that the voice really came from this 4-winged angel. However, this 4-winged angel did not open his eyes. Looking at this creature that was full of question marks under their reconnaissance skills, the 3 of them did not know how to respond to her. Do you need our help? Xiao Mei was still bolder and asked directly. Yes, I need your help. After getting Xiao Mei's response, the 4-winged angel's voice became clearer. Then what can we do to help you? Xiao Mei didn't know whether she could help this angel. After coming down from heaven, my soul power was severely depleted. I need a body to hold my soul until it recovers. Body, don't you have a body? Xiao Mei pointed at her angel in silver full body armor, as if this body was even more powerful. This body can't walk in this world, I need a body that can walk in this world. By the way, since you can't walk in this world, why do you want to come down? This is God's will, we are obeying his orders. When talking about God, the angel's tone was very terrified. Well, where should we go to find a body for you? Xiao Mei thought this task should be good. Xiao Mei, Mina seems. It's okay, anyway, it shouldn't be a big problem, and it's easier to deal with if we ask clearly. Anyway, there will always be people coming here in the future, why don't we just agree to her? It can be both good and guard against her, killing 2 birds with 1 stone? The 2 thought about it and felt that what Xiao Mei said made sense, so they nodded. I need a body that can accommodate my soul. Among you, there is one person who meets the criteria. We? No way. When Xiaomei heard this, she almost jumped up and down. At first, she thought it was just a task of running errands, but now she dared to ask for a player's body? Yes, during this period, my soul will coexist with your soul in a sleeping form, and will not affect your daily actions. The four-winged angel obviously heard Xiaomei's worry. Why not? Let's go back to the church and ask the strong people inside to come over. With their abilities, they should be able to help you. This was Xiaomei's initial idea. The church? Impossible, the church has now deviated from the glorious guidance of the gods and is on the verge of falling. Ah! The three people heard the angel's statement and screamed at the same time. What is this? But how do you want me to believe you? What if you are not under the throne of the God of Light, then we will. After the three of them discussed, they found that only Yayan had received the inhabitation mission. Although this mission seems to have no problem, if this is really a four-winged angel who came down to deal with Shui Na, then it is a real problem. After all, they have a close relationship with Shui Na. We can sign a soul contract. At the same time, during this period, part of my power will be allocated to you for use, and I will protect your safety when you are in danger. The four-winged angel obviously determined that Yayan would not let go, so she had to say such a generous condition. However, Yayan was still hesitant. Chapter 814 Storm Dragon God. Promise her. Shui Na said in the team chat when Yayan was hesitating. Shu Hai Pavilion. But Yayan was afraid of becoming hostile to Shui Na. As Xiaomei said, if she really wants to deal with me, I think it is better to control her in your hands. If it falls into the hands of others, it will be more troublesome for me, because I don't know her whereabouts and abilities at all. Moreover, such generous conditions, you have to agree to it. To be honest, having a four-winged angel as a guardian is the most amazing thing in the game. What is an angel? It is a creature of the same level as dragons and phoenixes. Although it may not be as powerful as them in combat, it is definitely mythical in terms of assistance. What happened? When Yayan and Yudai saw this four-winged angel suddenly turned into two balls of white light and sank into Yayan's chest and left wrist respectively, they asked in unison. All attributes increased by 50%, and a skill of Angel's Punishment and a state of Angel Guardian were obtained. After that, Yayan announced the attributes she had just obtained in the team chat. Wow, then you have become the most awesome priest. Looking at the attribute that increased by 50%, Xiaomei said enviously, this attribute is almost comparable to that of an elemental mage. Yayan is a priest, and then she got the holy flame. Now there is an angel, so her strength will not soar? Yayan, try this punishment later, it has such a high attribute, it must be very cool to use it. The energy tank is not full yet? This skill has a lot of restrictions, it is almost better than my frozen eye. Shui Na looked at this skill very carefully, and reminded Xiaomei who didn't see it completely. Energy tank? This. Xiaomei, who was reminded, immediately found the shortcomings of this skill. This is a skill that cannot be used indiscriminately, and can only be used when it is most needed. Shui Na reminded. What about the Angel Guard? This state should. Xiaomei still refused to give up. I guess this state will only be activated when facing the dark camp, otherwise if you go directly to the boss to commit suicide, you can't let this angel come out to save the situation. This is impossible, so don't even think about it, or you'll end up losing more than you gain. Shui Na saw through Xiaomei's thoughts. Damn, you worm, believe it or not, I will poison you to death with medicine. Xiaomei found that her thoughts were known by others, and said with a pout. Xiaomei's words made everyone laugh. Hehe, but 50% bonus is very strong, and I think there should be hidden effects for us to discover. There are too many deep things in this game, and it is not enough to just look at the surface. Okay, I have to leave too, goodbye. Seeing that the three of them changed into the gold-edged priest robes representing the priests, Shui Na also knew that it was time for him to say goodbye. As for the sleeping angel, it did not immediately cause trouble for Shui Na, and Yayan was relieved to see this. No need to see you off, goodbye. Xiaomei didn't try to persuade them to stay. Anyway, Shuina was useless. Keeping him would only make things difficult for Yayan. So she directly pulled the two of them towards the location of the Fox Fairy Guild. Looking at Xiaomei's back, Shuina shrugged and disappeared in the teleportation array. However, when Chwina came out of the white light of the teleportation, he appeared beside Xiaoyu. Solved, so fast. Xiaoyu looked at Chwina who appeared beside her and said with some surprise. It's a very simple task, and it was solved in a few steps. Thinking that the two of them had just said goodbye yesterday and were back now, Chwina was a little proud. Think about those priests who stayed in the Lost Forest for more than 10 days and couldn't find the way, but they completed it in less than a day. Oh, I thought you had to stay a few more days? Although Xiaoyu's words were a bit plain, Mina smelled a little sour, and her heart couldn't help but click for a while. No wonder others say that women love vinegar the most. No, I have to go to the north to find someone tomorrow? There is not enough time, so I have no mood to stay there, so of course I come to accompany you. Mina naturally wouldn't point it out, making Xiaoyu unhappy. However, when it comes to this, Mina and Xiaoyu are a little silent. With the development of the game, Mina and Xiaoyu have less and less time together. As for the real life, although they will use the holiday time from time to time to play, such a short time is not enough for them who are in love. By the way, are you free on Saturday the day after tomorrow? My mother asked you to have a meal. Just after the two hugged and were silent for a while, Xiaoyu suddenly said. Again. Thinking of the last time she went there with Xiaoyu, Xuanai was almost asked about her ancestors by her, and this memory made Xuanai unforgettable. Don't want to? Then forget it. Xiaoyu saw Xuanai didn't speak, and said calmly. No. I'm just thinking about what gift to send over. Xuanai wiped the sweat from her forehead after saying that. Do you have to send gifts every time you go back? Xiaoyu asked back. That is also right. By the way, Xiaoyu, that, I want to ask, your family's treatment of us. Xuanai asked nervously. Although Xuanai doesn't care about such issues as whether the family is well matched or not, for a big family like the Cheng family, this is not something that the two of them can decide. They have no objection, as long as I am happy. When Xiaoyu saw Xuanai like this, she felt warm in her heart and a sweet smile appeared. For Xiaoyu's family, Xiaoyu is so old, but she doesn't even have a good friend of the opposite sex, which makes them very worried. They are worried that their daughter has some mental illness. Although they don't advocate their daughter to fall in love too early, they can't be like Xiaoyu, who doesn't even have a few friends. Therefore, for the appearance of Xuanai and their daughter's persistence, they are more likely to go along with her. However, the necessary work still needs to be done. However, as they investigated, they found that although Xuanai had a bad background, she was innocent and excellent in all aspects, so they were relieved and planned to accept this new member in the future. Xuanai, who accompanied Xiaoyu for almost a day, left the next day. On this day, Xuanai and the others did not go to trouble the wild monsters, nor did they leave the quiet valley. The two just lay quietly on the hillside, looking at the blue sky and white clouds during the day, and looking at the stars at night yesterday. Although these are all fake, they feel very good and like this feeling. Finding a player in the game world is like looking for a needle in a haystack, and what's more troublesome is that Mina only knows that he is from the Earth Elf clan. However, fortunately, in this game, most players are high-profile people who like to show off some equipment or other things that they have but others don't have. In the early days of the game, a player showed off a secondary magic book he got. As soon as he saw this blurry candid photo, Mina knew that he had really found it without any effort. For this level 1 artifact equipment, the player who got it actually only showed off once, and then kept it hidden, but for professionals who make their fortunes by excavating intelligence, once they have appeared, there is no way to hide them. While looking at the player's information, Xuanai was thinking about how to get the incomplete book of the local chapter from him. Killing and robbing is not an option, because this guy is a guild leader with good strength. Once he gets started, I am afraid it will be endless. However, for now, it seems that his existence has been discovered by the people of the Dark Camp. There have been several times when the guild headquarters in the north of the Elf Empire has been attacked by players from the Dark Camp, but none of them succeeded. For these elusive Dark Camp thieves, the people on the side of the Holy Light Camp are also very troubled. The thieves of the Dark Camp are much better at stealth than those of the Holy Light Camp. In addition, the strength of the guards in the main city is generally not able to keep up with the pace of the players, which makes the thieves of the Dark Camp almost come and go freely. Forget it, don't think about it, just go and ask. After Mizuna read the information of the Earth Mage named Storm Dragon God, he went to the headquarters of the Sons of the Earth Guild in the main city of Dustwind. Are you looking for our president? A low-level player who was responsible for the security of the headquarters gate looked at Mizuna and asked. For him, such a player whose information could not be detected at all was not something that players like them who were only a few dozen levels could offend, but for safety reasons, he still had to ask. In fact, Mizuna was planning to make an appointment with him directly through the friend system, but the Storm Dragon God did not accept any external applications, so Mizuna had to visit him. Yes, I have something to find your president, I wonder if he is here. In fact, Mizuna had already known that he was inside through the induction of the Book of Elements. Then please wait a moment, I'll ask first. Our president is inside, but he said he doesn't know you, so. Looking at the player who asked in the private chat, Shui Na had to say that the chat system in this game is too powerful and too efficient. It was only a matter of seconds, and Shui Na was rejected at the door. Then just tell him that I'm the person he's looking for. Regarding this mysterious induction, Shui Na didn't believe that the Storm Dragon God couldn't sense it even if he was so close. This. Do it. Our president invites you, please follow me. The next moment, Shui Na followed the player through the door to an office. After that, Shui Na saw a fat player wearing a cocky wizard robe. After an insight spell, and comparing the picture on the information, Shui Na also confirmed that this was the Storm Dragon God he was looking for. Chapter 815 Elf Treasure House. Shortly after Shui Na left with the half-volume of the book as she wished, a figure suddenly appeared behind the Storm Dragon God. Shu Hai Pavilion *. Mr. Feng, let's just leave it at that. It would be great if the Book of Elements on him exploded. The elf thief had obviously heard what the two said. Explode? If it was so easy to explode, the one in my hand would not be in my hand long ago. The Storm Dragon God felt a little embarrassed when he thought that he had died more than a dozen times because of this book. Then you can also think of other ways. Don't you want this Book of Elements? It's a divine weapon. Don't bother me, and the person just now is not easy to deal with. I don't want to be like that Japanese idiot, whose guild was destroyed by others and now I am being raised like a dog. No more, since you have done this, I won't say anything. Seeing that the Storm Dragon God was so determined, the Black Shadow didn't say anything more. Shui Na, I didn't expect you to have such a creation-level artifact. The Black Shadow thought before disappearing. However, his ring was revealed when he disappeared at the last moment. If Daojian Wuqing or Arrow God were there, they would definitely recognize that it was Wu Dao's eavesdropping ring. Storm Dragon God naturally didn't know about Wu Dao and Shui Na, but now he didn't feel any loss. Because the remnant of the Earth chapter was no longer of much value to him. As a remnant, its bonus was not as strong as Shui Na's water scroll. At most, it was only effective for the elementary and intermediate magic of the Earth system, and the only useful thing was the Earth system sealing power. However, this Earth system sealing power was very convenient. Not only did it not need to be equipped, but even if it was given to others, it could still work, and Shui Na had promised him that he would not deprive him of its sealing power. In other words, this Storm Dragon God could still be the invincible Storm Dragon God, and his strength had not been greatly reduced. Moreover, the most important thing is that the Storm Dragon God has been scared by the thieves in the dark camp, otherwise he would not have been hiding in this headquarters. When Shui Na proposed that he would not be harassed as long as he handed over the book, he was naturally happy. However, what Shui Na did not say was that the Lich King on the dark side, who was the one who ordered to deal with the Storm Dragon, had been sealed. So during this period of time, the Storm Dragon God found that no one came to trouble him. However, if Shui Na if he knew that his conversation with the Storm Dragon God was overheard, he would not be so happy. If someone knew the secret of the Book of Elements, it would be a disaster. After all, in the game, a piece of top-quality equipment can turn brothers into enemies, not to mention such a divine weapon. But now, Shui Na has gone back to accompany Xiao Yu, but this time, he accompanies Xiao Yu to kill monsters. After completing the collection of the Book of Elements, Shui Na's next task is to go to the Dark Camp to see if he can find the Dark Book and bring it back. However, when Shui Na went to dig gems, people from the Undead Empire also came to attack the Elf Empire and the Human Empire. Players who have learned death teleportation have integrated this skill with their own characteristics. A large number of players and NPCs use this magical skill to run around and kill people in various places in the Holy Light Camp, making the players of the Holy Light Alliance have to be careful. For this reason, the Human Empire and the Elf Empire also organized several thief teams to exchange gifts. However, the Undead clan has a strong sense of living things. Only players like Dao Yiyu Dao and Tian Hen who rely on hard power to win can successfully kill and retreat. When do you plan to go there? Xiaoyu suddenly asked while playing. Wait until this mage killer is upgraded to level 10. Shui Na looked at the mage killer who was already level 6 and thought about it. However, during this process, Shui Na did not forget to hold up the Wraith Shield to block the magic that came one by one. In the past few days, Shui Na has been using this mage killer to slaughter the mage monsters here, while Xiaoyu has been sniping those who have slipped through the net from a distance. By the way, you really don't want to join Tai Feng's guild, there are many classmates there. Shui Na remembered the task given to him by Tai Feng at this time, and pulled Xiaoyu into the guild. With Shui Nai's gift, Tai Feng got the 4th level guild cornerstone. Now his guild is growing rapidly, and the number of members is also increasing. No, you should let Tai Feng give up this idea. Xiaoyu said clearly again. Okay. Shui Nai didn't care. In fact, Tai Feng had long known that his plan was not feasible. Oh, there is one more thing. Tai Feng asked me before and said that it was time to go to the treasure house of the Elf Empire. Shui Nai and his friends had actually wanted to go to this treasure house of the elves for a long time, but because their level was not high at that time, they decided to wait until everyone passed the 100th level before going. And now, Tai Feng, who started the slowest, has also reached the 100th level, and it is time to go. Tomorrow. Xiaoyu said indifferently. Then I will notify everyone to gather tomorrow. When Shui Nai and his group of 7 gathered again, Shui Nai looked at Dao Yiyu Dao, who had been in the dark camp for some time, and couldn't help but feel that this guy was really murderous now. It seems that he has been killing people and setting fires over there for a while. As for Tai Feng, he has now come out of his previous state of leveling up with all his strength, and his level has not moved in the past few days. However, knowing that this guy's guild is getting more and more lively, Shui Nai thinks that he is more capable in management. Why are you two so late this time? Tai Feng looked at Yu Qingchen and Poxio and said with some confusion. These two guys are usually very punctual, why are they so late this time? No, I met a few classmates and was entangled by them to go to the dungeon, and the time was missed. Sorry. Poxio said a little embarrassedly. Oh, then let's go. Don't let the NPC wait for too long. After Tai Feng finished speaking, he took the lead and left. Hey, Lao Fan, when are you going to the Undead Empire? Soon, it will be done in about 2 or 3 days. There are enough mages in Xiaoyu's secret leveling point. As long as Shui Nai works hard in it for a few days, she can get enough growth points. Then remember to call me, I will go there and do the mission as well. Dao Yiyu Dao seemed to be obsessed with going there to kill people. Okay, but I'm afraid I won't do it this time. Shui Nai's mission is to sneak in, not to kill people. No problem, I know that, I just want to take a ride. After meeting Diana, Shui Nai and the others came to the treasure house where the elves stored treasures as they wished. This treasure house was originally built underground in Moonlight City. It was a place that could only be reached by teleportation array, and this treasure house was so big that they were surprised. The treasure house of nearly 1,000 square meters was almost filled with a dazzling array of shelves and storage treasure boxes made of magic metal. Dao Yiyu Dao was almost crazy with excitement. However, it was a pity that they could only take one item away, and such an item must be something they could use. Otherwise, it could not be taken away. And this was also the reason why they would choose to take it away after everyone had passed level 100 and the reason for the promotion is completed. Such an opportunity is unique. Once used, it will be gone. Looking at the tens of thousands of items here, everyone went in frantically and began to select them one by one. Damn, these elves are too idle. They actually collected so many things. They are looking for death. If there are not more here, you will be dissatisfied again. It's better to hurry up. We only have 1 hour. Shui Na knew that Dao Yiyu Dao was obviously not sincere. The items here cover almost all items after level 100. From equipment to material gems, to skill books, and even pet eggs. After taking a general look at the layout here, Shui Na and the others immediately allocated their respective areas of responsibility. For those who didn't have good pets, such as Poxio and Yu Qingchen, they went directly to the pet area. Tai Feng and Dao Yiyu Dao went to the equipment area, Xiaoyu and Qun Lixu went to the skill area, and as for Shui Nai, who had everything, he was assigned to the material and gem area, which was the least attractive to them. Wow, this is a top-grade item. Oh, I want this too. Tai Feng was almost shouting excitedly in the team chat. Dao Yiyudao on the other side was also about to go crazy. His eyes became more and more red, and his breath became heavier. Ah, Lao Fan, let's go out and fight later. I want to vent. Dao Yiyudao shouted in the team chat. On Dao Yiyudao's left hand, there was a black cloak, and on his right hand was a pair of gloves of the same color, but this pair of gloves was made of silk cloth. This was a small suit specially for thieves, and it was at the dark gold level. The attributes were so good that Dao Yiyudao went crazy. Okay, I want to play a game too. This is so frustrating. Tai Feng panted. He had his eyes on a warrior suit, and it was a rare dark gold suit with no race requirements. Idiot, this is the collection of the elves for thousands of years. You actually focus on these dark gold equipment. It's such a failure. Shui Nai said sarcastically in the team chat, and then he saw two cursors moving quickly on the map. It's okay, it's okay. Shui Nai muttered in a low voice, and then looked at this row of beautiful gems and began to check them one by one. Damn, there really is legendary equipment. Ah. At this time, Tai Feng suddenly said stupidly, and then screamed wildly. This cloak is amazing. Fortunately, there is no race requirement, otherwise I really want to kill people. Dao Yiyudao also said, and then grabbed the cloak in his hand, looking like whoever grabs it will die. Did you find it on your side? Shui Nai asked the others. Well, I found something that looks like a dragon egg here, but my reconnaissance skills are useless. At this time, Dawn dropped another depth charge. Chapter 816 Prophet. When Shui Nai and his group went over, Dao Yiyudao, who also wanted to be a dragon knight, could no longer contain his excitement. Although the attributes of the legendary cloak he had his eyes on were very good, as long as it was equipment, it would always expire, and pets were different. They could be used indefinitely, and the more they were used, the stronger they became. Therefore, a good pet is of great significance, but Dao Yiyudao had never found a pet like Shui Nai. When thieves choose pets, they have very high requirements. After all, thieves are a profession that wins by speed, so it is difficult for ordinary pets to meet such requirements. As for finding a pet with a meat shield, this is simply asking the thief to give up his own strengths. However, if this is a dragon clan, then there is nothing to say. The strength of the dragon clan can make up for most of the shortcomings. But, of course, as masters, they also have to give up some of their advantages to cooperate with this dragon pet. However, when Shui Nai came over and scouted out the properties of this pet egg, everyone was a little less excited. This is a dragon egg, but it is not a flying dragon, but a sub-dragon species. This is a descendant of the frost dragon. Shui Nai looked at the white giant egg preserved by the ice magic circle and interpreted its information one by one. Sub-dragon, it can't be a lizard dragon. When Tai Feng heard this, he immediately thought of the big guy like a lizard, because he himself also has a flame lizard, which is said to have some dragon blood. No, sub-dragons are the second most powerful species after dragons, and the lizards you mentioned are actually just a little bit of dragon blood or something else that caused the mutation. In fact, you can understand that sub-dragons are the crystallization of dragons and other creatures, so their rank is so high. I tell you, this is a pet that is infinitely close to the mythical level. Oh. Dao Yiyudao and Tai Feng didn't listen at all. They were not interested in such a pet that couldn't fly. For them, only dragons that can fly are the coolest and most tasteful. Alas, you are just a guy who only looks at the appearance. Shui Na seeing the two running away again, he shook his head and then kept urging Xiao to take the dragon egg. However, even if Shui Nai didn't say it, Xiao also wanted to take this pet egg. By the way, I remember that the dragon race is a proud race. Why would such a sub-dragon appear? Xiao suddenly asked at this time. I was forced. The human empire tried to use this to breed a large number of dragons as their own war horses, but it seems that it failed in the end, so this dragon egg is very rare. Well, I want this. Xiao said, and took it away with the entire magic circle. This ice magic circle has been protecting the existence of this dragon egg. Without it, this dragon egg will either hatch directly or lose its vitality in the long river of time. There is no equipment requirement for this pet egg area, so Xiao took it away directly. What about you? Shui Nai asked Yu Yingqing Chen. As for pets, there are no suitable ones here. I plan to see if there are any useful skills. What about you? As for the pet area, there are only a dozen pet eggs. Although these pet eggs are rare outside, they are just rare, not as precious as the frost dragon egg just now, so Yu Yingqing Chen didn't care. It's enough for me to take this, the life crystal, which is the energy crystal condensed from the inside of the tree of life. This is also a mythical material. Although the materials here are very high-end, there are not many suitable for them. Then are there any materials like dragon crystals? If so, I will help Xiao Xiao change one. No, although there are some top quality gems with elemental effects, they have appeared outside to some extent, so it's better not to change them. Shui Na is in charge of the material gem area and is more familiar with the situation there. Oh, forget it. What about you, have you made any good discoveries? Shui Na walked to Xiaoyu and the others. Skill books are different from equipment. This kind of thing can be used by players for a lifetime. However, it is a bit rushed to find the right one from these thousands of skill books. It's a pity that there is no Holy Light series. It seems that I can only pick one piece of equipment. Seeing Shui Na coming over, Qian Lixu also knew that there was nothing suitable for them in the material gem area. There are a few skills that passively increase health points here, but some of the skills in the Holy Light series are magic that increase health points, so. Qian Lixu said helplessly. This is the problem of racial differences. In the Elf Empire, it is impossible to find powerful skills suitable for human priests. What about you? Shui Na asked Xiao Yu while checking the skills behind. The worst equipment in this treasure house is dark gold level, so the quality of these skill books cannot be lower than these dark gold equipment, and Xiao Yu is also an elf player. I'm currently eyeing a passive skill called Elemental Explosion, which can make the elemental arrows shot out have the effect of explosion and splashing, but it takes a while to condense. Xiaoyu glanced at a bookshelf she had passed before, and then lowered her head to continue looking up the skill book in her hand. However, the place where Xiaoyu is now is the skill book in the magic area. Don't worry about my magic. My skill slots are almost full now. You should see if there is anything suitable for you. After that, Mina took Xiaoyu to the archer's skill area. Although there are many skills here, Mina and Xiaoyu know that some of the skills here can also be learned outside, but the conditions for learning are more troublesome. Therefore, when they choose these skills, they often find some skills that cannot be seen outside to study in order to suit their own use. Hey, is this a dragon soul arrow? God-level magic. Xiaoyu, do you think this will work? Mina suddenly found a dusty skill book at the bottom of a huge bookshelf. God-level magic. Xiaoyu saw that Shui Na was so surprised, so she took it and looked at it, and her eyes immediately lit up. This is the most powerful elemental archer skill she has seen, and this magic is just suitable for Xiaoyu to use, because this skill requires archery expertise, but it requires elemental archers, and Xiaoyu just had this strange combination. This dragon soul arrow is the same as Shui Na's elemental bird and magic wand weapon. It is a magic but has several changes. Although this dragon soul arrow has only 3 changes, fire, ice, and thunder, this does not affect the power of this skill. The effect of the dragon soul arrow is to attach a large amount of elements to the physical arrow and condense these elements into dragon-shaped energy. When the arrow hits the target, it will produce huge elemental damage, which is still a one-shot kill. However, this skill is also very consuming. Not only does it require a dedicated crystal core arrow, but it also requires a lot of magic power, otherwise even if you learn it, you can't use it. This is it. It's even stronger than the elemental explosion just now. And this skill is absolutely unique in the world. If you don't learn it, you will lose it. Well, then this is it. With this, Xiaoyu's fighting power became stronger. Later, when the 7 people met again, everyone had found the treasure they wanted. Like Qin Lixu, she chose a pair of legendary handguards made of flowing fire magic iron for Taifeng, and matched them with the red dragon giant axe made of a section of the spine of a red dragon that Taifeng liked, which complemented each other. To be honest, Shui Nai and the others did not expect to find this kind of bone equipment in this elf treasure house. However, when they thought that there were some equipment and skills of other races here, Shui Nai and the others knew that these things were not made by them. And Dao Yudao still chose the black nightmare cloak that he liked at the beginning. This stand-up collar cloak is the equipment of the vampire clan. It not only has the ability to be invisible and increase speed, but also has strong defense. Combined with his shadow killer, it is a unique one. As for Yu Ying Qingchen, her own wind element incarnation is already very powerful, so this time she chose the skill of the wind elf thief Wind Thorn. This skill allows Yu Ying Qingchen to condense several thorns with the wind element when she is incarnated as a wind element, and attack the target remotely, and this wind thorn also has the effect of breaking armor. After that, the group found Diana and left the treasure house. As soon as they went out, Shui Nai and the others followed Poxio to hatch the sub-dragon egg. Although this sub-dragon egg is a bit bull-headed, it still has strong vitality under the careful care of the Elf Empire. Under the influence of several life magics, the originally dormant creatures slowly revived. I saw that this cold eggshell began to show tiny cracks, and then a wisp of white mist emerged from the cracks. Strong ice power. When Shui Nai and the others saw this, they immediately came to this conclusion. However, when this egg was completely broken, except for the two mages, Po Xiao and Shui Nai, the rest of the group was somewhat disappointed. Because this sub-dragon looked like a white lizard, with almost equal limbs and a long tail as long as its body. This is only a little better looking than a lizard dragon. Tai Feng finally managed to say this. You don't understand, although this sub-dragon is not as high level as Chi Huo, its ice power is very strong, which is unquestionable. Although the real dragon race is very tempting, if it is like Chi Huo, the hundreds of years of infancy will probably make Tai Feng really crazy. Actually, I have a way to make it fly. I learned a flying technique before, which can be blessed to others. At this time, Po Xiao suddenly said, and this is exactly why Po Xiao chose it when he knew that this was a sub-dragon that could not fly. No way, can't the flying technique only be used on yourself? Dao Yudao was also a little surprised at this time. I am an archer, can I shoot arrows at myself? Poxio looked at the longbow in his hand and smiled bitterly. Okay, it seems that you really made a profit this time. Dao Yudao said enviously, now this Asian dragon has everything. Chapter 817 Smuggling and Sneak Attack. 5 days after coming out of the elf treasury, Shui Nai and Dao Yudao appeared in the sky at the border of the human empire, preparing to sneak attack the undead empire. On the shuttle, Shui Nai looked at the brand new ring of life in his hand, and he had more confidence in this journey to the dark world. The ring of life inlaid with the life crystal of the origin gem has been greatly strengthened this time, and under Qin's exquisite dwarf craftsmanship, the ring of life has undergone new changes. Although the ring of life is still called the ring of life, the crystal on the ring that flashes with emerald green vitality makes the whole ring flow with a burst of emerald green luster. In addition to having the right to use the light of life 5 times a day, the ring of life now also gets the resurrection effect of the light of resurgence twice because of the effect of this life crystal. This light of resurrection is the same as the resurrection of the life priest, both are used for resurrection. However, the light of resurrection of Shui Nai is much stronger than the resurrection in the hands of the player, because it is a full-state resurrection. Although this ability will also deduct 50% of the experience when it is activated, but there is no weak period, the full-state resurrection, and it can be used on oneself, which definitely makes this ring a crazy artifact for players. It's still faster to take a tailwind plane. Last time, we walked for a full half day before entering, and the consumption on the road has already exhausted us. Dao Yudao sat behind Shui Nai, looking at the blue sky and white sky that quickly passed by, and said leisurely. Don't you also have a flying skateboard? Although the quality is a little inferior, it doesn't fly slow. Tisk, do you think all thieves are so rich? You don't know that the unscrupulous profiteer is an absolute profiteer. A flying skateboard actually costs 10,000 gold coins. And before selling this flying skateboard, he also bought up all the wind crystal cores on the market. As a result, those who have flying skateboards but don't have wind crystal cores have to go to him and buy them at a high price. So what do you say, how many people can afford this flying skateboard now? Mina knew that the unscrupulous profiteer's business was very good during this period, but he didn't expect that he would actually provide honest op service. If this is the case, then if the unscrupulous profiteer does not hype the flying skateboard to the peak first, then he is not an unscrupulous profiteer. So, during this period of time, the flying skateboard has become a novelty for some wealthy players to show off and compete. However, this kind of prop that allows other professions, even novice mages, to fly to the sky, has a huge market. Shuhei Pavilion *. Moreover, this kind of high casualty stuff is very easy to cause murders, either falling from a high altitude into a meat pie, or fighting because of it, which makes the unscrupulous profiteer's other businesses flourish. Okay, let's go over here, and then go in, it's the border defense line of the undead empire. Dao Yudao stopped Shui Nai at this time, and then took a careful look at the black empty space below. After confirming that there was no danger, Shui Nai and the others parted here. Be careful along the way, don't get lost halfway. You have a bad mouth. Watching Dao Yudao shake the nightmare cloak and it disappear in a cool way, Shui Nai just shook his head helplessly. After that, Shui Nai pulled the black cloak on his body and sank into it. Then Shui Nai stepped on the black land and walked towards the town on the map given to him by Dao Yudao. The closest place to Shui Nai is a fortress called Wugu, but this is Dao Yudao trademark's target, and Shui Nai doesn't trademark dare to go there. After all, for him, the most ideal situation is to sneak into the dark world when no one knows. If he can avoid going to a place that is destined to go wrong, he should not go. And the Elf Empire, which is thousands of miles away from Shui Nai, is also waging a war of conquest related to darkness. Although the strength of the elves, who suffered heavy losses during this period, has not yet fully recovered, the schedule for the dark mining area has been brought up. Afterwards, under Diana's arrangement, a large team of players officially set out for the dark mining area. Their goal is to follow the vampire mortal to find the source of the dark mining area. In this large team of more than 1,000 people, the power of Taifeng's level 4 Double Dragon Guild is naturally outstanding. As one of the few level 4 guilds in the Elf Empire, and the leading figure of this team, they are in the limelight. To be honest, if it weren't for the two players who can't be described by common sense, Shui Nai and Dao Yudao, who are new to Taifeng's Double Dragon Guild, it would be difficult for them to develop. Although their guild is level 4, once it is suppressed before it develops, it will be impossible for even a level 100 guild to grow. However, because there are these two players in this guild who can make the Dark Dragon Guild bow their heads, and it has close ties with the Elf Empire, it is different. After all, no guild wants to be destroyed like the Bushido Guild before. However, what made Taifeng feel a little problematic was that several players at the guild leader level sent people to inquire about Mina's whereabouts, and some even planned to take Mina with them to fight the boss to enhance the friendship between guilds. Taifeng was not too unfamiliar with this kind of inter-guild friendship activities, but when they started to inquire about Mina's whereabouts, he became a little suspicious. Because, generally speaking, although few output professions like mages are as powerful as Mina's role is dispensable when the guild fights the boss. Because as long as the people in front can hold on, there will be as many mages as needed in the back, and there is no need for Mina to appear. This common sense is naturally clear to these veterans, but they insist on asking Mina to take action, which is suspicious. However, even Taifeng couldn't tell Shui Nai's whereabouts, because no one knew Shui Nai's current location. After entering the territory of the Dark Camp, Shui Nai's Dark Seal also took effect, and some of his systems belonging to the Holy Light Camp were automatically blocked. Now he can't chat with people in the Holy Light Camp privately, and even the information system is also unusable. However, for Shui Nai's friends, as long as there is no news, it is the best news, so no one will worry about him. Shui Nai, who has already arrived in a main city of the Undead Empire, the first thing he did was to follow to a corner of the main city and open the coffin in front of him. After that, Shui Nai saw a warehouse interface full of items. Hey! Looking at the warehouse system that can still be used, Shui Nai can be regarded as relieved. Afterwards, in order to make himself more like a dark elemental mage, Shui Nai also specially learned dark fusion and some low-level dark entry-level magic in the skill store. After that, Shui Nai used the warehouse system to purchase a large number of undead bones for Dawn. Head. However, for his own dark mark, Shui Nai had no way to deal with it, because for now, the dark gems here could no longer satisfy his appetite. After preparing everything, Shui Nai made sure that he was foolproof, and then he immediately went to the teleportation array. Shui Nai looked at the NPCs and players walking around in the main city, and he felt relaxed and natural in his heart, because he found that there were too many people dressed like him here. Almost along the way, Shui Nai could easily pull a few dark wizards dressed in black robes like himself. And because of the good tradition of the Dark Camp to accept all rivers, in this kingdom of the undead, flesh and blood creatures will not be attacked by undead NPCs as long as they have a dark breath on their bodies. It seems that there should be no problem to go directly to the dark world. However, there is still a week before the door to the dark world opens, so it is better to get familiar with it during this period. Shui Nai looked at the information in his hand and began to make plans for the next step. The Undead Empire and the Dark World are in two different worlds. If they want to be connected, they must use that kind of world gate. However, for now, the world gate that players can use is only in the capital of the Undead Empire, Andi Blana. As for the others, players don't know at present. After taking a look at the teleportation location of the teleportation array, Shui Nai directly clicked on the option of Andi Blana, and then Shui Nai disappeared in the vast crowd. However, at this time, a group of players suddenly appeared in the teleportation array. After that, Long Tian suddenly said a few words to everyone, and after encouraging them, they rode on the colorful magic spider and left. If Shui Nai stayed for a while at this time, he would hear that these people were heading for Dao Yiyu Dao, because Dao Yiyu Dao was killing people in Wugu Fortress, and several NPC soldiers in the fortress and more than a dozen players had become real dead souls under the knife. This is the 5th time that Dao Yiyu Dao has attacked in the past half-month. This has really made the players of the Undead Empire very angry, but they can't catch this thief to vent their anger. The most troublesome thing is that Dao Yiyu Dao didn't know where to find that kind of high destructive trap props, and he actually blew up the teleportation array with one move, making it disconnected from the surrounding area, and now that side is in chaos. However, the beginning of all this was due to the disappearance of the Lich King. Without the Lich King who has always ruled the Undead Empire with a strong force, it is now completely in a state of disarray. One by one, the high-level NPCs either disappeared or fought in groups, making the defense capacity of the border fortress almost empty. Otherwise, it would be basically impossible for such a thief to cause such a storm in the city. However, regardless of whether it is possible or not, Long Tian, the king of the undead, has to take on the responsibility of a firefighter to put out the spark that has already spread like wildfire. Chapter 818, Clearing the Field Again. After arriving at Antbrana, Shui Nai's first task was to scout the World Gate. In fact, the World Gate is not a door, but a huge teleportation array that connects two worlds. However, the teleportation array is very powerful, and even dragons that are dozens of meters tall can travel between the two places through this teleportation array. However, when Shui Nai saw that the central square of the entire Undead Empire's capital was actually the World Gate, he was also shocked. The size of this teleportation array is almost comparable to the size of the magic array during the Forbidden Spell. However, when he saw that players who use the World Gate must pay 100 undead crystal cores, Shui Nai felt that he had a job to do during this period of time. Undead crystal cores are the crystal cores of the undead monsters that have been transformed. This crystal core itself carries a strong undead aura and dark energy. However, the crystal core is also not easy to obtain. Generally speaking, for players of the undead clan, the undead crystal core is not too rare. After all, in general daily activities, the crystal core can basically be obtained, it just depends on the quantity and quality. However, the World Gate does not care about quality at all. As long as 100 undead crystal cores are handed over, it can be used, even the lowest level crystal cores are not a big deal. It can be seen from this that the operation of the World Gate is basically not short of undead crystal cores, and those NPCs just want to use this to gather resources. After leaving the Imperial capital, Shui Nai walked to one side. There are about a dozen monster areas around this Imperial capital, and the level is not too high, the highest is about level 60. However, the closer to the Imperial capital, the lower the level of the monster, but the more there are. After bypassing one of the hills, Shui Nai saw a large sea of white bones, and Shui Nai is now planning to go there to practice dark magic. Dark Fusion is an attack assisting ability that has two different effects, passive and active. Once activated, it becomes a passive auxiliary ability that adds dark attributes to all attacks, but the price is to extract a part of the health value during the attack to convert it into dark attribute damage. However, for ordinary dark players, this little health value is basically not proportional to the powerful lethality, so most players always turn on this Dark Fusion. However, Mina's situation is different. The reason why he can learn dark magic is entirely due to the Dark Mark. Therefore, as long as Mina transfers the magic wand to his right hand, he will not be able to use dark magic. Shui Pavilion. Shui Na looked at the dark fireball with black gas shot out from the magic wand, and felt that the temperature of the fireball seemed to be much lower. But seeing the fireball that almost increased the lethality by 15%, and the life that was only a dozen points missing, Shui Na fell in love with this effect. For Shui Na, this little life value can be restored in the next second. After that, Shui Na tried other levels of magic and recorded the effects of this dark fusion one by one. Through comparison, Shui Na knew that the higher the level of magic used, the lower the effect of the improvement, but the greater the consumption of life value. However, such a store-bought dark fusion is only the lowest level 1. It is said that the highest level of dark fusion in the hands of players is level 5, and this does not seem to be the highest. Looking at the bones that were smashed to pieces by his magic, Shui Na also knew that it was time to go deeper. The bone-based creatures here cannot produce undead crystal cores, so he has to go deeper now. There are naturally many novice players here. However, these guys are ordinary players with no money and no equipment, otherwise, they would have followed those leaders to level up. However, Shui Na is not optimistic about those noble players who rely on senior players to train. If those senior players are willing to cultivate, it is easy to say, so that even if the foundation is not solid, they can know some skills. However, Shui Na knows that ordinary players who train are pursuing speed first, because only in this way can they attract more business. However, players who come out like this, except for being better than ordinary players in equipment and skills, are generally not as good as those who have worked hard. Holding a staff in his left hand and an ice shield in his right hand, Shui Na passed through the sea of bones and came to the zombie area behind. There are many kinds of zombies here, in addition to human zombies, there are also many Warcraft zombies. And these Warcraft zombies are exactly what Shui Na wants to find, because they have crystal cores. Moreover, these dull zombies only move according to instinct and will not explode the crystal core in their bodies. However, not all Warcraft zombies here have undead crystal cores. It depends on luck to find them. There are many more players who come here to fight for crystal cores than the players who leveled up in the Bone Sea before, and from the looks of them, they are all organized and have teams. And too many of them are not optimistic about people like Shui Na who come here with a mage. If Shui Na is the kind of undead warlock wearing a grey robe, there will be a lot of teams scrambling for him, but here, they don trademark T-Lac dark mages. However, Shui Na is not short of people, because he is enough. The level of the zombies here is between 50 and 60, which can be regarded as the edge of the Imperial Capital monster area. At most, it is the suburban area. Shui Na found a refresh area that no one occupied and started to swipe monsters alone. As Shui Na trademark S explosive bombs continued to explode, large fireballs mixed with black air blew up the Warcraft zombies one by one. Outside the explosion zone, the zombies frozen by Mina staggered, but they had no way to touch Mina. When the first batch of zombies fell in the black flames, the zombies that had just thawed became the second batch and fell down. 3 minutes later, more than 30 Warcraft zombies in this area all fell down, and a lot of parts exploded. Mina lowered her head and dug hard, and soon found 4 undead crystal cores. As for other items, such as equipment and materials, she collected a lot. These things are not very useful to Mina, but they can be exchanged for the universal currency of the Dark Camp. Mina doesn't want to exchange gems for bones like those just now. Although there are few gems in his warehouse, the value of the gems here is incomparable to that of the Holy Light Camp. The price difference makes Mina very sad. After cleaning up one area, Mina went to the next uninhabited area. It was also less than a few minutes, and there was clean again. After repeating this several times, this time, Mina's behavior caused speculation among the players in the entire zombie zone. What a master! He couldn't detect the attributes at all. A dark mage said enviously. That explosive bomb dropped nearly 10,000 points of blood, even those mages on the list may not be able to do it. He is a master, but why is this master hanging around here? With his strength that guild is vying for it. Could it be an NPC? NPC? Have you ever seen an NPC who takes potions to fight monsters? A player said with a sneer. Let's go over and ask if we want to form a team. We're all here to kill zombies. Boss, no, one person can take on several teams. If you ask people to come over, do we still need to live? That is right. Our small temple can't accommodate such a great god. The captain who wanted to form a team at the beginning immediately broke into a cold sweat for his previous idea. Look, the boss is out. At this moment, a player suddenly pointed to a humanity zombie boss that was half the height of the surrounding zombies and said. However, before they went over, Mizuna had already teleported over. Damn, this teleportation has come out, this is a wizard. However, what puzzled them most was why this wizard would appear in this level 60 monster area. Could there be a treasure here? While Mizunao, who was biting the boss on the side, ignored the thoughts of these people. One after another, the explosive bombs came down, constantly reducing the life value of this boss. However, the reason why the boss is the boss, the strength is naturally not to be underestimated. It can be seen that its speed is 50% faster than that of the companions around it, and it also has extremely strong explosive power. Looking at the ice shield that was broken again, Mizunao pulled back and moved his paralyzed right hand by the way. At the same time, a pillar of ice was also hit out. The boss was blocked by the ice pillar. When Mizunao had to bypass the ice pillar, he had retreated more than 10 meters, and the ice shield in his hand appeared again. After that, Mizunao repeated the previous action and fought with the boss. However, this battle of Mina surprised all the players around, because as far as they know, it seems that there is no mage player who has the strength to fight the boss so hard. At least there is absolutely no such player in the Undead Empire. How powerful is a mage who can take a hit from a level 60 boss? And looking at the speed of this mage, he didn't use his full strength at all. Looking at the damage of this mage, he can actually take down more than 5,000 health points in one attack. How much damage is this? However, just when the boss had less than 20% of his health points and was still in the weak period after the outbreak, a voice suddenly came from the regional channel. The Dark Temple has been cleared, and the idle personnel will leave immediately. After that, Mina found that several dark warriors were running not far away. Looking at their posture, they were coming to steal the fruits of Mina's victory. Cleared again. Seeing these warriors coming, Shuai naturally would not give up the boss that he had obtained. Shuai shot out a thunderbolt of ice in an instant, slowing it down, and then switched his main element and stepped back a few steps. After a low chanting sounded, a red flame longsword suddenly appeared on Shuai's ordinary fire magic wand, and then when the boss rushed to Shuai's longsword had already stabbed it. Chapter 819 Anti-Clearing. When the members of the Dark Temple issued the order to clear the field, the players in this area immediately packed up and prepared to leave. For players from small guilds or idle personnel like them, the Dark Temple here is not something they can provoke. As the most powerful guild in the Undead Empire, they are sure that they have the strength to clear the field, but this approach naturally makes the ordinary guilds and players below very dissatisfied. However, the Dark Temple, which has the background of a large guild, completely sneered at the dissatisfaction of these players. Some members even took pleasure in killing people, forming a unique red army. For this, even Long Tian, the president who wanted to build the strongest guild, was powerless. In the world of games, players play to get revenge. Although everyone has a moral bottom line in their hearts, not everyone's moral bottom line is the same. Therefore, Long Tian can only let them restrain themselves, but cannot punish them. After all, these red-named players are the source of resources for the guild. Therefore, in this Undead Empire, things like the Dark Temple snatching bosses, clearing the field, and killing people are almost as common as daily meals, and most players can only swallow their anger. Maybe death is not terrible for players, but what is terrible is that if you die, nothing has changed, which seems meaningless. However, more people were gloating. These guys were the kind of players who had been conquered by reality. Because they had suffered, they hoped that all players would also suffer together to balance their psychology. And it was not them who had the boss robbed. Judging from the look of the mage, he obviously did not want to give up this boss. It would be best if the two sides fought and both sides were hurt. However, just as these players as the family was preparing to leave, thinking about this or that, something strange happened. There was a huge and neat explosion, and the boss whose chest was pierced by the flaming long knife suddenly had a very spectacular flame, and the color of the flame was still a pure flame without darkness. The sky-high flames almost enveloped the black-cropped mage and the huge ape boss. After that, when the blazing flames slowly extinguished, the black-cropped mage was already harvesting the boss's body. Everyone, whether it was the ordinary players who were preparing to leave or the players of the Dark Temple who were preparing to grab the boss, were stunned for a moment. They didn't expect that this mage would actually knock off 20% of the boss's nearly 100,000 health points in an instant, and what they didn't expect was that this mage dared to stroke the tiger whiskers of the Dark Temple. Book Friends upload updates. When they thought that someone dared to kill the boss when their guild was clearing the field, and it was such an arrogant performance, all the members of the Dark Temple felt that they were slapped hard and were in great pain. For the members of the Dark Temple Guild who had always been the only one to beat people, this revenge must be taken. However, at this time, Shuai could not care about the thoughts of these people. At that moment just now, Shuai had hit dozens of explosive birds, but some of the damage affected herself. Seeing that 70% of her health was gone, Shui Nai had to say that the explosive bird was too powerful. Under the premise of being immune to fire damage, she was actually washed away by the impact of the explosion, and nearly 9,000 points of her health were washed away. This effect was too exciting. It turned out that at that moment just now, the reason why Shui Nai wanted to activate the flaming knife was to cooperate with the close-range use of the elemental bird. After all, Mina couldn't say that no other players had seen this elemental bird, so for the sake of safety, Mina used the flaming knife to cover. The moment the flaming knife stabbed into the chest of the ape boss, Mina's elemental bird was activated, and dozens of explosive elemental birds rushed into the boss's wound in almost a second and exploded directly. This explosion not only killed the ape boss, but also Mina's blank magic wand was blown into pieces, and it could never be repaired again. After collecting the crystal core and materials of the boss, Mina didn't even look at the equipment that the boss exploded, because the color was too disappointing. Mina was very disappointed that she fought so hard, but she only got a blank equipment. However, when she thought of her high level and rank coming to bully this small boss, Mina also knew that this made the system very difficult. "Brother, don't you know that you have to pay taxes to kill the boss here?" Just when Shui Nai was about to leave, he found that the guys from the Dark Temple surrounded him. A guy with a gloomy face stared at Shui Nai and said gloomily, "I don't know." Shui Nai glanced at the player who was talking, but when he saw the guy's name, Shui Nai was shocked and broke into a cold sweat. This guy is called Sister Chen. Players who dare to use this kind of game ID are either psychopaths or want to play a transvestite account. When Sister Chen heard this, she immediately became happy because they didn't have this rule at all. In fact, to be honest, they just wanted to get some money from this player. Of course, this money can't be too little, not only for this kind of face-slapping action, only death can pay it back. To be honest, it's not the first time for these people to rob the boss. But it's the first time that they didn't rob the boss, and the boss died, and it was hanging in front of them. Now if they say that this mage robbed their boss, it would not make sense, so he suddenly had an idea and thought of the idea of taxation. If this guy in front of him wants to spend a little money to ward off disaster, then Sister Chen naturally doesn't mind. It would be better to let this mage stab him to death when he thinks he can survive by paying the money. That would be even more satisfying. When she thought of the resentful and regretful look of this guy before he died, Sister Chen felt that she wanted that. Although ignorance is not a crime, the rules are the rules, so this time you must hand over half of the boss's things, and you must also pay 100 blackbone coins, so that you don't have to pay taxes here in the future. Sister Chen said while speaking lewdly, and the men behind her laughed even more happily. Seeing this, how could Shui Nai not know what they were thinking? Moreover, there was not a single bone coin in Shui Nai's backpack, let alone the black bone coins equivalent to gold coins. So Mina pointed at the corpse on the ground and said, "I'll leave the things here, take them if you want. As for the 100 black bone coins, sorry, I won't be hanging around here anymore, so you don't have to pay them. You dare to look down on our dark temple." Sister Chen looked back after taking a look at the ape boss. She was almost furious. Because there were indeed some materials on the ape boss that had not been collected, but they were just scraps of garbage, and there was only one piece of white garbage equipment next to him. "No, it's just that my luck has always been bad, and I only get white equipment when I kill monsters, so don't be surprised." Shui Nai said. She was more than 40 levels higher, and it was a miracle that she got equipment. "Brother, fuck him to death." Sister Chen saw Shui Nai wanting to laugh but holding back, and immediately knew that she was being fooled. However, at this time, Shui Nai suddenly launched a teleportation, and the whole person disappeared, and several bone arrows hit others. Looking at the flying grey powder from a distance, Shui Nai was already familiar with the thief's opening move against the mage. "Idiot, do you think everyone is as stupid as you? Don't embarrass yourself here. If you have the guts, call your guild leader over. You are too weak. I am not interested in fighting you. Goodbye." Shui Nai lightly threw this contemptuous word in the regional channel, and then teleported to a distance of 100 meters. If he could mess up the water of the Undead Empire, I believe that the players on the side of the Human Empire would not give up this opportunity. However, those people from the Dark Temple who were furious did not hear the meaning of Shui Nai's words at all, and no one measured Shui Nai's strength of teleporting 100 meters in an instant, and they actually chased after him like this. "Well, I'll use you to exchange for some money." Shui Nai looked at them and dared to rush over. He couldn't help but sigh that the spiritual enhancement of this high-level guild was so powerful that it could make people's IQ suddenly become primitive. No, these guys are worse than primitive people. At least primitive people know who can be killed and who can't be killed. I also know that if I can't beat him, I have to run. When they saw that Shui Nai didn't run, Sister Chen's reason, which had been drowned by anger, suddenly came out. Be careful, thieves go over and try, others be careful. Sister Chen, who was worried about a trick, immediately ordered. After that, I saw a few thieves sneaking over so quietly. However, for players like Sister Chen, who were only level 70, facing Shui Nai, a player of more than 100 levels, unless they had top quality props, it would be impossible to escape Shui Nai's search. And with such top quality props, they naturally don't have to mess around with Sister Chen who has psychological problems. The thief, who was only a dozen meters away from Shui Nai, immediately attacked violently, shooting out the bone arrows in his hand one by one. However, what made them feel terrified was that these bone arrows actually penetrated the body of the mage directly without causing the explosion of the bone arrows. Several thieves who reacted quickly immediately sprinkled a handful of magic banning powder around. However, the phantom that was attacked had disappeared, so the magic banning powder was wasted. Illusion, everyone be careful of the dark shadow. Sister Chen, who saw it clearly from a distance, immediately thought of some illusion magic in the dark system. Haha! Seeing Sister Chen shouting loudly, Shui Nai, who used the phantom stealth, felt secretly happy. However, Shui Nai's reaction was not slow. When these thieves sprinkled the magic banning powder, Shui Nai had already launched an attack. Shui Nai threw several consecutive fireballs, and then under the fireballs, the thieves were stained by the flames on the flames one by one, and they couldn't even enter stealth. Shui Nai's explosive bomb and crazy thunder magic were combined, and the four thieves slept on the floor directly. Sister Chen didn't expect that this mage would be so experienced in dealing with thieves. Not only did he force these thieves to have no time to sneak, but the magic was so sharp that it didn't give people time to react at all. For a while, Sister Chen was in a dilemma. Chapter 820 Red Name and Negotiation. For Sister Chen, the current situation has far exceeded his expectations. However, what makes him feel difficult now is that he can neither retreat nor advance. If he retreats, the reputation of his Dark Temple Guild will be ruined in his own hands. Once the people in the guild investigate, he will be in trouble, and he will not have to raise his head in the future. But he doesn't want to die, so he doesn't dare to advance. However, Shui Na did not stop because these guys have already bullied him, and Shui Na felt that there was no need to be polite. Idiot, charge! Seeing Shui Na coming over with teleportation, Sister Chen immediately asked the soldiers to go up, and she retreated to the back. However, in the face of teleportation, his approach was completely ineffective because Shui Na had already teleported behind him. Boom boom boom! Ah! A series of explosions were mixed with screams, and all the teammates, including Sister Chen, who had a slightly abnormal mentality, were sent back to the city. At this time, Mina lowered her head and picked up the coins or equipment on the ground that could be sold for money. Things were picked up one by one. Although these guys are not strong, their equipment is of high enough level. Shui Na looked at these equipment of gold quality and couldn't help but estimate how much bone coins they were worth. The common currency of the Dark Camp is made of bones. From low to high, they are white bone coins, grey bone coins and black bone coins, which correspond to the copper coins, silver coins and gold coins of the Holy Light Camp. And there are already thousands of black bone coins in the dozen pieces of equipment that exploded from these people. Watching the bodies of these guys disappear one by one, Shui Na knew that they dared not come again, so he returned to the place just now and planned to continue to explode crystal cores. Returning to the original place, Shui Na found that there was no one in the dozen refresh areas here, and he couldn't help but feel happy. So he picked a monster area at random and started to continue the previous action. With the entire monster area occupied by one person, Shui Nai's efficiency increased almost linearly. She put the crystal cores into her backpack one by one, and as for the white equipment that exploded, Shui Nai was no longer interested in them. However, Shui Nai collected all the dark materials without missing a single one. The dark materials here have the property of increasing dark resistance. If these materials are handed over to unscrupulous profiteers, it would be ideal. While Shui Nai continued to kill monsters in this monster area, the members of the Dark Temple in the city were already angry. The news of the battle between Shui Nai and Sister Chen just now had been spread, and all the spearheads were pointed at the Dark Temple for a while. Because no player in the Dark Temple dared to go out of the city to pick off Shui Nai, the arrogant mage, so all of a sudden, the Dark Temple was labeled by the players as bullying the weak, bullying the good and fearing the evil, and so on. However, with all the main players of the guild absent, Sister Chen, who has already realized that Shui Nai, the mage, is over level 100, strongly opposes everyone to commit suicide, and even exaggerates Shui Nai's attributes. Sister Chen did this for her own sake. Moreover, he also knew that his guild was now vigorously exploring talents, and the mage who was at odds with him was obviously such a talent. If he still encouraged everyone to avenge him and made things worse, then he would be doomed to have no chance of turning over. Although Sister Chen had some strength, his strength was not enough to make President Long Tian optimistic. If something really happened, he would still be responsible for it. After he said this, the captains knew that Sister Chen was right. Rash actions would only increase casualties, and a large-scale deployment would alert the enemy and let it run away, and at the same time, it would also be a bad reputation for outnumbering. This is somewhat unpleasant to the players of the Dark Temple who have always been the king. If this mage is not alone, but has a team or a guild, then it will be easy to deal with. Just bring hundreds of people and destroy him. After collecting enough undead crystal cores, Shui Nai did not plan to stay here any longer, so he prepared to return to the main city, prepare things for a long journey, and go to explore the bottom of the undead empire first. However, just as Shui Nai was about to swagger back to the city, he suddenly heard a death swordsman NPC guard in the main city shouting, and then slashing with a sword. Shui Nai, who was shocked, immediately raised his staff to block, and kept thinking about where he had made a loophole. However, before he could think about it, the second guard saw that his companions could not deal with Shui Nai, and came over. Damn! Shui Nai cursed, and immediately retreated a few steps, and at the same time shot an ice ring at the two guards. After that, Mina's teleportation was activated at this time. What's going on? Did the guys from the Dark Temple bribe those guards? Mina thought while staring at the city gate not far away. But she didn't see any problems. Then Mina suddenly looked up, as if she remembered something, and immediately called up the attribute panel. Damn, red name? What's going on? Mina looked at the +10 behind the two words Fanfiction that had already turned red, and couldn't turn around for a while. Could it be that if I kill people from either camp now, I will be red name? Mina immediately checked her sin value when she thought of this. However, her sin value did not change at all. However, the most strange thing was that her honor value did not change either. This is troublesome. It seems that I have really become a marginal person now. I can't fight on both sides. The more Mina thought about it, the more possible it was. After all, in this game, you have to pay as much as you want to get. But this time, Shui Nai felt that what she paid was not proportional to what she got. However, at this time, the chaotic Dark Temple inside began to slowly calm down under the remote control of Long Tian and others. At the same time, the thieves in charge of tracking also announced the information that Shui Nai was driven away by the NPC. Long Tian, who was far away in Wugu, was surprised to find that his main city was cleared out by a mage. All the anger accumulated during this period of time burst out at once. He didn't care who was against whom, and was ready to order all members to first X and then X the mage. However, around a guild leader like Long Tian, there are often one or more clear-eyed and calm think tanks. Otherwise, the guild that only knows how to make a move will only end up with failure after the second, and exhaustion after the third. Long Tian, who calmed down, also began to think about the origin of this mage. A 100level promoted mage who suddenly appeared in Andabrina city, and a player who had never registered. This sudden feeling always makes people feel suspicious. What do you think? Do you have any opinions? Long Tian has returned to his usual calm expression, and the players in the think tank around him finally feel relieved and smile. Although Long Tian is not good at management, he is much better than ordinary people in terms of employing people and mentality, and this is exactly why they will assist him. Our suggestion is to find a way to gather him and find out his origins. I suspect he may be from the Dark World. A mage holding a feather fan suggested. Dark World, this is impossible. We have records of people traveling between the two places, and this mage does not appear in these records at all. Long Tian is still very confident in the intelligence ability of his guild. Since they reported that the mage's origin is unknown, he must not be from the Undead Empire. Moreover, even if he is, it is impossible to reach the 100th level and complete the promotion at once, which means that he did not promote here. No, I don't mean the World Gate in the Imperial capital, but Unknown World Gate. At this time, Long Tian immediately woke up. A World Gate that no one knows is equivalent to an extremely huge fortune. Even if you may not have the ability to use it, it is also a good deal to sell it to NPCs. And the most important thing is that if this mage joins their guild, their strength will be further improved. However, I am afraid that he will not join us so easily. After all, we just had a conflict with him and he killed so many of us. President Long Tian, please rest assured to leave it to our negotiation experts. Even if we cannot win him over, we cannot let him misunderstand our guild. As for the membership issue, just say that we had the conflict first, and then take a few guys as a scapegoat. This will not only calm the problem, but also show that you are eager for talent and selfless, and can make the members under you restrained from now on. This is killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Well, our members have indeed been somewhat relaxed in management during this period, and it is time to implement elite management. Long Tian was naturally convinced by this plan, but at the same time, he also knew that it was time for his Dark Temple to transform from the previous extensive management of recruiting people to elite management. President is wise. Several think tanks had to flatter him at this time to make their superiors happy. Afterwards, under the control of Long Tian's think tanks, the so-called negotiation experts in their hands have already contacted Shui Nai. When Shui Nai saw these players who were only a dozen levels, he was also stunned. Because he didn't expect that a guild like Long Tian, which is known as the strongest in the Undead Empire, would have so many members with ridiculously low levels. Even full-time life players are probably higher than them. However, this is what these negotiation experts did on purpose. Because everyone knows that the weaker the person, the easier it is to approach the strong person, and it will not cause a backlash. And they use this psychology to allow themselves to approach the target at the beginning, and at the same time use it to express their attitude and reduce the psychological resistance of the target. Later, under the guidance of these so-called negotiation experts, Shui Nai also understood that these guys came to recruit them. And the conditions offered by these guys are also very good, not only wages, but also dividends. Chapter 821 Save People. After listening to what these guys said, if Qin Hao was not Qin Hao, I am afraid he would also be moved by these conditions. However, Qin Hao is Qin Hao. If he joins this guild, his information will be made public. Then he will not join the guild, but send a sheep into the tiger's mouth. For this reason, after listening to these guys' efforts to please, Qin Hao had to politely refuse, and his attitude was very clear. Although these negotiation experts spent a lot of time, energy, and saliva to win over Qin Hao, after hearing Qin Hao's clear refusal, none of them showed any dissatisfaction. Such professionalism made Qin Hao have to look at them with new eyes. If there are more players with such cultivation in this game world, then this game will be really peaceful. Qin Hao thought to himself. Although these negotiation experts could not pull Qin Hao, they still carried out the second step of the plan, which was to build relationships and prevent him from having any impact on his guild. Misunderstanding. After they asked Qin Hao about the previous events and got the list of those who had just participated in the attack on Qin Hao, they said that they would thoroughly investigate this matter and give Qin Hao an explanation. Qin Hao, who heard this, had to say that Long Tian was too good at dealing with people. He actually used this method of sacrificing the car to save the king and gave him some compensation. If he was not destined to be an enemy, he would definitely be persuaded by these guys and eventually become a friend or member of this guild little by little. However, for the upper level people like Long Tian, there will always be enemies, but losing a friend is one less, so it is understandable that he did this. And a strong friend is more important than a loyal but useless subordinate, because sometimes, an idiot subordinate may make the incident extremely complicated. Without asking for compensation from these guys, Qin Hao just said I have something else to do and left, because Qin Hao had been ashamed by these guys, and if he stayed any longer, he would probably feel guilty. In order to prevent himself from showing mercy to Long Tian in the future, he still thought that he should not get involved with Long Tian and the others. After staying outside for a long time and eliminating the red effect, Qin Hao entered the city again. However, this time, he was not attacked by NPCs when he entered the city, but many players came to make connections. However, in order to ensure that his affairs would not be exposed, Qin Hao could only reject everyone's friend applications one by one. As for Qin Hao's current 3 game IDs, none of them had a good ending, and he and the players here were destined to be enemies, so there was no need to spend emotions and energy dealing with them. Shuhei Pavilion. As for dealing with their enthusiastic approach, Qin Hao felt that the difficulty was almost no less than facing the Flame Demon Lord. After Qin Hao spent nearly half an hour to complete the auction and purchase supplies from various people, Qin Hao almost fled, leaving the capital of the Undead Empire and getting into the dark woods in the distance. Seeing that no one came, Qin Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, Qin Hao didn't understand why those guys were so optimistic about him. Although his strength was indeed good, there was no need for this. Some guys even used their own sisters as bargaining chips, which made Qin Hao very embarrassed. However, what he didn't know was that, at present, most of the guilds in the Undead Empire were suppressed by the Dark Temple and could not develop at all. In addition, the Dark Temple's almost ubiquitous poaching made it impossible for many guilds to survive. Now, several large guilds have to leave their birthplace and go to the Dark World for development. And now, when these ambitious guilds see that Qin Hao dared to challenge the Dark Temple, it means that he has enough strength to challenge this guild, and he doesn't want to join this guild. With this strength, if he joins his own guild, it is possible to form a situation of 2 dragons competing for hegemony in the Undead Empire. This is a very important resource for the president who has always wanted to defeat the Dark Temple. Qin Hao, who has already run into this black-themed forest, began to calmly get familiar with the monsters in the Dark Camp. To be honest, most of the monsters in the Dark Camp have some characteristics of the Dark system, such as high attack, invisibility, mental attack, and even some have the undead ability of corpse transformation or summoning skeleton soldiers. If you are not careful for a moment, it is easy to fall into the trap of these dark creatures, and you will be skinned alive if you don trademark T-dye. Qin Hao carefully killed his way into the forest, and carefully checked the monsters in front of him with the monster illustrations on the form one by one, striving to record the characteristics and abilities of most of these monsters in his mind within this week. However, when Qin Hao walked in the forest for half a day, he suddenly found that in this dim environment, a flash of light suddenly appeared. Players. Qin Hao, who was curious for a moment, slowly went to the place where the battle was taking place. With just one glance, Qin Hao found that the players were at a disadvantage. There were nearly 20 shadow wolves on the field, and opposite them were 5 players from the Dark Camp. Moreover, these players were not the undead tribe that looked like corpses, but the agile and nimble Dark Elves. However, even if these Dark Elves were very powerful, they still couldn't stand the wolves here. As the battle progressed, the wounds on the 5 players fighting against the giant tree increased. The injured shadow wolves retreated to the back and began to recuperate. As one increased while the other decreased, even if the players had potions to replenish, they had no time to deal with the wounds that were constantly bleeding due to tearing, so the health value was also decreasing. Should I take action? Qin Hao thought to himself with some trepidation. Although these guys were his theoretical enemies, he felt a little bit uncomfortable when he saw them being attacked by monsters in such a group. Should I leave or stay? Qin Hao looked at the wolf pack in the distance. If they fought, he might not be able to defeat these 20 or so level 100 shadow wolves. However, just as Qin Hao hesitated, a female player finally collapsed on the battlefield, and was dragged out and bitten to death by the wolves. Sister Ling. Just as the female player turned into white light, a child's voice almost choked with sobs rang out. Qin Hao then realized that there were a total of 6 players here, and the youngest female player was protected by a group of people in the innermost. Although these players now filled the gap left by the female player who died in battle in an instant, with only 4 combat forces left, their death was only a matter of time. Forget it, take action. Seeing the tearful eyes of the little girl, Qin Hao felt that if he hesitated any longer, he would only regret it. Just as Qin Hao was about to rush out to save people, the defense line of the 4 players finally collapsed. The little girl was actually bitten by a shadow wolf on the dark priest robe and dragged out of the defense line. Xiao Qian. A tall dark elf sword dancer reached out to grab the little girl after finding that she was dragged out, but he was holding a shadow wolf and could not make enough distance, so the girl was dragged out in front of him. However, at this moment, an ice ring suddenly appeared and exploded next to the girl named Xiao Qian. Damn, it's out of focus. Qin Hao looked at the ice ring that was supposed to explode on the girl, but it actually exploded ahead of time, and he couldn't help but worry. But Qin Hao's magic didn't stop at all. A blue air bullet suddenly shot out, and this time it didn't miss, and hit the girl directly. Then the air bullet exploded, and the girl flew out of the wolf's mouth. After rescuing the girl from the wolf's mouth, Qin Hao's black chain lightning exploded in the wolf pile. Awoo! The wolf howled like ghosts and gods. Sorry, my hand was shaking just now. After Qin Hao teleported to the girl and carried her back, he saw that the elf girl was shivering with cold, and said apologetically. With Qin Hao's strength, the ice magic was very cold. At this moment, Qin Hao also launched an attack immediately, and saw lightning and ice magic one by one, and began to control the situation. However, even so, Qin Hao still couldn't save the elf mage on the other side who was taken away by the wolf pack with the same tactics. Now, there are only 4 dark elves left on the field, one of them is the little priest girl, the other is the female elf thief, and the remaining 1 man and 1 woman are warriors. I'll guard this side first, and you handle the other side. Faced with this group of wolves, Qin Hao had no choice but to maintain the situation. For now, the shadow wolves that were electrocuted or frozen by Qin Hao could no longer cause much damage. After all, as long as the elemental state is not eliminated, they can not only not form effective combat power, but also affect the performance of the wolves behind. Now as long as he can separate himself from the wolf pack, it will be almost fine. While Qin Hao was preparing the icicle wall and controlling the situation with chain lightning, a shadow wolf had obviously discovered Qin Hao's intention and jumped up and pounced on Qin Hao. And Qin Hao knew that if he was pounced by this, he would be torn into pieces like the 2 dark elves who were dragged out just now. However, at this moment, Qin Hao suddenly laughed because he saw the soft flesh in the bloody mouth of this shadow wolf. I saw an ice spear appear in Qin Hao's right hand, and then the ice spear turned into an ice blow lightning, piercing directly into the mouth of the shadow wolf, and then piercing through the entire wolf head. A huge fatal blow appeared, and this blow instantly killed the shadow wolf, which was almost half blood. Chapter 822 Remote Sensing Spellcasting. After seeing this damage, Shui Nai was also shocked. Originally, he just wanted to interrupt its attack, and at most he would hit double the vital damage. Who knew that he would directly hit a fatal blow and trigger the instant death effect? However, the shadow wolf that was shot through the head by Shui Nai, unless it was a bee body, would really die. After all, dark creatures are those who have high attack, but low defense and shallow blood. The 4 dark elves who saw this scene were only excited in addition to being shocked, because since one shadow wolf died, there was a chance to kill the second one, and there was also a chance to escape. Moreover, the living players have already understood Shui Nai's idea. As long as this icicle wall is built, even if they can't run away, they can defend it. So, they were already in despair, and only after seeing Mina come to their rescue did they get a little bit of fighting spirit. Now, their fighting spirit was directly ignited. The 2 sword dancers' swords became more and more powerful. The thief also began to swing the poisonous bone dagger smeared with slowness toxin. Every time it was swung, there would always be 2 damages, 1 red and 1 green. At the same time, the shadow wolf that was hit would be dyed yellow, which represents slowness. However, what really made Mina feel difficult was that these shadow wolves actually began to disappear one by one. This disappearance did not mean that they left, but that they disappeared slowly like the thief when he was stealthed. When Mina saw that these shadow wolves finally used their own characteristics, she felt that she was in trouble. Although the shadow wolf had high attack and fast speed, its greatest ability was not these, but the stealth effect that was almost comparable to that of the thief. Once the shadow wolf entered the stealth state, its difficulty was almost stronger than that of a thief, and this shadow wolf was a kind of social creature. Provoking one was equivalent to provoking a group. And when a group of shadow wolves began to sneak, it meant that they were serious. However, after seeing Shui Nai so easily deal with another shadow wolf, if they use this simple wolf pack tactic again, they will not get much benefit. Shrink in, you guard the side, I will seal the other side. However, at this time, Shui Nai's icicle wall has been completed by 2/3. Now he is hiding in a corner with the little girl priest and starting to seal the third side. Although the height of this icicle wall is only about 1.5 meters, the shadow wolf may not need to jump, but can climb it directly by standing up, but as long as they have no pit in their brains, they will not do so, otherwise what is waiting is the weapons that chop at their claws. When they heard Shui Nai say this, they immediately shrank into the icicle wall and cooperated with Shui Nai's actions. When all of them shrank in this small space, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Brother, thank you," the male elf said gratefully. If it weren't for the help of this wizard just now, his little sister might. When he thought of this, he was a little scared. Let's talk about it after we escape this disaster. Shui Nai said calmly, but at this moment, the little guy in his arms suddenly moved. Then, Shui Nai saw a pair of big, crystal clear eyes. "Shh, don't talk." Shui Nai saw that Xiao Qian wanted to talk, so he shook his head, closed his eyes, and lightly tapped the magic wand, and a thunderbolt came directly from the sky. And then a wolf howl sounded outside. Awesome! Except for Xiao Qian, the other three people only thought of this idea. Although the long-range effect of the mage's magic gives it a lot of freedom, it is almost a magical skill to be able to lock and hit the shadow wolf with a good speed just by hearing like this mage now. This is almost comparable to the remote sensing technology in the real world. However, what they don't know is that in addition to listening to the sound to determine the position, Shui Nai uses the wind pressure when the air flows to lock the target. After that, the sky was filled with flashes of lightning, and the thunder was like a refined missile, hitting the wolves outside accurately. Hey, they finally ran away. Now we can breathe a sigh of relief. Shui Nai could no longer use wind pressure and sound to lock the target, so he breathed a sigh of relief. But unfortunately, during the blind sniping just now, no shadow wolf fell, which made Shui Nai feel like he was doing useless work. Like this 100-level wolf monster, they already have strong intelligence. If the player wants to hunt them like before, then wait for the hunter and the prey to exchange identities. So, Shui Nai didn't dare to say that he was safe at this time. "Big brother, you are so awesome." Just when Shui Nai just breathed a sigh of relief, Xiao Qian, who had been shrinking beside him, said excitedly, and stars were about to come out of her eyes. "Awesome, I've never seen anyone use magic like you." The male elf nodded and said, "My name is Daolang, her name is Fiwa, and her name is Chuandi." Then Daolang introduced the female elf sword dancer and the female elf thief one by one. "My name is Xiao Qian." The little guy said loudly, as if he was afraid that Shui Nai couldn't hear him. "My name is..." Just when Shui Nai answered instinctively, he immediately reacted. When the people around saw that Shui Nai seemed to have something to hide, they had some doubts in their hearts. Generally speaking, the player's ID is actually meaningless, it's just that the IDs of those masters are easier for people to recognize. And ordinary masters like others to talk about their deeds and let others sing praises. However, there are also people who don't like their own things to be known, and this is why there are so many hidden masters in this game. "Then I'll just call you Big Brother, okay?" Xiao Qian said with big eyes blinking. "Okay. But we have to find a way to leave here first, otherwise everything will be in vain." Shui Nai, who was frightened, did not dare to refuse, fearing to hurt the little girl's heart. As for the shadow wolves outside, with their revengeful character, if they went out rashly, they would only fall into another dilemma, and it would be impossible to build another icicle wall at that time. "Well, let's take a break first. We are exhausted after being chased by these beasts for a long time." Daolang felt the pain in his wounds at this time. It turned out that they had forgotten to treat the wounds while talking just now. "By the way, you provoked these shadow wolves there, they don't seem to be monsters here." It's a long story. We are players in the dark world. It was just an accident that we came to the Undead Empire. After that, Daolang also told them all the experiences of these people. However, after listening to what he said, Shui Nai kept a watchful eye, because he mentioned that there was a black cave in the dark world that could directly cross to the Undead Empire, and this place was in an unknown area with no people. After asking Daolang about the coordinates of the cave, Shui Nai was very excited this time. For the general people in the dark camp, this cave is almost useless. It can only be passed from the dark world to the legend, and the exit is in a dangerous monster area. Once the number of people increases, those players may not have escaped, and they will be hunted down and killed by monsters like Daolang and his team. Daolang naturally knew this problem, so he sent the coordinates and even the map to Shui Nai. But when sending it, Daolang was even more confused, because he couldn't get any information about Shui Nai in this process. "Then I will send you back to Aunt Brana now." Shui Nai couldn't just leave people alone after receiving other people's things, and from their tone, these people didn't seem to be the kind of militants. "Okay, anyway, we have to enter the dark world from Aunt Brana, and here is really not the place for us to stay." Although Daolang and his team only stayed here for 2 days, the undead creatures here are really not suitable for children to live. Even the adults were frightened when they saw these undead. "Yes, the undead here are very scary," Xiao Qian said with her teeth bared. Then why did you choose the dark camp? Shui Nai was also very interested in this. Generally speaking, the dark camp is a race that only players with strong endurance will choose, otherwise, they may be scared and dare not play before they even start playing. I accidentally chose the dark elf, and everyone went down to accompany me. Xiao Qian said embarrassedly. Shui Nai was speechless. It turned out that it was because this little girl accidentally chose the race of the dark camp, and everyone collectively chose the dark race to accompany her. In fact, the dark camp is not as scary and evil as everyone thinks. Although the environment there has some dark tendencies, there are also warm times down there. Dao Lang was afraid that Xiao Qian would feel guilty, so he said it immediately. Yes. Although the end down there is a little scary, there are also many good people who often give me good things. Xiao Qian obviously did not have the kind of guilt that Dao Lang had. The group chatted for a while, and when everyone had almost replied, Shui Nai began to assign tasks. I will go out with this Chuan Dai later, you guys stay here. This. Dao Lang looked at Shui Nai. No matter how strong he was as a mage, he could not be stronger than the agile monster. Don't worry, I don't want to die here. Shui Nai said, and then he put on the ice crystal armor and wind coat for everyone, and then jumped out with an ice shield. You sneak first, and wait for me to lure them out, then you can take action. Shui Nai felt the airflow around him, but did not find any noteworthy changes, so he planned to use himself as bait. Chapter 823 Killing Wolves. Don't worry, I have practiced teleportation to the point of instantaneous release, and these shadow wolves can't catch me. Shuhei Pavilion, Shui Nai said confidently. Although Chuan Dai felt that this mage was a little too confident, the thief could indeed exert his greatest combat power when he was in stealth. However, the two sword dancers, Dao Lang and Fei Hua, no matter how strong they were, could not be stronger than the mage who could use teleportation, and this mage's teleportation had been practiced to the point of instantaneous release. Then you be careful. Chuan Dai said, and then disappeared. Shui Nai walked forward a few steps carefully, and at the same time carefully sensed the changes in the airflow around him. Although the shadow wolves are a kind of magic beast, they can only be invisible and cannot use magic to attack targets remotely, so Shui Nai has enough confidence to face them. And if Shui Nai's opponent is a level 100 magic beast that can cast magic, even if it is an ordinary monster, Shui Nai would not dare to lure them so openly. As we all know, once a monster or NPC reaches level 100, its strength will increase significantly. Although this increase is not as balanced as that of a player, it is not something that players can underestimate. And the most important thing is that in front of these outsiders, Shui Nai's strongest strength cannot be demonstrated, so he can only adopt a steady and cautious tactic. However, at this moment, Shui Nai suddenly found that the airflow behind the left side had changed. However, Shui Nai did not make a move, but continued to move forward as if nothing had happened. After that, Shui Nai found more movements, and these movements almost surrounded Shui Nai. When she thought that she was surrounded by more than 20 shadow wolves, Shui Nai's palms began to sweat. To be honest, if there was a choice, Shui Nai would never choose a creature like wolf as her enemy, because these wolves are too cunning. However, Shui Nai has no choice now. Looking at Shui Nai, who was almost there, suddenly an ice ring appeared at Shui Nai's feet. Although the shadow wolves quickly reacted and prepared to retreat, when they turned their heads, the ice ring had already passed by their feet. Shui Na looked at the dozen or so shadow wolves around and couldn't help but feel a headache. These shadow wolves were almost as cunning as the players. Even if they dealt with this batch, the next batch might have learned their lesson and would be even more difficult to deal with. As these shadow wolves were forced out of stealth by Shui Na and Chuan Dai immediately took action. Shu Hai Ji. Chuan Dai suddenly took out a crossbow, and then the arrows that had obviously been fed with paralysis or slowing toxin stopped the 5 shadow wolves that were also visible in the distance. Shui Na, who glanced at the female thief, couldn't help but say that the strength of this knife wolf team should not be underestimated. The skill of hitting different targets with 5 consecutive shots of this crossbow is very difficult, especially when you have to attack 5 targets at different distances and positions at the same time, and you have to consider the speed and reaction of the targets. It is impossible to hit all the targets if you miss a little bit. However, Shui Nai was not slow either. A high-precision attack of a flaming bomb and a thunderbolt could often control the target while ensuring that the target was injured. However, in this chaos, Shui Nai was not optimistic. Now he was being entangled by several shadow wolves. Although Shui Nai had many control skills of ice and thunder, he would be hit by a close claw from time to time. Shui Nai had to change the ice crystal armor on his body frequently. The lethality of dark monsters was amazingly high, but their defense and resistance were somewhat inferior. The duration of Shui Nai's ice and thunder elemental effects was particularly long. If these guys were not used to group activities and knew how to cooperate with each other, Shui Nai would often face the attacks of two shadow wolves at the same time. Otherwise, a shadow wolf would have fallen long ago. Chuan Dai, stay away from me later. Shui Nai looked at this and was afraid that his health would not be able to bear it first. That grab was thousands of blood points. Even if Shui Nai had enough medicine, he could not bear it, not to mention that Shui Nai was a little busy now. Now Mizuna knew that she was a little too arrogant. However, Mizuna didn't plan to give up. Mizuna switched the main element to ice, and then she took out the frozen crown from her backpack. However, Mizuna didn't wear it this time, but just put it in her arms. Although Mizuna couldn't complete the equipment and get the effect of the equipment, the frost breath on the frozen crown could still be activated. After that, I saw waves of ice fog began to appear around Mizuna, but the ice fog was not obvious in the dim woods. However, the speed of the shadow wolf affected by the frost breath slowed down obviously. This is... Chuandi looked at the shadow wolf whose movements were slow by who knows how many beats, and she couldn't keep up with the rhythm of the shadow wolf for a while. But she quickly adjusted her attack rhythm, and saw the dagger in her hand flying, covering the shadow wolf in front of her. Mizuna on the side used the combination of wind and ice magic to reduce the number of shadow wolves here. After the two killed several shadow wolves outside, the shadow wolves behind them also knew that they could not do anything to these two guys, so they began to retreat slowly. Watching them disappear one by one in the shadow of the woods, Shui Na and Chuan Dai cleaned up the scene as quickly as possible and went back. These things are for you. Chuan Dai gave all the things he collected to Shui Na when he went back. I just want the crystal core and this skill book, I don't need the others. Shui Na looked at the wolf teeth and claws, which are more used by thieves, after all, they are the best materials for crossbows. Shui Na also has his own collection habits, that is, to collect crystal cores first, and then take leather and other things. After all, the value of these things is much higher than that of disposable wolf teeth. Let's go, we have to wake up later. Although Shui Na and his friends killed several shadow wolves just now, more than a dozen of them still escaped, and with these cunning guys, they will not let them go. Looking at the skills in the backpack after thinking about it, Shui Na felt that her Dark Seal skill slot was not full yet, so she directly learned this Dark Shadow. Dark Shadow is an auxiliary magic that all Dark Camp mages can learn. It can cover the target with a layer of shadow and make the target invisible. But this magic must be effective in a dark environment, otherwise the shadow will be extremely obvious and cannot be moved. However, in this dark and undead empire, this magic is very practical. On the way, Shui Na and his team encountered several attacks by shadow wolves, but under the effect of Shui Nai's wind breath, these shadow wolves would be discovered by Shui Na unless they lay down directly. For this, both the female thief Chuandi and Dao Lang were surprised. Such a strong anti-stealth ability is definitely the nemesis of all thieves. No wonder this mage dared to practice alone. We finally saw the city. Dao Lang looked at the huge bone wall of the main city in the distance, and for a moment he felt that he had been in hell for the past 2 days. Shui Na knew that the 6 of them had been wandering around in the deep mountains and forests because they didn't have the map of the undead empire at the beginning, and as a result, they attracted a group of shadow wolves. In the end, if they hadn't met Shui Na, they would have died collectively. Let's go, Xiaoling and the others are waiting for us inside. Fei Hua also said happily. Anyone who was suddenly sent to a strange and dangerous place and chased by monsters for nearly a day would not be able to bear it. Then let's break up here. Shui Na glanced around. Although there were fewer players here, there were still players, so Dao Lang and the others were safe here. Big brother, aren't you going back to the main city? Xiao Qian was more interested in Shui Na along the way, and kept pestering him to talk and build relationships. No, in fact, I just came out of this main city, and there is no point in going back. I'd better go outside and take a look. Shui Na now had to confirm the situation of the exit that Dao Lang mentioned, so as to make plans for the future. But, there are wolves outside, if... It's okay, if those wolves can deal with me, we can't run away. Shui Na didn't take those wolves to heart. To be honest, when there are no outsiders, Shui Na is most afraid of those monsters that he can't beat, but not those shadow wolves. Let's go. Oh, by the way, a reminder, be careful here, don't provoke the people of the Dark Temple. Shui Nai said, and walked in the direction from whence he came. You have to be careful too. Dao Lang said solemnly, as for the words of thanks, he didn't want to use them as a courtesy. Watching Shui Nai disappear in the distance, Dao Lang led a few people to the capital of the undead. Don't look, Xiao Qian, they have all run away, and if you look at it again, you will become a husband-waiting stone. Dao Lang saw that his little sister was still looking back from time to time, and couldn't help but joked. You, hate it. Xiao Qian kicked him with a red face. At this time, Shui Nai, who had returned to the forest, was soon targeted and surrounded by the group of shadow wolves. They really are vindictive. Shui Nai felt the changing air currents around him and shook his head. Just as Shui Nai said confidently just now, he really didn't care about the shadow wolves here. When Shui Nai put on the frozen crown, an ice ring directly froze half of the shadow wolves. After that, Shui Nai used a frost nova to freeze a few more. In the end, there were only less than 3 left to fight Shui Nai. After that, when Shui Nai changed to the elemental wand, the silence of the forest was directly torn apart by a strong explosion. From then on, no shadow wolves appeared here again. Chapter 824 Breakthrough, Part 1. Shui Nai, who had been wandering outside for a few days, not only found the exit that Dao Lang mentioned, but also tried all the monsters around the exit. As a result, he found that the monsters here could not do anything to him. At the same time, Shui Na also found a safe and quiet place to practice skills or draw some scrolls. Although the current situation is very optimistic, Shui Na knows that there is an ancient saying, be prepared for danger in times of peace, so Shui Na also worked hard to make himself stronger during this period of time. When the world gate of Antbrana city opened, Shui Na also rushed back. As a world gate that only opens twice a month, it will naturally attract a lot of players to use it. Every time it is operated, there are often tens of thousands of people, because in the dark world, there are always some players who want to find bad luck with the players of the Holy Light Camp because they are bored. And once a larger guild war appears, the flow of people will almost surge. When Shui Na secretly watched this world gate open in a corner, he had to admire it. The teleportation ability of this world gate is the strongest that Shui Na has ever seen. It can not only break the barriers between the two worlds, but also teleport thousands of people at the same time. If it is placed on the battlefield, this speed of replenishing soldiers can make the enemy want to die. Death. When the world gate was activated and a huge and stable black vortex energy channel began to form in the center of the square, the players or horses waiting to pass through the square lined up. This vortex energy channel has a diameter of 10 meters. Although it is a little different from the one that can accommodate the passage of the dragon clan, Shui Na did not find that there were any dragons passing through this time. However, what made Shui Na feel a little troublesome and depressed was that she had to register to pass through this world gate. After watching the scene of paying the undead crystal cores and registering her information one by one, Shui Na could not help but think of the entry procedures in the real world. However, Shui Na, a stowaway, had no way to publish her information. Why would there be such a procedure? It's just going to the dark world. Is it necessary to be so troublesome? Shui Na muttered in her heart, and at the same time took a look at the human skin mask on her body, and found that the only mask available was the Demon King. Now Shui Na can only pray that the players here don't understand the situation in the Orc Kingdom. However, when Shui Na was among these people, Long Tian, who was in a high building, saw Shui Na at the signal of his subordinates. When Long Tian saw Shui Na, his pupils suddenly shrank, and then he stared at Shui Na. Although Long Tian could not see Shui Nai's expression clearly because he was still wearing a full coverage mask, Long Tian could find a sense of familiarity or hatred from this look. I seem to know this mage, let's go and take a look. Long Tian felt a little uneasy. Because in this undead empire, all the mages he knew were not stronger than this mage. As for the dark world, he had never been there, let alone knowing the mages there, so this mage gave him only one feeling, that is, he was his enemy. In fact, when Long Tian looked over for the first time, the name Fan Chen appeared in his mind. However, he really couldn't figure out why this Fan Chen could appear here and mingle among the dark players. Really, then the president must win him over. With him, we will have a better chance of facing the Death God Guild. In this undead empire where necromancers are respected, a strong mage is a rare resource. Especially in this situation after level 100, the advantage of necromancers has begun to narrow, and the advantage of mages has become more and more obvious. After reaching level 100, often one magic can be exchanged for dozens of undead creatures. Therefore, now the staff of the Dark Temple has begun to train this mage with all their strength. However, no matter how fast the training is, it is not as good as the mage who has fought all the way. Don't expect too much, he may be an enemy. After Long Tian finished speaking, he drove the colorful magic spider over. Seeing Long Tian's colorful magic spider coming, Shui Nai suddenly clicked in his heart, and then he lowered his head guiltily. However, Long Tian suddenly did not let Shui Nai go because of this. Although the players around didn't know what Long Tian was doing, they all had different feelings when they saw this huge colorful spider. "It's you," Long Tian said secretly in his heart, and then let the colorful spider climb up. However, Shui Nai felt that someone suddenly came around, and it was a stealth thief. Shui Nai looked at the distance of only 100 meters between herself and the gate of this world, and she felt a little sad. Because Shui Nai knew that the people responsible for activating the gate of this world were all level 100n. If she just forced her way through, the consequences would be serious. But if she didn't break through, the consequences would be even more serious. So in the next second, Shui Nai suddenly blew out a gust of green wind, and then he flew into the sky when several bone arrows flew up. Watching Shui Nai's flying action, Long Tian only had time to shout, "Stop him!" When everyone was still confused, Shui Nai had already rushed to the world gate. However, before he flew over, he found that an undead warlock who had reacted actually summoned more than a dozen ghosts to block him. "Damn!" Shui Nai cursed, and the horse changed direction and flew towards Long Tian. To be honest, if there were only these dozen ghosts in front, Shui Nai would probably rush over without thinking. But what made him feel dangerous was that there was a dark elf archer standing on both sides of the world gate, and they had already drawn their bows and aimed at him. If he rushed closer, he might have 2 more holes in his body. So Shui Nai planned to make Long Tian unlucky first, and by the way draw the attention of these people. Shui Nai's speed was very fast, and he almost caught up with Long Tian's 7-colored magic spider in the blink of an eye. After that, Shui Nai activated the effects of almost all the equipment. As soon as the blood light of Mina's blood shadow ring flashed, Mina lost more than 3,000 health points. At the same time, the blood shadow amplification effect appeared on her body, and her entire skin became seeing the blood light. Shui Nai felt that her strength increased greatly, and she wanted to destroy it. After that, Shui Nai's magic value dropped slightly, and a blood-colored blood shadow shield enveloped Shui Nai's body. Finally, a huge diamond on Shui Nai's bracelet flashed, and Shui Nai's health value dropped by 3,000 points again, but Shui Nai's magic damage had reached a height of 20,000. Seeing the light representing Shui Nai's status flickering, Long Tian looked over and almost fainted, so he took the colorful spider and ran away without thinking. However, Shui Nai's magic had already come. The first thing that appeared from the elemental magic wand was the explosive impact. I saw this fireball suddenly rushed to Long Tian's body, but Long Tian's reaction was not slow. He actually controlled the colorful spider to deflect, so that the colorful spider blocked this fatal blow. However, when Long Tian saw that his 7-colored magic spider had lost more than 30,000 health points under this attack, he was so scared that he left without even looking back. At this time, some players who didn't understand were watching the chase and escape with a mentality of watching a good show. However, when Long Tian threw down "He is immortal" from the Holy Light Camp, an enemy, all the players were shocked. However, when they saw that this mage didn't defend himself, all the players believed what Long Tian said. Damn, what's going on? Players from the Holy Light Camp have actually played to this point. A warrior looked at Shui Nai in the wind, depressed. No matter, let's beat him down first. A dark elf archer had already pulled up the arrow, but Shui Nai's speed was like a rabbit, not to mention aiming, sometimes even the eyes couldn't see it. Only a few arrows that were obviously from the hands of top players were qualified to fight Shui Nai. However, due to the problem of height, these arrows can only scare people. What's this speed? We can't catch up with it. When several mages with flying skills saw Shui Nai's speed, they felt that their speed was just like a snail, not to mention that they were close to casting spells. Fortunately, at this time, several NS had already learned the beginning of the matter and started to fight back one by one. However, Long Tian was furious at this time. Because he found that Shui Nai's target was not himself, but the 7-colored magic spider under his feet. Each magic seemed to be coming towards him, but it fell on the body of the 7-colored magic spider one by one. And the most hateful thing is that he actually killed himself in the capital of the Undead Empire and made him flee everywhere, which almost made Long Tian's proud face lose everything. However, Long Tian did not dare to stop, because he did not want to die, especially when these NS were flying over. Want to leave? Shui Nai was a little amused when he saw the 7-colored magic spider flying towards those NS. Because Shui Nai saw that the 2 archers responsible for guarding the gate of the world were riding 2 corpse birds with the help of an undead warlock. Let's catch you first. Shui Nai said, and then suddenly accelerated again and rushed to the back of the 7-colored magic spider. After that, Shui Nai raised her hand, and a deformed skeleton soldier suddenly appeared under Long Tian's feet. Ah! Long Tianma, who was frightened by the skeleton soldier, reacted. Just when he was about to break the bones, a group of dark green corpse gas appeared, and then several green chains stretched out and entangled Long Tian. What kind of magic is this? Long Tian was shocked. Looking at Shui Nai, who was already close at hand, he wondered what this mortal was and why he could use this skill that was obviously a skill of the undead. However, when he saw Shui Nai take out the ghost shield in his hand, Long Tian's pupils shrank for a while. Run, don't come over here. Chapter 825 Breakthrough, Part 2. When Long Tian shouted in the regional channel, all the players paused instinctively, because they suddenly thought that the weapon that could make Long Tian react so strongly was the strategic weapon, the magic cannon. The power of this weapon, for the players, is almost equivalent to a nuclear bomb, and no player dares to challenge this weapon. Shuhei Pavilion. However, what made Long Tian feel a little regretful was that the people he wanted to remind were not the players, but the NPCs who were not far from Long Tian. When he saw the densely packed ghosts on the ghost shield, he only had one thought in his mind, that is, Shui Na must be a murderer, and he actually collected so many ghosts. When he thought that he had been struggling for almost half a month, he only collected 1,000 ghosts, and this mage actually collected no less than 10,000 ghosts. Why is this guy so perverted? Moreover, the power value of this mortal is too large. How heavy are these 10,000 ghosts? Long Tian didn't know this, but he knew that this ghost shield could already use the ghost cannon, and it could also use the ghost cannon for 15 seconds. The ghost cannon is the only thing Long Tian has not tried, but he knows that he doesn't want to try it anyway. Was hit by this at once. However, Long Tian, who was locked by this unknown chain, could only watch Shui Nai raise the ghost shield and aim it at himself. One shot directly destroyed more than 10,000 health points. With Long Tian's health points of only 8,000, it was basically impossible for him to survive. Moreover, judging from Shui Nai's plan, he didn't seem to intend to kill himself directly, otherwise he wouldn't have used the ghost cannon, a strategic weapon. Long Tian's idea was right. Shui Nai did intend to use the ghost cannon, and it was indeed not used against Long Tian. With Shui Nai's strength, Long Tian was basically a piece of meat on the chopping board, and the only thing that Shui Nai was worried about was those NPC archers. Don't! Just when Long Tian shouted to those NPCs not to come over, Shui Nai had already shot out an icicle, freezing them completely. Long Tian couldn't die now, otherwise the 7-colored magic spider would disappear directly, and Shui Nai would lose such a huge ground-specific shield. However, although Long Tian had been controlled by Shui Nai, the control of the 7-colored magic spider was still in Long Tian's hands. The 7-colored magic spider suddenly tilted to one side, and then its huge body rushed to the ground. Damn, run! The people below were shocked when they saw the 7-colored magic spider suddenly fall down. Shuhai Pavilion *. However, at this moment, the people below saw a grey beam of light suddenly shot out from the back of the 7-colored magic spider. The target of this beam of light was an archer NPC who had already flown over. Although this NPC had already felt the danger approaching and tried his best to dodge, he was now in the sky, and the carrion bird was only that big. As a result, when he dodged, he accidentally stepped on the carrion bird and fell down. However, his reaction was first-rate. In an instant, he had already caught the rotten foot of the corpse bird, hanging it in the air hundreds of meters high. However, what made him tremble with fear was that the corpse bird above his head suddenly screamed and fell down. Afterwards, the NPC in the sky saw the grey light column like a sword, sweeping directly towards another archer NPC. Although this NPC successfully dodged the sweep of the grey light column, he was hit by a thunderbolt at the last moment, and the whole person lost balance on the bird's back and fell down. Afterwards, this grey light column drew a semicircle, sweeping away most of the nearby players or NPCs. Those NPCs or players who had risen to the sky looked at Shui Nai floating in the sky, and they were a little at a loss for a while. The changes in the past 10 seconds made them dare not approach this guy again. Go! He can't move now. Long Tian, who had already controlled the colorful spider to fly again, had not yet removed the status on his body, but he knew the weakness of this ghost shield. However, what frightened him was that Shui Nai only floated in the air for 5 seconds before he started to move. This is impossible. Long Tian clearly remembered that the ghost cannon of this ghost shield had a 30-second immobilization effect after using it, but this mortal only immobilized for 5 seconds before he started to change equipment and move. However, if Long Tian knew that Shui Nai had the power of the Lich King, he would probably not be so surprised. When Shui Nai put away the ghost cannon and replaced it with a small magic cannon, Shui Nai immediately rushed to the periphery, as if he was going to break through and escape. Kill! Wei Zhe looked at Shui Nai, who had already flown over, and suddenly waved the bone staff in his hand, and a grey cloud of death shot out of Shui Nai. However, before this cloud of death approached Shui Nai, the small magic cannon in Shui Nai's hand had already glowed. At the same time, Mina spun around and passed the death cloud. Although Wei Zhe had moved at the fastest speed, his flying technique was obviously not as strong as Mina's, who inherited the flying technique of the Wind Dragon clan. What made Wei Zhe feel that Mina was too much was that he even replaced the magic wand in his other hand, took out the second small magic cannon, and shot wildly at his side, while flying around him several times. After being hit by nearly 5 beams of light in a row, even though Wei Zhe's magic defense was famously high, he couldn't stand it. The health value that had just been replenished was gone in an instant. This weapon is too perverted, I want to complain. This was Wei Zhe's last thought before he died. The beam of light that hit him just now made Wei Zhe suddenly think of the laser guns and humanoid combat weapons in reality, but this is a magical world, why even take out laser guns? Although Wei Zhe died with his eyes wide open, Shui Nai did not let go of any enemy that approached him, and almost all of them were shot down by Shui Nai's small magic cannon. After that, Shui Nai seemed to be still unsatisfied, and actually turned back and rushed back to the place just now, shooting wildly at the players and NPCs that came over. Damn, this guy is too arrogant. A man on the ground, the players who were watching the show, said bitterly. Fighting in the sky like this is not for warriors. It's not that the enemy is too arrogant, but that our people are too weak. Look, those guys who flew up are now running away. If it were you, you would also choose to pursue them. A mage player pointed to the players riding flying pets in the distance who were retreating all the way, and said with some pain. Flying pets have always been a toy for the rich. Yes, almost all the players were scared after seeing Shui Nai kill more than a dozen people in a row. And Shui Nai is also very good at picking opponents, only picking those who can't fly, like those NPC mages. Shui Nai plays hide and seek with them, and directly leaves them at high speed. However, Shui Nai is secretly worried in his heart, because his magic power is not much, and if he continues to entangle like this, he will be in trouble. However, Long Tian's reaction was so fast that he took the opportunity to control the colorful spider and guarded the world gate tightly, blocking the passage. And by doing this, he didn't have to fight with Shui Nai, which not only saved his face, but also prevented Shui Nai from passing through the world gate. Shui Nai now regretted why he didn't get rid of him just now. Should I retreat or rush? Shui Nai quickly glanced at the situation around him. In the current situation, although the 2 elf archer NPCs who posed the greatest threat to him had fallen half to death and had no way to deal with him for a while, the undead warlock NPCs had already guarded the world gate. If he rushed hard, there would be a chance, but it was very slim. Fight. However, Shui Nai was obviously not the kind of person who gave up easily. He suddenly turned in the air, and the small magic cannon in his hand fired the last 2 beams of light, hitting the 2 vampires flying over. These 2 vampires were obviously just ordinary undead summoned creatures, much weaker than those natural vampires, but they happened to be guarding the front of Shui Nai. Seeing the light column coming, the 2 vampires naturally would not stand and let others hit them, but as soon as they separated, Shui Nai flew over at a very fast speed, and at the same time put the magic cannon in his right hand into his backpack and replaced it with his elemental magic wand. As soon as the elemental magic wand was in hand, Shui Nai directly fired an ice dragon attack. I saw an ice blue magic circle with a diameter of 2 meters on Shui Nai's magic wand, and then an ice dragon appeared on the magic circle. The ice dragon rushed out as soon as it was formed, and rushed towards the huge zombie kings waiting in front. "Boss, how did you expect this mage to come to this side?" A dark elf archer beside Long Tian asked Long Tian. Behind this archer is a large group of archers, which Long Tian had just summoned. "It's very simple. This is not his camp. He came here just to go to the dark world through this world gate. And his behavior of killing people everywhere is very unwise, but he did it. The only explanation is that he wants to lead our people away. Although I don't know what he is thinking, as long as we know his goal, we have a chance." Long Tian looked at Shui Nai who was coming over here, and his heart was already calm. Yes, Shui Nai led almost all the NPCs away, but he didn't expect that the President Long Tian would be so quick-witted and thought of the key at once. Not only did he not send people to chase Shui Nai, but he also called all the archers to the colorful spider. Damn it! After Shui Nai used the Ice Dragon Impact and Fire Dragon Impact on the elemental magic wand, Shui Nai found that waiting for him were more than 20 archers hidden by the magician with dark shadows. Afterwards, a sky full of arrows suddenly shot out, turning into a dark cloud and pressing over. Chapter 826 Breakthrough, Part 2. Looking at the arrows coming like a dark cloud, Shui Nai turned to the left and bypassed them, dodging several magical attacks at the same time. However, even so, Shui Nai was still shot by some extremely strong arrows, which not only shattered her ice crystal armor, but also knocked off a small part of her life. However, those arrows that missed caused more accidental injuries to the surroundings. In this round of arrow rain, more than a dozen players in the dark camp were shot to death. Seeing that the arrow formation was so dense, Shui Nai knew that he could not break through it by force, so he set his target on Long Tian. Now these archers are standing on the 7-colored demon spider. Judging from Long Tian's appearance, he intends to pursue him directly when he is defeated. However, their approach also has a drawback, that is, as long as Long Tian dies, the 7-colored demon spider under their feet will disappear, and once it disappears, these guys will be in trouble. Thinking of this, Shui Nai immediately launched a new round of offensive. He first cast a few water mist spells, and then Shui Nai disappeared in the water mist. "Mage, thunder magic!" Long Tian shouted in the regional channel, and those who were watching the show around him, the players immediately joined in. I saw the lightning magic falling one by one, and in an instant, the water mist there was torn apart by a large amount of lightning magic, and finally the water mist dissipated early. However, when the water mist disappeared, Shui Nai's figure also disappeared at the same time, and those archers who originally planned to nail Shui Nai to the ground were stunned. Teleport. Long Tian and the others thought of this for a while, but they did not find the blue light when teleporting. There, he is there. At this time, a mage suddenly pointed to a figure that appeared in the corner of an alley. However, when a rain of arrows passed, they found that the figure was broken like water light. Illusion. Long Tian and the others reacted immediately. However, at this moment, Long Tian suddenly found that a blood-red chain suddenly appeared around him, and then Shui Nai's figure appeared not far away in front of Long Tian. Damn! Long Tian cursed in his heart, struggling constantly, and several archers behind him immediately came forward to help. However, at this time, Shui Nai had already shot out a sky full of explosive birds in an instant. Although the explosive birds flew a little slowly, it was no longer something that Long Tian could dodge now. This is... When several old N in the sky saw this scene, they suddenly remembered that many years ago, there seemed to be someone who used such magic to turn the undead empire upside down. Update. Shui Nai, who had just shot 2 rounds of elemental birds and was about to shoot 2 more rounds, suddenly felt a wave of chills surging from his back. Shui Nai pulled the magic wand from the front to the back without thinking, and more than a dozen explosive birds flew out. At the same time, Shui Nai also rushed forward a few steps to buffer, and then jumped directly into the sky. After that, Shui Nai only heard a burst of explosions from the front and the back at the same time, and then Shui Nai found that his name was a little more popular. Mizuna, who had just taken off, was suddenly hit by several bone arrows. After that, Mizuna found that she began to have multiple negative states such as slowness and poisoning. Fortunately, there was no magic forbidden toxin in it. Looking at these states, Mizuna thought about it and used a light of life to eliminate her own state. However, before the light of life on Mizuna disappeared, several arrows shot over, almost turning Mizuna into a hedgehog. However, Mizuna's magic shield had been deployed in time. Although her magic power was almost exhausted, she was fortunately not hit by the arrows of these archers. While dodging, she temporarily replenished several bottles of magic potions and magic pills, and finally restored her magic power. However, at this time, Mizuna heard a scream. After that, Mizuna saw that the colorful magic spider as huge as a hill suddenly turned into colorful starlight and disappeared. The archers on this side fell down one by one like dumplings in a pot, and they kept screaming. It turned out that just now, the group of explosive birds failed to kill Long Tian, but the blood shackles on his body absorbed his remaining red health bit by bit. When Shui Nai saw that the world gate had been opened, and the huge vortex-shaped energy channel was right in front of him, he immediately flew up and went to the world gate not far away. Without Long Tian's colorful spider, An had already returned to defense while Shui Nai and Long Tian were fighting. With the remaining archer players, Shui Nai felt that his magic power was constantly declining. However, the world gate was already in front of him. With a buzz, Shui Nai suddenly heard the music of death. After that, Shui Nai felt his heart twitching for a while, and instinctively moved sideways a little bit, but before he completely dodged, he suddenly felt a heat in his chest. When Shui Nai came to his senses, he saw a black arrow suddenly emerge from his chest, and a stream of blood also shot forward towards Shui Nai with this extremely fast arrow. This arrow not only pierced Shui Nai's magic shield, but also directly pierced Shui Nai's wizard robe and body. However, this was originally a fatal blow of a piercing arrow, but because of Shui Nai's timely reaction, it was deviated by 1 point, resulting in Shui Nai avoiding a disaster, and with the help of the momentum of this arrow, he flew directly into the energy channel of the world gate. What a loss, I couldn't shoot him to death. At the moment when Shui Nai flew into the world gate, an elf holding a huge black longbow in the distance, touched the hard and prickly beard on his chin, and said a little depressed. Damn, you guy, the forbidden arrow is mine, you just shoot arrows, what's the loss? An undead warlock next to this elf archer said with heartache. This forbidden arrow is the most powerful magic item that this necromancer can make. At present, it is the only one of its kind. So I said I lost money? However, this wizard is really amazing. He killed so many people here by himself. I just don't know how powerful your forbidden arrow is. There is no way to kill him. Humph, after being hit by my forbidden arrow, even if it is N, he will be killed by the curse of life decay. Besides, he is just a mage. I don't believe he can be resurrected. Dead, I just received a notification that I successfully killed him. Unfortunately, we can't pick up any of his equipment. The elf archer looked at the system's message and said a little depressed. To be honest, with the distance of nearly 300 meters between them and the world gate, even if there are no players in this section and it is unobstructed, it will take several seconds. However, on the other side of the world gate, there are thousands of people waiting. As long as there is equipment falling from the sky, I am afraid only idiots will not pick it up. However, the people in the Undead Empire don't know that since they received news that someone attacked the world gate, the Dark World on the other side has set up a battle line and emptied the square in front of the world gate. All players or N are already on the first level of combat alert. On the other side of the world gate, Mina's body fell in the open space not far from the energy channel, and his body was stained with a red or dark gold color by the equipment around him. When passing through the gate of this world, Shui Na knew that he could not survive. Because he found that he was hit by a powerful undead curse called Life Withering. Under this curse, Shui Na's health value could not only not be restored by potions and skills, but also had to be constantly drained by the curse. This is really Life Withering. At this time, Shui Na, who was shot through the chest by an arrow, had little health value. Before he could cast a water mist spell for cover, his health value returned to 0. Hiss! When these red or dark gold equipment exploded from Shui Na, all the players took a breath. It's not that they didn't see the big explosion equipment, but they really didn't see anyone explode so many top quality equipment. In this game, there are 3 pieces of legendary equipment flashing with dazzling red light. As for the dark gold mage equipment and the silver sword without any color, they did not attract other people's attention. If there were no N here to maintain order, I'm afraid all the players would have rushed to grab equipment. However, such order is on the verge of destruction under the huge temptation. Seeing the situation getting more and more out of control, the several city defense NS who were maintaining order could no longer control the sneaking thieves. However, at this moment, a soft emerald green light suddenly shone from Mina's body. Under this light full of vitality, Mina's fingers began to tremble, and the wound on her chest was recovering rapidly. The dark camp players who were illuminated by this emerald green light covered their eyes and retreated one by one, and some undead creatures present were wailing one by one. When the green light disappeared, Mina had already stood up and took back the equipment that had just exploded one by one. Afterwards, in front of a group of dark camp creatures who had not yet reacted, Mina directly cast a few water mist spells and then disappeared. From then on, Mina never appeared in this main city called Lianda again. Shui Nai, who used the earth escape technique to escape, looked at the experience that disappeared out of thin air and felt like crying but had no tears. However, fortunately, his red name penalty did not trigger the loss of experience. When the equipment exploded, it was particularly generous. Nearly 10 pieces of equipment exploded at once, and there were also some must-explode equipment. Otherwise, he had killed more than 20 people just now, and more than 2 levels disappeared in a flash. However, he now couldn't figure out whether this was a setting after level 100 or because of the problem of the dark mark on his body. Chapter 827 Guild Killing Order. Where are the people? Long Tian rushed to the other side of the world gate as soon as he was resurrected. Boss, the mage ran away. We have searched all over Lianda, but he is not here. At this time, a warrior player said in a deep voice. Waste. This is impossible. There are so many people here. It is impossible that not even one person can be left. Long Tian was already angry. He would be angry if the president was killed like this in his own territory. What made Long Tian feel the most humiliated was that he had a guild of thousands of people, but he couldn't even keep a single player, and let people come and go. This really made him lose face. We don't know about this either. At that time, we just saw that the mage had clearly died, but after less than a few seconds, the mage came back to life. Because many people wanted to grab the equipment at that time, the scene was a bit chaotic. The warrior looked at Long Tian's unrecoverable anger and was a little at a loss. Resurrection prop. Long Tianma thought of this, because he also had a resurrection prop behind him. However, under normal circumstances, he would not use such precious props indiscriminately. This, maybe. The warrior had never used this resurrection prop, so he was naturally unsure. Then did you grab any equipment, or did you someone grabbed some equipment? Long Tian asked nervously at this time. Because Long Tian's wrathful shield is still in Shui Nai's hand? No, the mage picked it up again. Since there was an maintaining order at that time, our people didn't have time to take action before the mage picked it up. When the warrior thought of the mage's hand speed when picking up the equipment, he sighed. Damn, didn't I just tell them to deal with the invader? How could it become maintaining order? Long Tian was furious at this time. It turned out that the origin of everything was NS self-assertion. This, I don't know. The warrior wiped the sweat from his forehead and said weakly. What did those N say afterwards? Long Tian asked reluctantly. They said it's okay. Long Tian stared at the warrior in a daze, then just said fuck fiercely and left. Forget it, ignore it, this is not my territory anyway. Let them worry about it. At this time, Long Tian looked at the dark sky and could only comfort himself in this way, and then walked towards the gate of the world without looking back. In the headquarters meeting room of the Death God Guild in the Dark World, a group of Death God Guild cadres and the second-level presidents of their affiliated guilds were discussing a few photos here. These photos were obviously taken just now, and behind this photo was a huge vortex-shaped energy channel. What do you think of this mage? Zishan asked everyone present. Is this mage really from the Holy Light Camp? A female mage asked with interest. Yes, although his equipment has changed a little, the legendary magic wand in his hand is exactly the same as the one used by Fanfiction before, and Long Tian also passed on such news. Zishan said with certainty. So, this red shield is Long Tian's wrathful shield. I heard that his wrathful shield was robbed a long time ago, but I didn't expect it to be taken away by this mage. A warrior looked at the wrathful shield in the photo and was already salivating. If you have the ability, you can go and grab it. Anyway, he is destined to be our enemy. However, I think his silver broadsword is a bit problematic. Zishan pointed at the photo and said. Although this silver broadsword without any light looks like a blank equipment, several big guys present immediately heard what Zishan meant. Boss, you mean this silver broadsword is more advanced than the red legendary? Why not? Think about it, a player with all dark gold equipment will prepare a blank broadsword, and have you ever seen a mage equipped with a blank broadsword? These 2 points alone are already very imaginative. But, this broadsword may not be used by him. It may also be that he exploded it and he didn't have time to deal with it. A warrior player looked at the dark gold Tijriad broadsword in his hand, and he didn't quite believe that Shui Nai's broadsword, which had no color, would be more powerful and advanced than his own. You may not have heard about the red dress incident a few months ago. At that time, the president of a guild came forward to say that the mage stole a red legendary equipment, but now it seems that this is not a legendary level, so it can only be something more advanced than a legendary. After that, Zishan looked through the information of his intelligence department and found the earliest information about the silver broadsword. Don't worry about this for now, President. What is the origin of that red crown? It seems that no player has used equipment like this crown yet. At this time, a handsome elf in gorgeous clothes looked at the gorgeous red crown with a long history, and wanted to take it for himself. What can I know? Ask him if you have the ability. Now I want to ask everyone, what do you think of this mage? If you don't have any opinion, please vote. President, what you said is nonsense. We only have one opinion, that is, to blow up all his equipment. Damn, I have never seen more luxurious equipment than this. This mage is so awesome that he is about to fly out of the Milky Way. We must fight, after all, we haven't paid our grudges in the Elf Empire yet. But, I have to remind everyone now, this mage is very strong. I now have some doubts about whether this player is a player or an N. What if he is N? The mayor of this main city was also dismembered by us. Anyway, we can just kill him and blow up the equipment. As for the rest, we can talk about it after we find him. This is easy. In this dark world, it seems that there are not many humans with skin as white as his. I will send people to each main city to take a look. I don't believe that he doesn't need to enter the city for supplies. At this time, a thief whose presence was almost imperceptible also spoke up. But, is this mage really from the Holy Light Camp? Then how can he gain the trust of the Dark Camp? At this time, the female mage who had considered Mina's identity from the beginning raised this question again. This, I don't know, it may be some special props. Good, know that everyone agrees. Let's issue the guild extermination order. All players who kill this mage will be rewarded with a golden equipment. All guilds that hand in a legendary equipment will have their resource allocation authority increased by 1 level. Damn, guild leader, you are really stingy. For such a difficult task, you only get 1 golden equipment. A soldier said with a smile, but there was no dissatisfaction in his tone. Increase income and reduce expenditure. It's not easy to be the guild leader. Zishan said with a smile, okay, everyone, go away. I won't waste your time. After that, the people in the conference room ran away very quickly. In the distant Holy Light Camp, all the larger guilds learned from their spies or other channels that Shui Nai had forced his way into the World Gate, and it also caused a lot of repercussions. However, these discussions were both good and bad. Chapter 828. Has it been discovered? When Qin Hao ran to a safe place outside the city, Qin Hao calmed down and began to think about the way forward. Update. Qin Hao no longer planned to use the current World Gate. After all, he was able to run out this time because those players were not familiar with his abilities. I'm afraid it won't be so easy next time. Moreover, the most important thing is that Qin Hao now has a way to leave, that is, he has to go and see the situation of the mysterious cave before he can make a decision. Qin Hao glanced at his map, but due to the lack of a map of the dark world, Qin Hao could not know where he was now, what kind of main city and monster distribution there were around him, and he could not open the map information given to him by Daolang. After thinking about it, Qin Hao decided to go to the next main city along the main road to see if there are any maps to redeem. Along the way, Qin Hao saw some small villages, but Qin Hao knew that these places similar to novice villages did not have large maps and warehouses available, and going to these small villages now would only be a waste of time. As for the supply problem, with Qin Hao's backpack space, it was unnecessary. Before coming here, the unscrupulous profiteer gave him 2 space bracelets, which were filled with medicines of the unscrupulous profiteer brand, almost all the best medicines that could be produced. These medicines of the Holy Light Camp are much more powerful than those of the Dark World, and they taste better. When Qin Hao saw the main city in the distance, he was also very excited. The distance between the main cities is very far, and Qin Hao did not dare to fly around in the sky these 2 days. Because in this dark world, there is nothing much, but there are too many birds and beasts, and the sky of this world is very low, and it is easy to be discovered if you don't fly high. Therefore, Qin Hao has been walking for the past 2 days. Since he handed Zhuofeng to the elves to take care of, he has not had a mount. As for the flame fantasy dragon lizard and the black water mystic snake, these two pets are not suitable for riding, which makes Qin Hao very helpless now. But what is even more helpless is that when he came to the main city gate not far away, he found that there was a level set up by players here, and these dozen players were obviously members of a guild with good strength. Seeing this, Qin Hao quickly changed the human skin mask of the Demon King, and then took off the Guardian of the Heart. After that, Qin Hao directly found a safe place in the wild and used the earth escape technique. Qin Hao's cautious behavior, although it saved him from the battle at the city gate, could not make him a new man. When Qin Hao came out of a dark corner, although his cloak was well protected, he was still stared at by two thieves. The reason was simple, because the two thieves were looking for a lone player to borrow some money to spend. In this dark world, there are no laws and regulations, only power. Of course, more importantly, you need to be able to exploit system loopholes. As long as the player has the strength to kill people in the main city without being discovered, then he will be fine, and will not be attacked by players, because killing is commonplace here. And going out in groups is a self-protection method that players must learn. So, Qin Hao, a lone player, naturally became a fat sheep in the eyes of thieves. Qin Hao felt that he was being followed, so he planned to leave this remote corner immediately, but before he ran out to the main road, two thieves suddenly appeared in front of him. The two thieves suddenly came out of stealth, which frightened some players around them. However, when they saw that there were only two thieves, they only looked around carefully and ignored them. But from their tense muscles and the half-sheathed swords in their hands, it can be seen that they are ready to fight at any time. Seeing the two thieves in front of him shooting crossbows at him as soon as they appeared, Qin Hao immediately counterattacked. Qin Hao first opened the magic shield to block the crossbows, and then directly split the two thieves in front into afro heads with two thunderbolts. However, these two thieves were obviously bait, because the two thieves behind Qin Hao suddenly, 4 daggers with various skill halos stabbed Qin Hao's magic shield at the same time. When the two thieves who launched the dagger attack saw the magic shield, they smiled excitedly. There are two reasons for their excitement. First, the mage with the magic shield is naturally not the kind of rubbish that can't even afford potions. Most of them are rich people. Second, once the mage using the magic shield is hit by the skills of two thieves at the same time, even the toughest magic shield will disappear due to the exhaustion of magic power. From this, it can be seen that in their eyes, this mage is a fat sheep that is easy to kill and rich. However, when the two thieves repeated the previous routine, they found that their daggers had not pierced the mage's blue magic shield, and they couldn't help but be stunned. At this time, the two bait thieves who were bombarded by Qin Hao with several thunders in a row also lost their lives at this time. Seeing Qin Hao's magic power disappearing by a quarter, he couldn't help but feel sad for the consumption of the magic shield. For a long time, the magic shield has been a necessary means for the mage to deal with melee combat, but the consumption of this means is too great. Want to run? Qin Hao found that after the two baits in front died, the two thieves behind him retreated, so he directly shot a chain of lightning and forced the two thieves out of the void. After that, Qin Hao added several lightning shackles in succession to imprison the two thieves. This lightning shackle is a magician-level lightning specialized magic, which can form a lightning chain around the target, releasing lightning from time to time, and electrocuting the target. Okay, now you can tell me why you attacked me. Qin Hao now wants to figure out this question the most. Bang, if you know what's good for you, you'd better let us go. Otherwise, our people will. The thief on the left immediately shouted when he saw that Qin Hao didn't kill them directly, but before he could finish his words, the lightning shackles released electricity from time to time, which made him sizzle. Guild. When Qin Hao heard this, he immediately thought of Tai Feng's news that the Death God Guild was going to deal with him. He just didn't understand why he was discovered by them. That's right, here, our guild has the final say. If you don't let us go, you will die later. Oh, then I'll send you away. After Qin Hao heard what this guy said, he knew that these two thieves were just blind cats that caught dead mice. This made Qin Hao think of some problems in this dark world. It seems that this dark world is really extreme. People kill and set fire to people at any time. I really don't know how Daolang and others live. Is the free city so harmonious, without any struggle? Qin Hao recalled the information about the dark world he found on the official website. In the dark world, there are two extreme regions. One is dominated by players, with killing and being killed as the main theme. Here, the N forces seem to have been overthrown by players. The other is a region where players and N coexist harmoniously. There, players cannot kill people indiscriminately, let alone kill N, and the control there is in the hands of N. At present, basically all the big guilds are developing in the region that advocates killing, and at the same time they are launching an aggressive war against the so-called Free City. However, those N who were forced to lose their homes by players are the strong backing of those free cities. Combined with the players' desperate fighting style, they have saved the remaining dozen free cities. And just like this, the confrontation between the two sides was formed invisibly. However, without a map, Qin Hao basically didn't know where these areas were, and now Qin Hao only knew that he was in the territory controlled by players. After sending the two thieves away, Qin Hao immediately went to find a grocery store or other shops, but because he didn't know the way, he was blocked by people before he found the shop. "Are you the Demon King?" A tall dark human warrior looked at Qin Hao and asked with some confusion. "Yes, it's him." At this time, two thieves suddenly stood up and pointed at Qin Hao. "I didn't expect that you have so many vests. First it was the mortal world, then the magic apprentice, and now even this Demon King is your vest. Now I really doubt whether you are a player." The warrior looked at Qin Hao hidden in the cloak and said with some sarcasm. As soon as the warrior's words came out, it immediately caused a boisterous discussion among everyone present. "Sorry, you got the wrong person. If you want to avenge your rubbish subordinates, just come. Don't try to stir up trouble." Qin Hao could only deny it. Once his identity was exposed, he would be fighting against everyone in the main city. "Haha, if you are immortal, then I can't beat someone like you who has several legendary equipment. But there are 100,000 registered players in our main city, and 30,000 permanent players, so today, you stay." This battle, when the warrior said this, he actually said it directly in the regional channel, and the medium-sized main city was immediately in chaos. Legendary equipment, that is equipment that appears in the legend. Even a first-class master can only look at it, let alone use it. "So, you are a coward, then I don't blame you." Qin Hao nodded and said, and then raised his foot to leave. "Boy, do you think provocation works? Haha, die." However, at this moment, a large grey net suddenly came out from one side and covered Qin Hao's side, and not far from this street, two powerful teams were coming. And it is estimated that these two teams add up to 1,000 people. Chapter 829 Massacre. In the dark world, sometimes, killing does not need a reason. As long as you don't like someone, you can just draw your weapon and chop the other person. Shui Pavilion. So the surrounding players and Shui Na didn't say anything more, just fight if you want to. In an instant, everyone had done what they were supposed to do. All the players who didn't want to be affected by the war showed their skills and ran faster than rabbits. As the center of the battle, Shui Na did not move at all, allowing the grey iron net to cover him. However, this net went straight through Shui Na's illusion and fell to the ground. When was this illusion released? Most of the players present were puzzled, but Shui Na did not answer them. Since Shui Na entered the Undead Empire, he has been practicing teleportation and water illusion. With the help of skilled potions and Shui Na's elemental magic wand, this is quite profitable. Now Shui Na can make the illusion of water illusion speak and move like the real thing, and ordinary reconnaissance techniques cannot detect its authenticity. With such water illusion, coupled with Shui Na's phantom stealth, this can deceive many players. As soon as Mina saw the people around him change, he left the illusion immediately. Then he saw that under the iron net, the illusion disappeared due to the attack. Mina, who was hiding in a dark alley, wanted to leave this place of trouble at the first time. After all, he came here not to kill people, but to find things. However, he forgot that in this dark world, the real Dark King is the thief of the dark camp. When Mina was about to use the earth escape technique again, he suddenly heard a sharp whistle. After that, Mina saw several grey bone arrows aimlessly hitting the wall beside him, blasting silver powder all over the sky. "He is here." At the same time, a voice sounded in the depths of the alley behind Mina. "Damn!" Mina cursed and dodged immediately, but in this narrow environment, Mina could not dodge. Looking at the silver powder on his body, Shui Na glanced at the thief who had been waiting here for a long time, and couldn't help but admire the professionalism of this thief. It seemed that every place where people could hide was guarded by thieves. Just when Shui Na used the combination of explosive bombs and thunder magic to get rid of the thief who was blocking the road, a black chain suddenly tied to Shui Na's ankle. Shui Nai, who saw this chain, immediately looked up and looked outside. There was only a thief who was slowly disappearing in the air, and next to this thief was a necromancer who was slowly falling down. Shui Nai was not a stranger to this thief. Shui Nai killed him once not long ago. Just now, he brought people to find him unlucky. However, when he saw this death duel shackle, Shui Nai felt like crying without tears. He just wanted to find the dark book quietly. Is this wish so difficult to achieve? But now is not the time for him to sigh. Without thinking too much, Shui Nai tore off the silver-powdered cape on his body, and then activated the flying technique, intending to use his flying advantage to get rid of the hidden thief first. However, it is not possible to find a stealth thief in an environment with so many people. Moreover, the guys below obviously don't want to let Shui Nai go. As the bows and magic shot out of the sky one by one, Shui Nai could only fly up and down, left and right, but due to the effect of the invisible shackles, he was always confined in a range, which made Shui Nai very depressed. What made Shui Nai feel most depressed was that the thief who served as the fulcrum kept changing his position, making Shui Nai unable to use the characteristics of the circle and the center of the circle to lock the thief. As the health value on his body kept dropping and rising repeatedly, Shui Nai's anger was also beaten out. Looking at the players on the entire street under his feet who were actually dealing with him, Shui Nai thought about it and took out the magic cannon. If you don't want to die, hand over that thief, or I'll massacre the whole city. Mina shouted directly in the regional channel. In fact, Mina really didn't want to kill too many people, after all, they would become red names, and it seemed impossible for him to kill them all. However, now he wanted to see if those guys below were really not afraid of death. Damn, retreat! People behind, retreat! When Mina's magic cannon began to flash, all the players on the ground who couldn't fly were shocked and angry. They were afraid of death, but they were not afraid of letting others die, especially the enemy, so they only cared about their own safety, and no one went to hand over the thief that Mina specified. This is the first shot. If the thief doesn't come out, I will destroy this main city. Mina said. The 30-second charging time was completed, and then a beam of light shot down. With a boom, the most crowded place in this street was directly covered by the light of death, and all the players turned into white light and dissipated at this moment. Hey! The red name value is not right. Shui Na looked at the red name value that had only increased by a few points, and immediately thought of the guys below who wanted to kill him just now, which means that they are all red-named players now. Ha! I want to massacre the city now. Shui Na was most afraid of the red name at the beginning. After all, it is a very troublesome and tiring thing to wash off the red name, but now he really needs a chance to vent. If you don't want to die, leave immediately. If you don't want this main city to be destroyed by me, hand over the thief. Shui Na charged the magic cannon again, and then shouted in the regional channel. Damn, this guy is really crazy, actually using this kind of killer in the main city. A warrior looked at the stalls in the distance that were affected by the airflow of the magic cannon, and the wooden house destroyed by the player's escape, and said with some astonishment. Nonsense, this is not the main city of NPCs, this is the main city of players. Even if the city is really massacred, no NPC will come out to speak. A mage immediately said, and then he flashed into a dark alley. To be honest, there are not many players on that street now. So listen, do everything you can to drag this mage, his magic power cannot be infinite. At this time, all the players who participated in the battle received such words from their superiors or companions. But when they saw the second cannon fall and blasted dozens of players who could not escape into white light, everyone was already a little discouraged. How can such an unreachable enemy inspire confidence for these guys? Fan Chen, you have now offended the anger of all the players in Arbian City. Just wait, we will be on your body, ah. Before the guy finished speaking, he was hit by several thunder spells thrown by Mina from a distance. Mina looked at the angry and resentful eyes of the players below, and knew that he was facing off against all the players in the main city this time, because he was now trampling the dignity and confidence of the players below, and was still crushing them hard, and was about to crush this dignity and confidence into mud. However, Mina had to do this. Because the chains on his body had not been removed, he still had to find the thief who was hiding somewhere. Hand over that thief. Mina said, and then fired another shot. Under the beam of light, more than a dozen wooden houses were destroyed for various reasons, and dozens of white lights lit up again. Hand over that thief. Mina kept repeating this sentence and the same action, and almost all the players on this street were numb. It's not that they didn't try to resist. Several magicians even directly launched the deadly magic, but they couldn't hit the extremely agile Mizuna in the sky. Moreover, the attacks of other professions were useless at a height of hundreds of meters. When Mizuna fired the 20th shot, he finally found the target, but at this time, the thousands of players on the street were almost dead. Now there are hundreds of corpses lying on the street, a scene of the end of the world. And Mizuna's red name value has reached the 100th place. For a while, Mizuna could only vent all his anger on the thief who was still running away. "Run, run again," Mizuna said while shooting a chain of lightning. If it weren't for this thief, he wouldn't have to kill so many people. Moreover, killing people not only doesn't give honor points, but also makes people red. This is a thankless task, but Mizuna had to spend several sets of magic drugs to complete it. Commit suicide. At this moment, a voice suddenly appeared in the regional channel. The thief was also slightly stunned when he heard this. Just when he understood what was said and was about to commit suicide, a figure suddenly appeared, and then a dagger cut the thief's stomach. Mina stared with her eyes, looking at the corpse less than 10 meters away from her in disbelief, and she wanted to cry but had no tears. Ruthless. Mina threw down this word and flew directly out of the city. However, Mina, who had just flown to the edge of the city wall, suddenly felt dizzy. It was a dizziness that made Mina feel dizzy. After this strong dizziness, Mina felt nauseous, vomited, and had cold sweats. Mina, who called up the panel, immediately found that the curse of the dead had been triggered. The first curse of the dead was extreme dizziness. In this state, the player not only could not distinguish the direction, but also had a series of terrible symptoms. Damn it! Mina cursed in her heart, but still controlled herself to fly out. Since you can't see with your eyes, just follow the wind. Chapter 830 Wind and Dust Fortress. Mina, who had heard a shout from behind, knew that those guys had chased him, but his damn dead curse was still in effect. For now, Mina can control the flight, which is already a manifestation of strong willpower, but it is impossible to fight. However, just as the sound of the pursuers behind him was getting closer and closer, Shui Na suddenly heard a chaotic shout behind him, followed by a terrified roar. After that, Shui Na suddenly felt a strong airflow coming from his direction. Just when Shui Na was a little shocked, he only felt his body tighten and was caught by something. From the smell coming from this thing and the wind pressure when flying at high speed, Shui Na knew that it was an extremely fast bird. This is the pet of Liberty City. After Shui Na was taken away by this bird, the players who were responsible for chasing Shui Na only thought of this. Although they have the ability to kill the pet, it must be done under various conditions. In this environment where there is nothing, it is a bit impossible to chase this pet. Damn it! The player who recognized Shui Na's identity at the beginning punched his flying pet hard, causing it to shake for a while. Obviously, that mage had been cursed by the dead and was almost a fish on the chopping board, but he was rescued just like that. Can this calm him down? When he thought about the fact that he had lost the experience of thousands of people and the dignity and face that he was proud of, how would the players in the main city survive in the future? Boss, are we not going to chase him? Retreat. After calming down the anger in his heart, the man led all the flying troops back to the main city. With the speed of the pet, even if they were twice as fast, they might not be able to catch up, and even if they did, it would be useless, because they could not beat such a pet that dared to come over in the sky. In the sky on the other side, Shui Na had recovered and was now looking at Dao Lang with some doubts. Brother, I didn't expect that we would meet so soon. Dao Lang stretched out his hand and placed it in front of Shui Na. Well, let me introduce myself formally. My name is Fanfiction, a player from the Holy Light Camp. Shui Na shook Dao Lang's hand. Don't worry, although our camps are hostile, as long as our interests are the same, at least we are allies now. Dao Lang naturally heard what Shui Na meant, so he also explained. Old Nai, he has woken up. At this time, Dao Lang said to the black-cropped man in front of him. Well, you are brave. You took down a main city by yourself. The man named Old Nai took off his hood, revealing a dark elf face. But he was still beaten away. Shui Na shook his still dizzy head and said with a headache. If he had not been dominated by anger at the last moment and killed the thief earlier, he would not be like this now. Humility is a good quality, but for someone like you who kills without hesitation, this humility is a bit fake. Old Nai looked at Shui Nai's murderous aura, and he didn't know whether the person he saved was good or bad. Don't worry, old Nai, I guarantee with my head that this person is definitely the one we want to find. Dao Lang said affirmatively. Brother Dao, what's going on? Shui Nai asked again in private chat. Isn't it for the survival of Free City? Although we are now in opposition to the people on that side, to be honest, as the level of the players increases, our strength is getting worse and worse, and now we are constantly looking for those secluded and to join. However, this has little effect. Dao Lang said with a sigh. As the players develop, the power of N is destined to become weaker and weaker, and this is even more so in this dark world where strength is respected. Later, I heard that you were doing well here, so I asked old Nai to come over and try his luck. I didn't expect to save you like this. Well, actually, I came here for a mission, so I'm not sure how long I'll stay here. To be honest, if Mina could, he didn't want to come here at all. Being chased by people in a main city is not a simple matter. Good experience. Although the population of that main city is not consistent with what that guy said, the pursuit of thousands of people still shocked Shui Nai. Ah, I thought you came here because you couldn't make it in the Holy Light Camp. Dao Lang said in surprise. I'm doing well there, but there are just a few more powerful and invincible enemies. Shui Nai thought of the God of Light and his men. Then you can stay as long as you want. In fact, we just want to unite those players to protect our homeland together. Dao Lang said with a sigh. Okay, we're here. Dao Lang said, pointing to a small fortress below. So fast. Shui Nai looked at the fortress below and said in surprise. No, your dead curse has been going on for almost half an hour just now, which is enough for the fierce wind eagle below to fly far away. Is this the fierce wind eagle? Shui Nai looked at the big eagle under his butt and said excitedly. The fierce wind eagle is the fastest among all flying monsters. As for the mythical first-level dragons and phoenixes, they are not included. Although Shui Na also has the flying skill, it can only reach the level of ordinary flying monsters. There is still a big gap with the fierce wind eagle below that can fly with the wind and travel thousands of miles a day. Yes. But it is not for players. With the current ability of players, it is impossible to catch this terrifyingly fast fierce wind eagle. Dao Lang said, and followed Nai Lao directly from the height of more than 10 meters. And Shui Na also floated down lightly. However, just before Shui Nai got off the ground, he heard an excited cry, and it was his name. Haha, Xiao Qian, long time no see. Shui Nai turned around and saw Xiao Qian. No, we saw you in the gate of the world 2 days ago. It's just that you can't see it. Xiao Qian said happily, clapping her hands. You are Fanfiction, welcome to the frontline fortress of Free City. At this time, a dark human player holding a big shield stretched out his hand. Hello. Shui Na shook it politely. This is the leader of our players in this Fengchen fortress, his name is Longzi. A playboy. Xiao Qian said in Shui Nai's ear, but the last sentence was said in private chat. But, you are not from the same guild. Shui Nai took a look at the emblem of this Longzi, but Dao Lang and his team had no guild background. No, it's just a temporary alliance. Just because he once led the players to successfully thin this fortress, he was chosen as the leader. However, since we don't have much cohesion on our side and the organization is very loose, we have to keep looking for masters to sit in charge. Xiao Qian explained. Hearing this, Shui Nai had to. Because in the main city of Rinda just now, although most of the players were a little greedy for life and afraid of death, basically most of the players' directions were very unified and they were all united to the outside world. If this is true, then the players in the Free City may not be comparable. In this case, it is indeed necessary to find more powerful fighters to make up for the gap. By the way, do you have anyone who can? Damn. Just when Mina was about to ask if there were any players or people who could remove the curse of the dead, the curse had already been activated. After that, he felt that all the joints in his body were hardened, and even the muscles in his body seemed to be solidified by high-efficiency cement. This time, the curse of the dead triggered extreme slowness. After that, Mina called up the attribute panel. Mina found that her speed was less than 2 points, and her agility was only 1 point. Oh no, the curse of the dead has been activated. Let's go, let's find a place for you to rest. Dao Lang said, and then he carried Mina to the side. At this time, Longzi just looked at Mina, who had almost no ability to resist, and was a little thoughtful. After asking Mina about the curse of the dead, he finally understood why Daolang brought him directly to such a small house. It turns out that although the curse of the dead is perverted, it will not hurt people's lives. As long as you protect yourself during the attack, you just need to wait for the curse to disappear. This curse of the dead will be activated 3 times in a row, and the activation time of these 3 times is still irregular, and the activation state is also unpredictable. However, the price paid for such a perverted curse is not small. In addition to the death of the caster once the shackles cannot be removed, the caster cannot be resurrected until the shackles disappear. Once the curse of the dead is triggered, the dead player cannot be resurrected until the energy of the curse of the dead is consumed. This curse is too perverted. Why would anyone learn this magic? Mina said helplessly in the team chat. Well, this magic is indeed disgusting, but don't worry, there are not many people who can do this magic. Now basically no necromancer with a brain will learn this magic. Xiao Qian nodded and said. Okay, so, Fanfiction, let me tell you about the current situation in the dark world, I believe this will help your mission. Daolang thought for a while and said. Okay, thank you. Shui Nai said after thinking for a while. Don't be so polite, if you hadn't saved us and sent us back to the main city, I'm afraid we would have died. It doesn't matter if we die, but this little guy hasn't died once. If he dies, we will feel very unfulfilled. Daolang patted Xiaoqian's head. Don't pat, I'm not a child, don't treat me like one. Xiao Qian slapped Daolang's big hand that was attacking her hair and warned him with her teeth bared. Chapter 831 Rest and Thieves. While Shui Nai followed Daolang's advice and stayed in this wooden house to rest, a huge battle happened outside. As a frontline fortress, it is basically in a state of crossfire every day. However, under normal circumstances, the wars here are mainly small-scale, and large-scale battles rarely occur. However, Shui Nai's luck is obviously not good. When Daolang just explained the situation of the dark world, a large-scale battle actually took place outside. This time, there are about tens of thousands of players coming to attack the city. This force can already shake the entire fortress. Because, in this fortress, there are less than 8,000 players. So, this fortress originally belonged to the player camp? Shui Nai asked Xiao Qian. Now she was the only one here, and Daolang had gone out to guard the city gate. Well, we snatched it later. Xiao Qian glanced at Shui Nai on the bed, then turned her head. I was wondering why the environment here is so bad. Shui Nai looked at the leaky ceiling and said helplessly. However, our people have been defending for almost half a month and have fought off several sieges. It's just that the players' losses are a bit large. As a result, more and more players began to retreat to the rear and dared not move forward. On the contrary, the number of NPCs is constantly increasing. Then why did you come here again? You probably don't want to participate in the war. Because behind this fortress is my birthplace, my brother said that it must be protected, so we stationed here. Later, because we found that cave during an outing mission, we ended up on your side for no reason. So the cave you found is nearby? Mina asked in surprise. Since Mina didn't have a map, he couldn't use the map coordinates. No, it's far away. That is an uncultivated area, and the monsters are very powerful. Book friend upload. That's right, otherwise the cave would have been discovered long ago, Shui Na nodded, but at this moment, Shui Na suddenly felt a very slight wind pressure and footsteps outside. SHH, someone is coming, you hide first, Shui Na reminded Xiao Qian. After that, Shui Na saw Xiao Qian slowly disappear in the shadow of the corner of the wooden house. Because Shui Na was carrying a treasure, Shui Na had to be careful. And just when the two people in the wooden house were holding their breath, the wooden door of the wooden house suddenly opened slowly, and when the wooden door opened a crack, the wooden door suddenly stopped, as if someone wanted to see the situation inside clearly, but didn't dare to let the people inside know. However, the wooden door was soon pushed open by someone. But when the wooden door was completely pushed open, Shui Na and Xiao Qian didn't see anyone appear. As soon as she saw this, Shui Na knew that she had guessed right. The thief who sneaked into the wooden house took a look at the situation in the wooden house and felt a little confused. According to the information he received, there should be two people here, one is a human mage and the other is an elf priest, but here, he only saw the human mage, and it seemed that he had fallen asleep. Haha, this saves a lot of effort. The thief looked at Shui Nai's body that was completely defenseless, so he gently sprinkled a handful of anti-magic powder on Shui Nai, and then locked the wooden door. At the same time, the figure of a thief also appeared in the wooden house. Xiao Qian, get ready. Looking at the thief's dignified appearance, Shui Nai knew that the thief had been fooled. The thief kept rubbing his hands, and then a transparent halo suddenly appeared in his hands. But when his hands with skills touched Shui Nai's body, that body suddenly disappeared. Illusion. The thief was immediately shocked when he saw the mage who suddenly disappeared. At this moment, a lightning bolt suddenly struck down from the roof, directly hitting the thief who was trying to escape. Then an ice blue icicle formed under the paralyzed thief's feet, and soon froze him in the icicle. The thief came to his senses and looked at Xiao Qian, who was holding 2 scrolls in a corner, staring at her fiercely, frightening her for a moment. At the same time, at this time, he had already drawn the crossbow and was ready to shoot. However, at this time, Mina's magic wand had already been quietly placed on the back of the thief's head. In the sound of electric current, the thief screamed miserably. Don't be stunned, use the ice spear scroll. Mina looked at Xiao Qian, who was obviously frightened, and could only remind her helplessly. His current physical condition was just enough to move the elemental magic wand, and then he could only look at Xiao Qian. Oh, Xiao Qian responded, and immediately threw away the waste paper in her hand, and then took out a scroll. With the ice spear inserted into the throat of the thief, a huge amount of damage directly took away the thief's not much life value. First time killing? Mina asked Xiao Qian, because she was still a little stunned, which made him very worried. It doesn't seem so. I seem to have killed a few bad guys before, but I was far away at that time, and I used curse magic, which is far from this. Xiao Qian pointed at the bloodstains that were slowly disappearing on the ground and said with some fear. Sorry, I should have told you to turn off the bloody mode. It's okay, it's not the first time I've seen blood anyway. Oh, by the way, how did you know they would come? Xiao Qian suddenly asked at this time. Being cautious is a compulsory course for players, especially for people like me who are being watched by all players. I have to be careful everywhere. Shui Na said as a matter of course. However, now he is somewhat suspicious whether his whereabouts were deliberately leaked by someone. Because the purpose of this thief is too obvious, Shui Na knew that Dao Lang was taking him into this wooden house, but he was circling around for a long time before secretly choosing this wooden house. Not long after coming here, Dao Lang, who learned from the team mode that Xiao Qian had entered the combat state, had rushed back in a hurry. What's the situation? Dao Lang asked immediately. Do you have a spy here? Shui Nai had just asked Xiao Qian. The thief who came in to steal things was a player in this fortress. Spy? Xiao Qian was also a little stunned at this time. Just now, when she learned that the thief was from her camp, she was a little worried that she had killed the wrong person. Well, there may be many players who know that I'm here, but not many players know my identity. And when I entered the fortress, obviously not many players saw me. And you are both in a hostile state. I think it is unlikely that the news from the player camp will flow to this side so quickly. This means that the thief was sent by the player camp to steal equipment. Shui Nai analyzed it. Oh, I know, let's go to another place. Dao Lang obviously knew who the mastermind was, but he had his own ideas. It's better not to do that. I'll be here. I also want to lure out a few more spies. Although Shui Nai knew that this method of luring spies had no effect, his dead curse had another chance to attack now, and he couldn't just sit there and do nothing. You want? Find a few players to spread my news. I want to see who dares to steal my things. Shui Nai said, and then stood up and moved his body, which was no longer stiff. Chapter 832 Join forces to fight the enemy. While Shui Nai was recuperating, he killed several groups of thieves who came to attack him. Shu Hai Pavilion, and these thieves were obviously from several different forces, because they kept dying and coming back in the same trap. Shui Nai, who had already recovered to normal, basically didn't need Xiao Qian to take action. Often, after 2 or 3 single magics, these thieves were almost done. Shui Nai kept killing here until the third curse appeared, and then used the earth escape technique to leave the wooden house. The third dead curse was extremely weak, with all 4 attributes less than 10, and the health value was less than 100 points, but the magic power was 1%. Looking at the more than 300 magic power, Shui Nai thought about it and felt that it would be better to find a place to practice magic, so he appeared directly near Xiao Qian's novice village. After Xiao Qian bought a map for Shui Nai, he also appeared in the teleportation array of this novice village. Here. Xiao Qian happily handed the Dark World map to Shui Nai. Thank you. Shui Nai said, and then traded 100 gold coins to Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian thought about it and accepted it. By the way, big brother, what mission are you here for? Looking for a piece of equipment that may be God level. Shui Nai said without hiding it. God level. Although Xiao Qian is not very good at playing games, she also knows the meaning of God level. Well, this is it. Shui Nai sent Xiao Qian the attributes of the Mage Killer and the Water Scroll. So powerful. Xiao Qian said a little absent-mindedly, but she was also very happy in her heart. Because Shui Nai didn't treat her as an outsider at all, this alone made her extremely excited. Then, where are you going to find that piece of equipment? This place is so big, it must be hard to find. Well, I only know it's in the east. Shui Na pointed to the east. This is the direction he sensed through the power of the seal, but since this operation uses a lot of seal power, all the seal power he has accumulated is used here. The east is the Dark Abyss, there are 100 level monsters there. Xiao Qian also knew that the east that Shui Nai was talking about was not the player activity area, but probably the uninhabited Dark Abyss in the legend. I don't know about this either, I only know that it is in that direction, and I don't know anything about the distance. Shui Na shrugged and said very simply. After that, Shui Nai, who had nothing to do, began to practice skills. With only 300 points of magic power left, Shui Nai could only practice magic below the intermediate level. However, given that the magic power recovery speed was also slowed by more than half, Shui Nai could only choose low-level magic to practice. Big brother, why don't you practice some advanced ones? This fireball technique seems... Xiao Qian felt that Shui Nai's fireball technique was not worthy of such a legendary status. Have you seen a golden fireball? That should be formed when the fireball technique is practiced to the extreme. Even if I was hit by such a fireball, I couldn't stand it. Shui Nai recalled the scene when he fought with the Flame Demon Lord. He really couldn't resist such a golden fireball. Is it possible? Xiao Qian didn't believe that someone could use low-level fireballs to beat a magician to the point of being unable to stand it. Really, otherwise think about it, why does this game divide low-level magic into so many levels? 60 basic levels, plus 10 specialized levels. If it is useless, why would the system spend so much trouble to make this fireball technique so advanced? This is Shui Nai's guess when he saw the golden fireball. As a system of a new era intelligent game, each setting is often of great significance. If you really think that this game is as simple as it is now, then this game will not be interesting or attractive. When everyone is striving for more advanced skills, Mina is working hard for lower level magic. Now Mina's fireball has been practiced to level 55. If she works harder, she can reach level 60, and then she will enter the specialization stage. It's just that Mina's specialization stage is more difficult, and all the specialization levels take a long time to complete. In fact, at the beginning, Mina thought about changing to practice explosive bombs. But through calculations, Mina knew that the proficiency accumulation of this explosive bomb was far greater than that of single magic such as fireball, so she gave up. After practicing for almost half an hour in such a quiet novice village without players, Mina looked at the fireball with more than 6,000 proficiency points, which was considered to be some gains. However, the grass in front of them suffered and was almost burned out. Let's go. It's time to repay your big brother for saving my life. Shui Na looked at her slowly recovering health, magic and various attribute values. She felt that her body was slowly filling up with energy and wanted to go out to vent. This feeling of coming out of extreme weakness made Shui Na feel very novel, especially in the process of slowly recovering strength and mental value. In this process, Shui Na felt that her originally weak body was slowly being filled with powerful force, becoming stronger little by little, and even felt the tingling feeling inside her body as it became stronger little by little. At the same time, the surrounding environment became clearer and clearer, and the whole world seemed to be carefully wiped clean with a rag. Shui Na could even see the red tongue of a small poisonous snake spitting out 100 meters away. Do you want to go to the battlefield? Xiao Qian looked at Shui Na who had stood up. Well, I have to take some experience. I lost 50% of experience before, which is still very painful. Shui Na looked at her level and was still very unbalanced. This made his impression of Long Tian worse and worse. Okay then. Xiao Qian saw Shui Nai's heartbroken expression, and although she didn't understand, she still nodded obediently. Since the war has already begun, for the sake of safety, the teleportation of this fortress has been adjusted to one-way teleportation. Therefore, Shui Nai and Xiao Qian can only go back in other ways, such as Shui Nai's flying technique. Putting down Xiao Qian, whose face was still red with excitement, Shui Nai quickly found Dao Lang. The scale of this fortress is not large. Shui Nai had already seen Dao Lang fighting on the front line when she was in the sky. Looking at the undead creatures outside that were almost like a tide, Shui Nai knew this time that the player camp really wanted to take away this fortress. There are not many undead warlocks in the dark world. Although the base number is large, they are scattered, and if the people in the player camp want to gather them, it will cost a lot. And with such a large cost, the purpose will not be small. Mina, who already has the map of the dark world, knows that behind the fortress is a production-oriented main city, which has a mithril mine and several resources of varying sizes. Point, at least half a ton of mithril can be produced every day, which is the main economic lifeline of the entire main city and even the surrounding fortresses. Last time, these players came here with this idea, but they were resisted by the players and NPCs. This time, the players in the player camp obviously intend to win directly by numbers. Not only are there a lot of players, but there are also a lot of undead creatures. Dao Lang, can you call a few mages with more mana? I have a way to solve the problem here. Shui Na looked at the almost uniform skeleton soldiers below and knew the difficulties of the defenders like Dao Lang. The single combat power of these skeleton soldiers is not up to par at all, but under these tens of thousands of skeleton soldiers, the effect of quantitative change can be triggered. Now, as long as these players defending the city jump into the sea of undead, they will have only one way to die, but if they don't jump, the city wall will be dug up by the undead. Really? Dao Lang's eyes lit up when he heard Shui Nai say so calmly. Well, but I want all the experience below. Shui Nai pointed to the skeleton soldiers below. Okay, no problem. Dao Lang said, and kicked Shui Nai out of the team list, and then started calling people. Dao Lang's prestige here is obviously not small, and he can obviously say something here. After that, I saw mages being called over one by one. You are. Seeing Shui Nai take out the magic cannon, Dao Lang immediately understood Shui Nai's idea. This is fast, if you use magic, I'm afraid it will take half a day to kill. Dao Lang heard this and immediately knew that if Shui Nai wanted to deal with the situation of 10,000 people attacking the city below, there would be at least two ways to solve it. As Shui Nai's magic resonance unfolded, the mages who entered the magic circle as required began to pass their magic power to Shui Nai little by little. As Mina's magic power broke through the 50,000 mark, Mina's magic cannon also began to shoot. The players in the dark camp were obviously a race with extremely developed magic power, and their magic power was much higher than that of the Holy Light camp. As Mina's magic beam shot out and swept across, there was no living creature wherever the beam passed. The undead creatures turned into ashes and disappeared. After seeing this scene, all the players and NPCs standing on the wall forgot about the enemy, and even forgot what they should be encouraged to do now, and just stared at the white sea of bones outside disappearing at a very fast speed. After firing 10 shots, Mina's magic power could not be recovered even with the support of the surrounding players. However, Mina did not eat all the skeleton soldiers alone. There was a small group of skeleton soldiers in front of Mina who were left behind by Mina because of the height problem. After that, this small group of skeleton soldiers became the target of these mages. Anything else? This experience is not enough. Shui Na turned around and asked Dao Lang. Well, there is nothing left, what else can there be? Dao Lang looked at the battlefield where only a few lucky skeletons were still alive, and he was a little overwhelmed for a while. Well, how about this, can you do me a favor? Shui Na asked the mages around him. What kind of help? I will definitely help. Several mages around looked at Shui Na with the admiring eyes of their idols. It's like this, I need you to help upgrade this magic. It's very simple. I just want you to take turns standing in this magic circle for 3 minutes. You don't need to replenish magic power, just stand there. Shui Na pointed to the magic resonance magic circle on the ground. It is easy and troublesome to gain proficiency in this magic circle. Okay, no problem. A mage nodded immediately. Chapter 833, Assault Plan. After waiting on the city wall for a long time, they found that no more skeleton soldiers came up from outside, so they began to discuss the next action on the city wall per 1000 yen A superscript 1_A. Now the people here are mainly divided into two parties. Daolang and his group advocate hunting down the undead warlocks outside to death first, while Longzi and his group advocate resting first. Longzi, if we send out the thieves directly, we can at least kill hundreds of undead warlocks. Daolang is a guy who will be ruthless when he needs to be ruthless, and naturally he will not miss this opportunity to beat the dog when it is down. This won't work. If they use the trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain, then this fortress will not be able to be defeated. Moreover, our military strength is far weaker than theirs. If we fight an encounter battle outside, I am afraid. Then there is no need to not even send out a thief. There are not many such opportunities. Daolang argued with reason, and at the same time he was a little disappointed with this Longzi. Okay, then go and tell those bandits. I'm tired. After saying that, the wanderer prepared to return to the rear without looking back. But at this moment, a player suddenly pointed to a forest in the distance and said, "Look, there's a fire over there." However, when several archers used Eagle Eye, they found that it was not a fire, but a skill. Halo. Someone is fighting over there. Hey, where is Fan Chen? At this moment, all the players found that Fan Chen, who had been standing on the city wall, was missing. Brothers, Fan Chen has opened the way for us. Let's kill him. Daolang could already see the huge fireball falling from the sky in the distance, and immediately knew that it was Shui Na who was fighting. For now, he only knew that Shui Na had the ability to instantly cast the magic given by the magician. This ability made many mage players envious. It's not that there are no magic storage props. Take the magic scroll for example. That is the magic storage prop. But generally speaking, the level of the magic scroll often stagnates at the wizard level. The effect of Shui Na's elemental magic wand is different. Not only can it be used repeatedly indefinitely, but it can also store magic at the highest level of the magician. This is a well-deserved artifact. You guys. Seeing that under the leadership of Daolang, a group of players who were originally responsible for guarding the city wall actually jumped down one by one and went to the side of the exchange of fire. Boss, we don't have to. Let them alone. Now Daolang has already doubted me. I can't do anything too extraordinary. Shuhei Pavilion ** Longza said so in the team chat, and then he really left. However, when he walked back, he asked nervously and uneasy in the private chat. Aren't you leaving yet? Can't run away, entangled by that mage, our necromancers can't run away, damn. No way, he is only one person. One person? Try to fight a mage who can fly in the sky, we can beat it. Hearing this, Longzi also understood why so many of them were entangled by a mage. It turned out that those necromancers couldn't run at all. What about your people? Are they really all sent elsewhere? Longzi was also a little anxious. If all the necromancers died, he would be responsible. What do you think? The foolproof plan was ruined because of the appearance of that mage. Your information is just, ah. Before the other side finished speaking, he suddenly screamed, and then there was no news. Looking back, he found that the guy's avatar had turned grey. No way, is this mage so perverted that he can even find a thief with advanced stealth skills, and kill him instantly? Longzi, who was already sweating, looked at the greyed out avatars in his friend panel with some uneasiness, and felt more and more uneasy. This action was planned and proposed by him. Although his role here was not too big, it also played a facilitating role. And if the people above investigated, he might not be able to mix in this game. When Daolang and his brothers arrived, they saw the ground was full of exploded equipment and gold coins and potions. As for those players, they ran faster than rabbits. In order to consolidate the results of the battle, Daolang did not let them find their bad luck again, but asked everyone to pick up the exploded items on the ground one by one. Brothers, please report the things you got here so that we can sort and allocate them, so that everyone can get the things that suit them to strengthen themselves. Daolang had to remind everyone when he saw that everyone was busy picking up things. In the game world, although there is a saying that things in your backpack belong to you, when you get something for nothing like now, you must hand over part of it, otherwise it will cause a lot of problems. Most of the players who heard this had some fluke in their hearts, but these things were obviously not theirs, and they were embarrassed to embezzle all the things, so they also cooperated with Daolang and handed over most of the equipment. Looking at these reported equipment, Daolang also put down the big stone in his heart. Because among these players who followed him, although some of them would certainly embezzle some of the money, they generally followed his ideas. This was a good sign for an unstable organization like theirs. What all players disliked most was the companions who only cared about themselves and ignored the lives of others. Once such players appeared, the surrounding players would either be assimilated by them or split up. "You're back. It seems that you haven't killed enough," Dao Lang said jokingly as he looked at Shui Nai who fell from the sky. "That's right. I saw a few old friends, so I couldn't help but take heavy action," Shui Nai said as he handed Dao Lang a dark gold necklace for 100 level necromancers. This was the equipment of Wei Zhe, the strongest necromancer under Long Tian. He had just gone deep to hunt this guy down. "You can't do that. 100 level dark gold equipment, and it was equipment with professional requirements, it was extremely valuable. Take it, I don't have time to deal with it," Shui Nai said, and stuffed it into his hand. "Let's go. It's time for us to go back," Shui Nai said and walked towards the fortress. However, when they returned to the fortress, they learned from the NPC that several surrounding fortresses were also attacked, and this time the attack was directly from the inside of the fortress, and then under the attack of the troops outside, the defense line was broken at once. At this moment, everyone also understood why the player army, which was said to have 10,000 people, had less than 1,000 people here. What should we do now? Dao Lang and other leaders have begun to discuss. The capture of the fortress was a big blow to them. Even if they brought so much equipment, they could not make up for their real losses. Without the protection of the fortress, the players in the player camp could completely use the fortress as a springboard and come here at once, without having to travel a long distance like before, and it was full of threats from the infernal affairs. "Fanfiction, what do you think?" Dao Lang asked Shui Nai who was checking his attributes at the side. Shui Nai now felt more and more that after being cursed by the dead, he got some unknown bonuses. For example, he became more sensitive. As long as there was a slight movement, he could find it. At the same time, he also felt that he had more and more control over the power in his body. This, in fact, I don't have any opinion. It depends on whether you want to recover it. If you want to recover it, I can cooperate, Shui Nai said calmly. Then what is your plan? Longzi suddenly looked at Shui Nai and asked. Plan, it doesn't matter. Anyway, it's just a strong attack. If you want to attack, I'm the best. Shui Nai shrugged and said. Are you going to attack the two fortresses directly, just you? Longzi didn't know whether to say that this mage was too confident or that he couldn't keep up with the development of this era. Nonsense, of course I can't be the only one. I can just play as a vanguard and get rid of most of the living forces, and then you can go up, isn't that enough? Shui Nai actually thought of using the forbidden spell, but he felt that if he bombarded the two fortresses like this, those NPCs would probably fight him to death. But how are you going to attack by force? They have a teleportation array. As long as the teleportation array is opened, our number will basically not be enough. Longzi obviously didn't like Shui Nai's idea of a strong attack, or he was afraid of Shui Nai's plan of a strong attack. So I plan to let a group of players sneak in with the teleportation array first, and then do the same as them, and do an internal and external cooperation, so that it will succeed. This is okay, but it is more troublesome to arrange for the players to sneak in, but it can still be taken back. The heads of several major organizations are also optimistic about this action. To be honest, they can't afford to lose these two fortresses. For them, standing on the opposite side of the player camp is nothing more than not being able to stand what they do, because the people in the player camp are the kind of people who believe in the law of the jungle, and they have a strong killing nature towards all non-player creatures. Often as soon as they occupy the NPC's territory, they will start killing, and killing all non-player creatures is their favorite tactic. For this, there are also many players who don't like it, but most of the players choose to remain silent due to the excessive disparity in strength. However, Mina can't tolerate this kind of practice, so he is determined to take action this time. Chapter 834 Hostages and Ransom. In order to make Mina's assault plan work, Mina was finally arranged by Longzi to assault another main city, a main city currently belonging to the player camp. _Shuhei Pavilion. This main city is managed by the Death God Guild, which is also the most powerful guild in this player camp. Although the player camp was established not long ago, it has already covered all the high-level guilds in the Dark World. The common goal of all of them is to conquer this Dark World and become the real master of this world. Mana City is the base of two 4th-level branch guilds of the Death God Guild. It has a medium-sized gold mine that can produce gold worth about 100,000 gold coins a day. The Dark World is different from the Undead Empire. They also circulate gold coins, but the appearance of these gold coins is different from that of the Holy Light Camp. This is a very important resource area in the player camp. Since players have replaced the status of NPCs, they must also have a large amount of gold coin reserves for daily operations. In the game world, all kinds of activities require the consumption of gold coins. However, the difference is that they make and issue gold coins by themselves, although the style of the gold coins they make is the same as the ones originally circulated in the Dark World. According to the plan set by Longza later, Mina must now go to Mana City to cause damage and lead most of the elite players in the 2 fortresses distributed around it. Go. The 10,000-man war launched by the player camp this time did not use the previous cannon fodder tactics, because in terms of siege, the role of cannon fodder is just to die. If they fail to knock down the fortress's protective wall, then this death is just a waste of life. After withdrawing a large number of troops, the strength within the player camp will definitely be empty, and this is a good time for Mina to take action. As long as Mina behaves a little crazily during the war, she can lead the tens of thousands of players who have gone out to fight back and play the role of luring the tiger away from the mountain. Mina instinctively felt that this plan was unreasonable, because the time she spent rushing from here to Mana City alone was enough for them to be fully prepared. Although it can indeed lead to the strategy of luring the tiger away from the mountain, it is too obvious. What Mina found most problematic was that this prodigal son did not advocate the tactic of speed and put all the actions in the early morning of tomorrow's game time, which means that there are still about 13 hours for the enemy to prepare. However, this prodigal son can justify himself, and Shui Nai has his own ideas, so he did not object. Shui Nai, who spent half an hour on the road, did not go to Mana City as planned, but sneaked into a fortress on the right side of Fengchen Fortress in a way that no one knew. Book Friends upload updates. According to Shui Nai and Dao Lang's real attack plan, Shui Nai's role is not to be used in that useless tiger luring aspect. For the player camp that has the right to use the teleportation array, using Shui Nai to lure the tiger is a pure waste of time. In this fortress called Iron Fort, what Shui Nai saw most along the way was the players rebuilding this fortress. However, this reconstruction was built on the blood of countless NPCs. In some places, there is still some blood belonging to NPCs. Many residential houses were demolished by players and then turned into commercial land. Watching players use the system's own functions to repair the damaged parts of the fortress, Shui Nai's early reconnaissance work was also completed in anger. Now he was waiting for the detection situation on Chuandi's side. As long as the situation on her side was confirmed, the 2 fortresses would carry out the real assault plan at the same time. Now there was less than an hour left before the offline time, but Shui Na had already figured out the control center of the fortress, that is, the general's mansion of the fortress. In such a fortress main city level invasion war, killing all the players or NPCs was not very meaningful, because only by occupying the place representing the core function and resetting the control crystal could it be considered as real occupation. However, this was specially set by the system for the players, and only players from different camps could trigger the destruction and reset task of this control crystal. Fan Chen, we are ready on this side. At this time, Chuandi had already sent a signal. Brother Dao, we can act. Shui Na also nodded. At this time, Shui Na's figure suddenly appeared inside the unmanned general's mansion, and then attacked the crystal ball in front of him that was only the size of a football. The control crystal of the Iron Fortress is under attack. Players from the Player Alliance camp are requested to go to the rescue. The control crystal of the Iron Fortress is under attack. Players from the Player Alliance camp are requested to go to the rescue. When the system's emergency notice began to sound in the Iron Fortress, all the players who were still rebuilding the fortress were stunned for a moment. Player Alliance camp. This was the first time that Shui Na heard the full name of the player camp, and she couldn't help but laugh. The durability of the control crystal is not as much as that of the guild cornerstone, which is only a few 100,000, but the defense is much higher. Even Shui Na can only try to make the flames burn more intensely with the bonus of the flame crown. The people in the Player Alliance camp, who had been misled, had already withdrawn most of the strong men, leaving only more than 100 players stationed here, and the rest were low and middle level players who were responsible for the aftermath. According to their plan, even if this place was attacked by NPCs, as long as they held on for a while, they could rush back from various places to rescue. However, when the first batch of players who came to rescue just appeared on the teleportation array, they found that the teleportation array behind them suddenly went out. After that, all the players who set foot in the Iron Fortress suddenly received the news that the Iron Fortress was occupied. So fast. Those rescue players who had not left the teleportation area did not expect that they had not had time to start the rescue, and the fortress had already been lost. The teleportation array is working again, hurry up, reset the control crystal, otherwise we will be trapped here. A mage looked at the teleportation array that had been working again, and cold sweat kept coming out. Shui Na, who had already gained control by resetting the control crystal, immediately closed the connection between the teleportation array and the outside world, and then set the teleportation array system to only be able to teleport from the Wind Fortress in one direction, which means that all the players in the Iron Fortress are now trapped here. However, when these rescue teams went leading a large group of players to attack the general's mansion, they suddenly found a huge bone dragon. However, this huge bone dragon was obviously not their companion, because there were no less than 10 players' bodies under the feet of this bone dragon. I give you 5 minutes to prepare. If you want to leave here alive, pay 5,000 gold coins as ransom immediately. Otherwise, in 5 minutes, this place will become a no man's land. Shui Na stood on the head of the bone dragon and said in the regional channel. Afterwards, under Shui Na's control, the 4 newly repaired large iron gates of the Iron Fortress were quickly closed. The bone dragon is Shui Na's biggest weapon. With it, Shui Na dares to challenge any player. Just now, Shui Na found that he could not complete the task of resetting the control crystal within the limited time, so he immediately summoned the bone dragon. After that, under the bone dragon's nearly destructive attack, the control crystal was quickly reset. What did you say? You actually took us as hostages. A soldier laughed wildly at what Shui Na said. Kill us if you want. We can't beat you, but we can afford to die. Another mage also said with a smile. If players are afraid of death, are they still players? It seems that you have forgotten that this fortress has the setting of the main city level. As long as the resurrection stone is not destroyed, except for some players like thieves who are faster in the road who can escape the resurrection restriction, the rest of you are destined to die again and again in this fortress. Isn't 5,000 gold coins enough to thin your level? I think my offer is too low. Shui Na said with some sarcasm. For a long time, once players want to attack the NPC's territory, the first thing they do is to cut off the teleportation array, and then destroy the resurrection stone. The reason they do this is naturally that they don't want the NPC and the players who cooperate in defense to continuously replenish their troops. However, Shui Na went the other way. This time he decided to take some time to use some settings of this system to maximize his own benefits. After listening to Shui Na's kind explanation, all the mages were frightened and pale. Some high-level mages had secretly turned on the offline setting, ready to leave at any time. The fortress does have the main city level resurrection stone effect. Once the player chooses to return to the city directly to revive, the player who has registered in this main city or fortress can directly cross any distance and return to the registered main city to revive. And this is what players often say about sending people back to the city. Most players subconsciously set their resurrection settings to the nearest main city at any time, because this allows them to revive at any time. But now this practice has become their invisible shackles, because at the foot of the bone dragon, a newly built resurrection stone has been emitting a gentle red light, and all the players who have registered here can feel that their souls have connected with this resurrection stone. You have 3 minutes. After that, I will kill everyone I can see. Shui Na looked at the high-level players below, most of whom were wearing the badges of the Death God Guild, and felt a little proud. The Death God Guild had threatened to kill him for his equipment, but before they succeeded, he had already killed many of them. Moreover, due to the faction war, Mizunao didn't have to kill people for the sake of red name, so he was even less afraid of killing people. Seeing that the players below were beginning to waver, Mizunao dropped another bomb. Don't be lucky. This fortress will become a NPC fortress. As long as players go online here, you will only be waiting for knives and axes. Now is your only way out. If you don't want your efforts in the past year to go to waste, gather at the East Gate. You only have 2 minutes now. Chapter 835 Recapture and Departure. There may be many players who are not afraid of death, but when they can live, I am afraid that no player will choose to die, and the kind of death that will last forever. Although it is a bit troublesome to kill a player back to level 0, it is still possible, especially when you are in the enemy's position and cannot escape, then there is really only one way to die. So when they saw that Mina really opened the city gate, they immediately rushed over to face the invincible bone dragon. They also knew that it would be better to escape than to waste experience and equipment here. However, a figure holding a magic cannon appeared in front of the city gate. Seeing this man holding the fully charged magic cannon, everyone stopped. "Give me the money, and then you can leave." Mina pointed the magic cannon at the gathered players. "But we don't have enough money," a life player suddenly said in a hoarse voice. "That's your problem. If you don't have enough money, find a way yourself." Mina knew that he couldn't be so-called merciful now. "Okay, those who are ready come over one by one. Once my thing goes off, none of you can escape." At Mina's signal, no one dared to rush out of the exit of this street, because Mina had already explained that only one person could come at a time. Once two people came, all of them would die together. Under the influence of this collective responsibility, no one had any extreme reactions, because all extreme reactions had been controlled by someone. After the first player handed in enough ransom, he immediately ran out. This was a dark mage who had passed level 102. As an ordinary player who was focused on training in a guild, his level was the basis of everything he had at present. Without the level, he could only start from the lowest level as a member of the bubble book, and, because of some people he had offended before, he might never get up again. So he couldn't afford to die, and he didn't want to die. Looking at the first player who left, the players behind him couldn't hold back. As the players handed in enough gold coins one by one, fewer and fewer players stayed here. To be honest, 5,000 gold coins, for them, although it is a bit painful, it is just heartache, not enough to make them think of risking their lives. As for those who really have no money, that is not something that these rich people will consider. However, what makes them feel a little unbalanced is that these guys who originally stood high can't stand the vague smile of Mina. Because seeing such a smile, they all feel humiliated in their hearts, but this feeling melts like ice and snow under the light of Mina's magic cannon. In the world of games, the strong often have great power, and this is exactly why they can't let go of their status as strong. With the last 100 players who can't come up with enough ransom, everyone else has left, and under Mina's control, this huge iron door has begun to show signs of closing. "Wait, I'll exchange something, I have something worth 5,000 gold coins." A life player obviously can't stand this dull and depressing environment. He knows that if he doesn't leave, he will really have no chance to leave. Moreover, once the killing really starts, if the things in the backpack are exposed, the value may not be less than these 5,000 gold coins. Although they are very dissatisfied with this, they can only use this to exchange for a way out. This is the evil consequence of being an enemy of NPCs. They have no way out. "Okay, this is fine, but the value must be evaluated by me." Mina approved this plan. To be honest, maybe killing them back to level 0 may reveal more than 5,000 gold coins. However, it is too time-consuming to do so. It is better to do this, that is, you don't trademark T have to spend energy and effort to kill people, and you can get enough benefits. It trademark S the missing thieves that make Mina feel uncomfortable, but Mina knows that there are some things he can trademark T do forever. Watching the last player leave the fortress, Mina immediately closed the gate of the fortress, and also began to contact the other side. The situation on Juandi trademark S side is completely different from Mina trademark S, because all of them have adopted the most primitive and violent way to recover. The first thing to be destroyed was the teleportation array, followed by the resurrection stone. Under the strong force provided by Mina, those buildings were like the most fragile bubbles, and they were easily broken into pieces. The players of the Player Alliance camp who lost these two things were equivalent to cutting off their retreat. Coupled with Daolang's unexpected attack, the fortress was immediately caught in the flames of war. This time, except for a few main players, the rest of the people in charge of the fortress on that side were NPCs. Although this approach made the NPCs quite complaining, the effect was very significant. Without the participation of those unreliable players, their actions were extremely smooth. When the results of the battle were consolidated, Daolang sent a large number of players to hand over and deal with the aftermath. After losing most of the elite players with counterattack capabilities, the remaining players of the Player Alliance camp were quickly wiped out by the large-scale reinforcements. Looking at the two fortresses that changed hands again in the blink of an eye, the wanderer who received the news soon knew that he really didn't need to turn over this time. If he hadn't designed this assault plan like this, then these two fortresses wouldn't have become so empty. Although the fortress that Shui Nai had set his eyes on was destined to be lost, at least the second one still had a chance to be saved. However, Longzhen knew that no matter what, for these dead soldiers, they just wanted someone to bear the black disaster, and that person was himself. Looking at the NPC who had come to take over this Iron Castle fortress, Shui Nai looked at the huge amount of gold coins in his backpack and ran away without looking back. However, when these NPCs saw Shui Nai's bone dragon, they were also shocked. The raw material of the bone dragon is the dragon clan. With the current strength of these NPCs, this legendary creature is almost unattainable, not to mention that it has to go through such a complicated process of killing and transforming into a bone dragon. Not daring to let the bone dragon continue to cheat, Shui Nai put it away immediately after leaving the fortress. Daolang, this matter is resolved. It's time to leave. Shui Nai took advantage of the last few minutes of offline time to say goodbye to Daolang and the others. Although the situation of the two fortresses here is still okay, as long as there is another large-scale battle in the player alliance camp, I am afraid that the control of the fortress will be in danger. However, Shui Nai can't stay here forever. After all, he is not a native resident of this world. Leaving so soon, don't you want to play for a few more days? Xiao Qian was immediately unhappy. To be honest, I like the world of the Holy Light Camp more than here. I will take you to the Elf Empire when I have time. Is this okay? Daolang asked with some doubt. Okay, I can guarantee you, Shui Nai nodded. With his current identity, he does have the ability to guarantee. Yeah, Xiao Qian nodded seriously. After that, Shui Nai disappeared in the teleportation array and was teleported to the main city where mithril is abundant. Chapter 836 Joining Forces. Shui Nai has been in this dark abyss for almost a week. Soaking in books _ Since leaving the easternmost main city of this dark world, Shui Nai has never seen any living people. In this dark abyss with a terrifyingly large area and far away from the main city and other supply places, the advantages of players are suppressed to the maximum extent. However, this does not include Shui Nai, because now he is standing on the bone dragon, wantonly attacking the 100-level abyss monsters below in this dark abyss. The dark abyss is an incredibly huge underground crack, so deep and long that there is no information at all. There are countless level 100 creatures in this crack. It is an extremely dangerous place for both players and NPCs. Even Mina didn't dare to rush into the depths of the abyss. Moreover, Mina didn't dare to rush in without using the power of the seal to sense. She could only hunt monsters around the dark abyss to accumulate experience points. Among the monsters in the dark abyss, all creatures are labeled with the word abyss, and the result is that these monsters have been greatly strengthened in both size and attributes. Like the abyss giant snake that Mina is attacking now, it is just an ordinary monster, but its size is ridiculously huge. If Mina hadn't been standing on this 20-meter-high bone dragon, he would have been strangled to death by the nearly 10-meter-long giant snake below. However, the abyss giant snakes here are experienced, so Mina has every reason to stay here. Moreover, there are a lot of materials on this giant snake. Often, as long as you kill one, you can get 10 times more materials than usual. Although the quality of these materials is a bit low, the 100-level attributes can still make a lot of equipment favored by middle-class players. When the huge abyss giant snake below disappeared, Shui Nai controlled the bone dragon to walk towards another abyss giant snake. In this abyss, it seems that all the spawn points will only spawn an abyss monster, but this abyss monster is indeed worth doing. Otherwise, as long as 10 abyss giant snakes come to guard this entrance, I am afraid that no player can attack it. Looking at this abyss crack that almost reaches the distant sky, Shui Nai doesn't trademark to know where the dark book is in this abyss. Now he can only hope that the dark book is not really in the deepest part of it, otherwise Shui Nai doesn't trademark to know if he can get in. Because Shui Nai found out from the database on the official website that the monsters in the deepest part of the abyss are all above level 200, which is not a place where players can currently enter. And the definition of this player obviously includes Shui Nai. After finally burning the abyss lizard below to death, Shui Nai immediately jumped down and collected the lizard leather on its body. However, just when Shui Nai was busy, a group of players with about 200 people suddenly broke into Shui Nai's hunting area. For a moment, everyone stopped their activities at this moment. Boss, it's Fan Chen, an undead warlock looked at the huge bone dragon, swallowed his saliva, and said with some envy. Nonsense, there's nothing wrong with my eyes, the leading dark mage said dissatisfiedly. All players know that Fan Chen has a bone dragon pet. But no one knows that this suddenly missing mage would actually be active in this dark abyss. If the crazy people of the Death God Guild outside knew about it, I'm afraid this place would become lively again. Ever since Mina used that intimidation to recapture the Iron Castle, all the guilds involved felt ashamed. Because Mina handed the fort back to NPC but gave it to Daolang to manage, and now it has become a fortress completely controlled by players. And the players who knew that they were cheated out of 5,000 gold coins felt ashamed to face others, and were ridiculed by many hostile players. Therefore, in order to get back this to be fair, those players did form a powerful crusade group, threatening to ask Shui Nai to come out and give an explanation. However, Shui Nai ignored them and directly killed monsters here for a week, and his level has risen by almost 5 levels. Boss, what should we do now? What else can we do? Find a place to test the waters. The Dark Wizard naturally knew that his people were not comparable to this perverted wizard, and looking at what the wizard was doing now, he did not directly clear the field and threaten, which was much better than the practices of those so-called king-strong guilds. Seeing that they did not disturb him, Shui Nai was also happy to have a few living people as neighbors. Although there are not too many abyss creatures here, if Shui Nai does not use the bone dragon, it is impossible to eat them all. But if the bone dragon is used, Shui Nai will not be able to practice skills such as elemental birds. For this reason, Shui Nai only uses the bone dragon as a mobile platform to give himself a safe place to cast magic. So, the people on both sides lived in peace for several days. During this period, both sides adhered to the excellent quality of not interfering with each other, and there was no bloody conflict. Another week passed, and Mina began to go to the depths of the abyss. Because as Mina's level increased, the monsters on the periphery could no longer keep up with Mina's needs. However, when Mina's sealing power accumulated to a certain level, he was ready to sense it. Driving the bone dragon off the ground, Mina planned to find the location of the dark book from this high altitude. As Mina's bones flew to a high altitude, Mina looked at the sky barrier that could almost be touched, and immediately controlled the bone dragon to stay at this height. The sky barrier of the dark world is not a good thing. It is an existence that cannot be touched. When Mina took out the remnants of the water scroll and other elemental books, he began to have 3 kinds of sealing power, blue, green or green, representing different energies. After the 3 sealing powers on his body merged, they slowly formed a very faint purple light. In the moment when the purple light appeared, Mina's mind suddenly turned into darkness. In this pure black space, Mina only saw 2 light spots. No, it should be said that there were 2 points different from this dark space. One was a faint purple, and the other was a very deep and dark point. This dark point was obviously different from the surrounding darkness, because Mina could feel its existence and find it in this dark space, so it was different and special. When the purple light on Mina disappeared, Mina immediately drew a straight line on the map of this dark world with her memory. On this map, 2 straight lines had already been drawn. All 3 straight lines intersected at one point, and this point was in the darkest place on this map, the deepest part of the dark abyss. I knew that such a task would not be easy to do, teacher. You are harming people. Mina glanced at the dark abyss that almost reached the end of the world, and smiled helplessly. Mina, who had just returned to the ground, found that all the players around him had disappeared. However, Mina didn't care about this. After all, he had no substantial connection with them. Mina was just a little curious about them leaving after they had just completed the supply yesterday. Just when Mina calmed down and thought about whether to enter the dark abyss to search or practice a few more levels here, Mina suddenly felt a chill on his forehead. A chill made him shiver uncontrollably. This strong sense of crisis made Mina's originally depressed and helpless nerves tense up all of a sudden. After that, the body of the bone dragon paused, and Mina's position was pulled up a few meters. A black arrow that Mina was familiar with and afraid of shot into the skull of the bone dragon, and the tail feathers were still trembling slightly. Looking at this forbidden arrow, Shui Nai immediately let the bone dragon fly up, but at this moment, a large number of summoning halos suddenly flashed around. Flying pets were summoned one by one. Looking at these dozens of huge flying pets, Shui Nai felt a chill for no reason. If it was just these flying pets, Shui Nai would not be afraid, but the archer hidden in the dark made Shui Nai very afraid. The most troublesome thing is that there is basically no trace of a player here now. It seems that they are planning to use pets to kill him directly. Using pets to kill bosses is often the favorite of these big guild players. In the case of non-death players, this method is the most effective. But Shui Nai is not a boss, he is a player. So Shui Nai finally ran into the dark abyss without looking back. Looking at this opponent who left without hesitation, the two presidents Long Tian and Jia Tian were stunned at the same time. What to do now? Long Tian asked Jia Tian. He didn't expect the two major guilds of the Dark Camp jointly set up this deadly situation, but the mage ran away without even thinking about it, which made all their arrangements invalid. What else can we do? We wait here for him to come out. There is only one exit in this dark abyss. If he doesn't die in it, he will definitely come out. One exit. The inside of the dark abyss is controlled by invisible forces. It is a no-fly zone. No matter what kind of creature it is, it can only fly 10 meters above the ground at most. Zishan explained. 10 meters? This is a good place. Long Tian looked at the crack that was thousands of meters deep and immediately understood what Zishan meant. Chapter 837 Dark Abyss. Looking back at the enemy who didn't catch up, Shui Nai knew that he could only stay in the dark abyss this time. Although he had the power to not be afraid of them, Shui Nai still didn't dare to try the thieves' unscrupulous fighting style. Especially with the archer, a mage nemesis, he didn't dare to mess around. However, when Shui Nai really stepped into the dark abyss, he found that his bone dragon was a little useless. Looking at the state that suddenly appeared on his body, Shui Nai knew that this bone dragon might not be able to move in this dark abyss. This state is very special and there is no danger, but it limits any creature from exceeding this height of 10 meters. All creatures that are 10 meters away from the ground will be affected by the extremely strong ground gravity. And the upper body of the 20-meter-high bone dragon was almost torn off by this huge force. As for Shui Nai, who had been standing on this skull, he came into close contact with the ground directly. Putting away the bone dragon, Shui Nai began to walk carefully in this thin black fog. The black fog came out from the ground of this abyss, oozing out in wisps, and then filled the entire space of the abyss. In this black fog, Shui Nai's field of vision is about less than a few dozen meters, but in the case that all the monsters here are so huge, this field of vision of a few dozen meters is enough. After thinking about it, Shui Nai gave herself a dark vision enhancement. This is a very common auxiliary magic in the dark world. It can not only increase the field of vision, but also has a certain chance to detect stealth creatures. However, Shui Nai's current level of this magic is not high, and the effect of the increase is very small, but after all, it is still somewhat effective, so Shui Nai will naturally not let it go. With this magic, Shui Nai immediately headed towards the depths of the dark abyss. The monsters in the depths of the dark abyss are very different from the monsters outside, and this is exactly why Shui Nai dare not go deep. The abyss monsters of the Warcraft level can be seen everywhere here, and these monsters are very huge in size and proficient in long-range magic bombing. They are very difficult to deal with. The large size also means that the life value is strong, and at the same time it gives it an extremely powerful defense ability. This is a very terrifying opponent for players of any profession. Generally speaking, players will only see such a large monster on the boss outside. Desperately moving fast in the crack of the abyss, Mina tried hard to run towards the depths of the abyss. However, if anyone saw the dozen or so large lizards chasing Mina behind her, they would probably know how much Mina wanted to leave here now. The lizards behind Mina were all wind lizards, each of them stepped on a ball of green light, and they were covered with a layer of green airflow. It was this ball of light and airflow that made them so agile despite their huge bodies. However, Mina, who was running in front of them, was very fast. Mina quickly glanced at the surrounding environment and immediately saw something like a cave not far away. Then Mina rushed towards this narrow cave. After just a glance, Mina went straight into the cave and then shot a few icicles outside. It was not that Mina didn't want to run, but if she continued to run like this, she would probably attract more powerful monsters. This was not what Shui Nai wanted to see. If possible, he wanted to use the earth escape technique to sneak in directly. However, the geology of this dark abyss obviously had some special power, and Shui Nai's earth escape technique basically did not work. Feeling the violent impact vibrations coming from outside the cave, Shui Nai could only shrink his body inside, while constantly reinforcing the ice pillar in front of him. If there was only one storm lizard, Shui Nai would be interested in meeting him for a while, but these dozen storm lizards, with just a round of wind blades, almost cut Shui Nai into fish fillets, which made Shui Nai helplessly choose to escape. After about 10 minutes, it was finally quiet outside, but Shui Nai looked at the ice that was almost squeezing to the tip of his nose, and a lot of cold sweat had already appeared on his forehead. If they persisted, I'm afraid Shui Nai would be crushed to death by the ice pillar he created. It seems that it's not easy to survive here. Shui Nai looked at himself, who was only level 109, but the group of storm lizards outside are all level 120. Although the level in the game can't explain anything, it can explain one thing, that is, this is the area where players of level 120 and above are active. Moreover, the most troublesome thing is that Mina is not familiar with the environment here, the distribution of monsters here, their living habits and their characteristics. This is exactly what Mina is worried about. After melting the ice with a fireball, Mina took a deep breath, and then looked at the footprints left by the storm lizard when it left. Mina decided to explore here first and accumulate some experience first. After almost 10 days, Mina finally explored the surrounding area clearly, but the supplies in his backpack were almost used up. The important thing is that the space in his backpack has run out now. Quietly sneaking to the periphery of the dark abyss, Mina found that there were actually 2 teams of players fighting monsters at the entrance. Just from the professional configuration of these 2 teams, Mina knew that these 2 teams were waiting for him. Because one of the 2 teams was composed entirely of undead players, and the undead summoned creatures with undead auras were besieging an abyss giant snake. On the other side, the players, who were all composed of dark humans, dark elves, and dark orcs, were dealing with the abyss lizards on the other side. Seeing the sparks that intertwined between the 2 teams from time to time, Shui Na knew that they were members of Long Tian's Dark Temple and Jia Tian's Death God Guild. Quietly sneaking to the entrance, Shui Na was thinking about taking a step to leave when he suddenly found that there were flashes on the ground. Then, Shui Na saw a totem pole appear in front of him. Enemy attack, enemy attack. As soon as the flash appeared, the orc player who arranged it immediately noticed it. After that, all the players looked at Shui Na's figure, who was forced to show up in his shouting. Shui Na looked at their murderous eyes speechlessly, and pulled out the magic wand helplessly. After that, Shui Na's magic wand paused, and Shui Na's figure disappeared there. After Mizuna teleported several times, he disappeared directly into the woods. Those players who reacted also looked at each other in bewilderment, not knowing what to do next. All along, they only knew how to confront Hedon. They had seen guys like Mizuna who ran away without even saying a word, but this would never happen to a master like Mizuna. Because in their eyes, running away without a fight is something only rookies would do. However, what they didn't know was that Mizuna didn't take them seriously at all, because they couldn't arouse Mizuna's interest at all, and they wouldn't get angry because of their shouting. Take a dog in the real world. If a dog bites a person, you can't let people bite back. Moreover, Mizuna didn't want to waste time on them, because he had to find a way to get through this dark abyss as soon as possible. The strength of the dark abyss has exceeded Mizuna's imagination. In these days of exploration, Mizuna has already had a deep understanding of this abyss. The strength of the ordinary monsters here is ridiculous. Whether it is magic or magic, they are almost comparable to the first level existence of the boss outside. However, it may be because of this that Shui Na did not find any monsters here whose level is higher than this white boss. The highest level monster Shui Na encountered was a storm lizard king, a boss with a strong physique and deep magic. The huge wind blade it summoned can easily cut off even rocks. When Shui Na thought of the crisscrossing gullies on the battlefield where he fought with it, he felt a chill in his left hand. He clearly remembered that his hand was cut off like this. At that time, he was holding an ice shield and wanted to use it to protect himself like before. But when the huge wind blade came over, he knew that he was in big trouble. The green and constantly vibrating wind blade cut his solid ice shield in half like butter, followed by his left hand, and then a protruding rock behind him. Everything was cut in half in front of this wind blade. Although this battle lasted for half a day and used up the last potion in Mina, Mina's results were very good. Not only did she learn the magic called Storm Blade, but she also got 2 dark gold leather goods. What made Mina happy the most was that this Storm Lizard King actually exploded a pet egg. Storm Blade is a magic of the mage level. It is a magic that can be controlled by the player. The maximum length of this magic can reach 10 meters, and the minimum is only the size of an ordinary wind blade. At the same time, in addition to the cutting effect, this magic also has the effect of high-frequency vibration, that is, it has a strong cutting ability. Even hard steel can be cut directly, and it is still effortless. While flying away in the sky, Shui Na recalled the various monsters he encountered in the dark abyss. In addition to the storm lizard, there are several extremely fast creatures in the dark abyss, such as the black flame greedy wolf and the thunder falcon. These 2 creatures almost took Shui Na's life when they first met. Now Shui Na has considered whether to organize a group of people to come over. After all, his strength alone is too limited. Chapter 838 Dusk. However, when Shui Na opened his friend panel, he found that Dao Lang and his friends were only about level 80. This level and their equipment could not survive in this dark abyss. After thinking about it, Shui Na still felt that he could live longer alone. Returned from the nearest main city, but this time Shui Na did not immediately come to the dark abyss, but went to the mysterious cave that Dao Lang mentioned. According to Dao Lang's introduction, as long as the creature enters this cave, it will be affected by an irresistible force and directly pulled into the darkness. Therefore, Shui Na only moved around for half a day, and after figuring out the situation on Thursday, the monster announcement, and the strength, he left. The monsters here are quite strong, but compared to the abyss monsters that Shui Na saw in the dark abyss these days, they are not strong at all. It was half a day later when he returned to the dark abyss again. Although the area of the dark world is not as large as that of the Holy Light Camp, it is not small. The most important thing is that there are not many main cities in this world, and the effective transmission distance is less. However, when Shui Na returned to the only entrance of the dark abyss, he found that it was already shrouded in war. Looking at the large black flames that kept falling from the sky, Shui Na knew that the Death God Guild and the Dark Temple Guild would be in trouble. In the dark world, there are many dark wizards who can cast this trick of dark sky fire, but the only dark wizard who can release such a large area of black flames is a human wizard named Dusk. This mage is a bit like Mina. As far as Mina knows, he is the mage with the most elemental expertise systems, and each of them has extremely strong attainments, which cannot be measured by the expertise system, just like Mina. At the same time, like Mina, he has always been in a hostile relationship with several large guilds because of his unfriendly relationship with them. However, since this Dusk is usually mysterious, even the good intelligence ability of the Wine Song can only collect these. The magic damage value of this Dusk is extremely high. Often, a meteor shower will burn nearly 30% of the health of the players below. Moreover, this mage also has the flying skill. Although it is not as flexible as Mina, it can already lay a winning advantage. After watching Dusk pick up almost 250 players by himself, Mina also knew that the gap between him was only in equipment. This is an extremely strong player, and it seems that he can also flexibly use the sense of crisis, often dodging fatal attacks at the most dangerous time. Come out, I know you're here. At this moment, Dusk's magic wand suddenly pointed in the direction of Mina. Just as Mina was about to show up, he suddenly found a vague figure suddenly appeared in the void not far in front of him, and then a black archer appeared. However, this archer did not hold a bow and arrow, and just stood in front of Dusk with a smile. Dusk, long time no see. Well, Xing Chen, you are still the same, you just like to make trouble out of nothing. Don't say that, don't you think this game is a bit monotonous? If you don't have some fun, how can you be worthy of yourself? Xing Chen? Shui Nai's heart trembled, and he immediately focused on this star. However, I don't know if my sight was too strong, that star actually turned back to look at it. At this moment, a giant snake from the abyss brushed against Shui Nai's side. Although the giant snake did not find Shui Nai, it successfully diverted the star's attention. After watching the star focus on this Dusk again, Shui Nai also breathed a sigh of relief and began to listen to the two guys with all his strength. Shui Nai knew that this star's full name was Shooting Star, and it was this guy who shot him to death in the Gate of the World. However, according to the information Shui Nai collected, this Shooting Star was more mysterious than this Dusk. Apart from knowing that he was a bounty hunter, nothing else was known. But his archery skills were very powerful. It was said that once, he and Long Tian and his guild went to open up Wasteland and encountered a golden boss. It was with him as the main force that the boss was shot to death. This is an archer with extremely strong destructive power, an opponent that can make all mages tremble. After more than 10 minutes, Shui Nai saw this archer summon a wind eagle and leave. Although Shui Nai was a little far away from them, he still heard some things. After all, there were some things about Piaoling and Tian's Haihen that Shui Nai didn't hear. The person who said it. However, from Piaoling and Tian's Haihen, Shui Nai immediately thought of these guys, who were probably the top figures in the previous online games. Watching this Dusk walking towards the dark abyss, Shui Nai couldn't help but be a little dazed. After thinking about it, Shui Nai came out of the phantom stealth directly, and then followed this Dusk into the dark abyss. You are. The moment Shui Nai appeared, this Dusk immediately felt Shui Nai. Mortal, Shui Nai said, and then he looked at Dusk again. Dark abyss. Yet. Then I'm not familiar with this place, Dusk said with a smile. Dusk's smile was very gentle, which was in great contrast to the ruthlessness when he killed dozens of people just now. Okay, Shuai thought about it, and still asked him to form a team. You should have completed the Heart of the Elements at this time, Dusk suddenly asked Shuai. Well, what about you? Shuai had already thought of this. It can't be completed. My master is dead, so the Heart of Elements in my body is destined to be unfinished. Dead? Shuai frowned and said with some doubts. Well, 2 months ago, my master was killed by the Lich King. Now I want to seek revenge on him. What is the Lich King again? And he is in here? Shuai was shocked. Yes, according to my latest intelligence, he has been in this dark abyss for a long time, but he has never come out, so I plan to see what is going on inside. If possible, I want to kill him. If it is really the Lich King, then this is troublesome. I know, I have been killed by him several times, but I must go to trouble him, otherwise I will feel bad. Huang Hun was calm. By the way, your Heart of Elements. My teacher's research theory is different from your teacher's. You use the Dragon Soul to complete the Heart of Elements. Well, yes, Shuai did not hide it. Anyway, Huang Yu probably knew more about the secret of the Heart of Elements than he did, because the old wizard had always used him as a guinea pig and basically didn't tell him too much. Haha, the strongest Heart of Elements. Your teacher is really bold, much stronger than my teacher, Huang Yu sighed. Then what did you use to complete this Heart of Elements? I used the teacher's secret medicine to enhance the power of elements, but in this game world, only my teacher can make it, so. Huang Yu shrugged and said helplessly. The Heart of Elements is a very domineering attribute. Once it is carried out, it cannot be stopped or changed. This is why Shuai has always had to find the Dragon Soul, because he can only use the Dragon Soul to strengthen it. We should not have much time to go, Huang Yu said, and took the lead. By the way, Huang Yu, how high is your dark fusion? Shuai asked as he walked. It's level 10 now. This is something my teacher left behind. However, it is also thanks to his legacy that I have the qualifications to fight the Lich King. Sure enough, Shuai thought to herself. When she saw the magic of Dusk just now, Shuai had already guessed that the level of his dark fusion might be extremely high. Take the flame that has almost completely turned dark for example. If Shuai were to release it, at most it would only make the flame carry a faint black gas. But the flame of Dusk has completely turned black. Such a flame not only has the heat of the fire element, but also has the ability to directly burn the soul. When she thought of this, Shuai had to compare the black flame with the divine flame. However, Shuai did not have the information of the two, so there was no way to compare them. As for asking about the skills of Dusk, Shuai could not bring herself to do so, because their current relationship is also quite delicate. They are both hostile camps, but they also have common goals. It is unknown when this relationship will break down. Dusk's speed was very fast, and when it moved, there was always a burst of black airflow swirling around it, and it was these airflows that made its speed reach more than 400 points. You can reach this speed without the power of elements. It seems that your equipment is very strong. When Mina was observing Dusk, Dusk was also observing him. As holders of the Heart of Elements, they understood each other much more deeply than other players. My wind ability is only useful for flying, and the rest are auxiliary. Mina said half-truthfully. No wonder your flying is so flexible, so that's why. Dusk heard this, although he said so, but there was not much surprise. It seems that he also has such ability. By the way, can I ask a more abrupt question? Dusk suddenly stopped and asked. Ask. I want to know, what is the true attribute of the Heart of Elements? Dusk emphasized the word true. See for yourself. Mina thought about it, and combined with the information she knew, Mina felt that Dusk, unlike the kind of mean person who speaks sweet words but has a hidden heart, he announced the information of the Heart of Elements in the team chat. Very strong. Huang Hun said gloomily after reading this information. Chapter 839 Passage. When Shuai and Huang Hun knocked down the black flame greedy wolf in front of them at the same time, they looked at each other and smiled at the same time per 1000 yen a superscript 1_a. This is a smile of mutual appreciation. Very pure, without any impurities. They didn't expect that it was only the first time for them to cooperate with each other, but they seemed to have practiced countless times. Whether it was the rhythm of the attack or the help between each other, they had achieved a seamless cooperation and fought a battle worth remembering. In these consecutive battles, as they deepened their understanding of each other, they were now able to use the mutual promotion and restraint effects of magic to strengthen each other's attacks, so that the two magics would cause great damage at the moment of mixing. This greatly increased the combat effectiveness of the two of them, and it was not the kind of 1 + 1 = 2, but the effect of 3 or 4. Such a battle made both of them feel incredible. It seems that you usually practice alone. This is the conclusion Huang Hun came to later. Yes, if you practice with others, it is easy to lose control. Shui Na also nodded and said. Their attack power is too high, and it is basically not the hatred that those warrior professions can hold, and they don't need to cooperate with others, because they dare to keep up with the rhythm of their battle. Only mages who practice alone like them know what they need, and only in this way can they know when the other party will need help. Two mages with extremely close levels and strengths, in this extremely difficult dark abyss, just cooperated seamlessly and continued to move forward. With the cooperation of the two of them, no monster could force them to use their own tricks, and often just those ordinary conventional magics were enough to deal with them. Okay, the road ahead is the territory of Thunder Falcons. They are very fast and can also use thunder magic, which is more difficult. Thunder beasts are notoriously troublesome. Can you only use thunder magic? No, their mouths and claws are very sharp, you definitely don't want to be caught. Shui Na said seriously, but based on Shui Na's understanding of Huang Hun, his speed is obviously not at its limit, and with his agility, there won't be too much of a problem. Okay, I understand. Huang Hun said, and then put on an electric shield on himself, and Shui Na's hands and feet were not slow. Book Friends upload updates. The electric shield is the most commonly used magic for mages to fight against thunder magic. With it, the combat effectiveness of thunder beasts can be at least reduced by half. After that, the temperature in the dark abyss dropped sharply, and the thunder eagles and falcons fell at a very high speed because their feathers were frozen, and half of their life value disappeared. However, when the ice disappeared, it was two extremely strong flames, one red and one black, which quickly burned the feathers on their bodies, and only a large amount of experience was left. The two of them were moving at a very fast speed in this dark abyss. Although they had already passed the area that Mina had explored before, they had come to a deeper place without any danger thanks to their outstanding performance. However, when they began to encounter monsters of level 150, they all knew that they could no longer use violence to solve all the monsters that blocked their way as before. Monsters before level 150 were their limit. If they went any lower, they could not guarantee whether they could survive. Because at level 150, players had to advance, and as monsters that crossed this level, their strength would be greatly enhanced. This won't work. Mina looked at the dusk that was panting, and between the two of them, a huge beetle with a black shell was slowly disappearing. The level 150 Dark Scarab not only had extremely strong magic defense capabilities, but also could reflect short-range physical attacks. Although he could not use magic, his extreme defense ability and the ability to charge straight at almost the speed of sound almost made Huang Twilight almost get smashed into a meat pie. This is the power of the limit. When an attack method reaches its limit, everything will pale in comparison. I have a way. Huang Twilight stood up from the ground, patted the dust off his body, and then he touched his chest with some palpitations. Just now, the beetle, which was 1 meter in size, crashed here through the magic shield. At that time, Huang Twilight felt that his soul seemed to be knocked out of his body, but in the end, the magic shield still saved him, but his magic power was completely used up, and his health was less than 100 points. Watching Huang Twilight summon his undead warhorse, Mina immediately knew what he was thinking. The undead warhorse in the dark world is a pet that will not betray and is absolutely loyal, but it has no combat power, and its speed is not as strong as that of a Fulgent blood horse. But in this case, it is good to be cannon fodder. As the undead horse galloped in the dark abyss at the fastest speed, Black Scarab suddenly emerged from the caves, leaving after images at a very fast speed, and then crashed into the opposite mountain wall or the ground, leaving a huge smoke screen. This Dark Scarab only has this kind of collision attack method, but when the speed of this move reaches the extreme, I am afraid that even if the blood scum comes, there is no way to withstand it. Watching the black light and shadows constantly jumping in front of him and leaving a large amount of dust, Mina frowned and calculated the unit density of scarabs on this section of the road. When the undead horse rushed out more than 100 meters, a scarab rushed up from behind and directly hit the undead horse from behind with a crash sound, and then saw these broken bones turned into invisible light spots, returning to the bracelet of dusk little by little. However, the undead warhorse also completed his work, because the dark holy armor that was hundreds of meters away was led to the other side, leaving a safe passage for Shui Na and others to pass through. How long will it take to revive? Shui Na asked Huang Twilight. The undead warhorse has the ability to automatically revive, which is its most powerful point. 15 minutes, but this section of the road is probably thousands of meters. Huang Twilight took a look at the section of the road where there were almost no monsters, and knew that this was because there were scarabs guarding here. Leave it to me later. Shui Na was embarrassed to let Huang Twilight be responsible for the safety of this section of the road. Afterwards, Shui Na cast an acceleration spell on himself, and at the same time pressed a series of defensive magic such as ice crystal armor. You don't plan to directly. Well, this scarab can only attack once every 3 times. With this time period, there will be no problem. Shui Na said, and rushed out directly. Shui Na's speed is much faster than the previous undead warhorse. Although it consumes a lot of stamina, its safety factor is much better than that of the undead warhorse. Because Shui Na's movement track is disordered, and it is an evasive action. Looking at Shui Na's speed and reaction, Huang Hun also understands why this mage can cause so much trouble in the Holy Light Camp. If a player with such combat awareness can't do anything, then there is something wrong with this game. In this game, it is not that you can be invincible as long as your attributes are high. It depends on whether your consciousness can fully cooperate with your attributes. Take guns and people for example. If an ordinary civilian holds a Desert Eagle, then even if he knows how to use the gun, but his body cannot withstand the impact of the Desert Eagle, then his gun cannot exert its power in his hand. And the coordination of the player's attributes and consciousness is like this. Only when the player's combat awareness is strong enough can the attributes of the gun be maximized. If a player cannot use his attributes to the maximum, then he can only be regarded as a second-rate player. When a player completely integrates his consciousness and attributes, then the player's strength can reach the first-rate level, and with better equipment, it is super first-rate. And if they get the most powerful equipment, it is the peak. However, in the game world, there are not a few first-rate players. There are often a lot of such first-rate players in those big guilds. But the problem of equipment cannot satisfy them. And this is why there are many first-rate or even super first-rate players, but there are only a few peak players. Without good equipment, then facing players of the same level, but they have stronger equipment, then his failure is doomed. Now, Shui Na already has the 2 conditions to reach the peak level, but because of his low reputation, he has not attracted the attention of people like them. Because, even Huang Hun or Tian's Haihen are somewhat envious of Shui Na's equipment. However, they did not include Shui Na in their category, because they only saw Shui Na's equipment and ignored her own combat awareness. Now, Huang Hun immediately found that Shui Na already had the strength to reach the peak. For people like them who have been at the peak, being able to discover a newcomer means that they can be less lonely and more meaningful. Now Huang Hun finally understood why Xing Chen had to go against this mage. It turned out that he had already discovered his value. In order to make himself more fun, he directly provoked him. Let's go back to Shui Nai's side. After Shui Nai led most of the dark scarabs to one side, he teleported a few times and directly made all the dark scarabs dizzy. After that, Shui Nai, who appeared on the other side again, and Huang Hun began to run deeper at the fastest speed. Chapter 840 Fighting. On the way, Shui Na and his companions walked slower and slower. Device, no ads, full text, update. There were many monsters dozens of levels higher than them along the way, and fighting them could only be described as painful. In fact, it was not that they could not kill these monsters, but that it was too time-consuming and expensive to fight them. In the case where the consumption and benefits were not proportional, Shui Na and Huang Hun naturally could not go on. Under the dual suppression of rank and level, their attack power was already difficult to play the original level. If they fought tenaciously, they would only fail to complete their respective tasks in the end. So they used various means to continuously break through the blockade of these monsters and walk towards the depths. Is it okay? Shui Na looked at his countdown clock set for half an hour and asked Huang Hun. Okay, let's get ready. As Huang Hun released his undead warhorse, Shui Na and Huang Hun immediately added a series of acceleration and defense magic to themselves. Shui Na, who had already used up all her undead summons, could only let the dusk undead horse lead the charge. However, before the undead horse could run a few dozen meters, a huge rock pillar suddenly emerged from the ground, easily smashing the fragile undead horse into pieces. It's behind that boulder. After Shui Nai saw the undead horse turn into starlight and return, she immediately pointed out the hidden earth-type monster, the rock monster. This is a monster with very weak mobility, but its earth-type magic is so sharp that it makes people astonished. Coupled with the purely physical attack, the two mages can't bear it. The moment she came to this area, Shui Nai was almost killed by this rock monster. The rock pillar that appeared and disappeared mysteriously and was abnormally fast simply overturned Shui Nai's understanding of earth-type magic. Often, as long as you enter the attack range of this rock monster, there will be a rock pillar to welcome you. Let's go. After saying that, Mina left the shelter first and walked carefully around the 30-meter area where the rock monster he had locked onto was. Because the attack power of the rock monster was extremely fierce, with Huang Hun's health of less than 6,000, he could not withstand a single blow, so Mina had to explore the way. As they continued to go deeper, they had now reached 4/5 of the dark abyss, but for some unknown reason, their flying skills had failed. Except for jumping up, all the normal ways for them to leave the ground were unavailable, and this was why they could only crawl like a snail in this area. Haha, it looks like we are about to leave the territory of the rock monster. Mina could already see the giant scorpions not far away. However, just when Mina's mood had not completely relaxed, he suddenly felt a sudden fluctuation of earth energy not far to his right, and then his skin felt cold all over. Although the extreme sense of crisis made Mina react quickly, her body was still a little slow. As a result, Mina had just jumped up and had not had time to leave her original position when a huge and sharp rock suddenly appeared under her feet. With a bang, Mina's ice crystal armor was directly shattered, and her right foot was cut by the sharp rock column with a deep wound that could be seen to the bone. Damn! Mina cursed in her heart, and at the same time, she jumped 40 meters away from the place where the earth energy was fluctuating just now. The attack method of these ground rock monsters was too insidious, often attacking the enemy's bottom lane, which was exactly the situation that Mina and Huang Hun were unwilling to face. Be careful, this is the boss. At this time, Huang Hun suddenly shouted, and then a black air bomb appeared in time and knocked Mina away. However, when Mina flew up, another rock column just emerged and rubbed Mina's solace and went straight up. This boss is so smart, he actually has this trick. Shui Nai only had the opportunity to cast the light of life on himself at this time. Just now, he was only concerned with dodging the rock pillars that were coming up one by one, and basically had no time to change the ring. Are you interested? Huang Hun asked with a smile. Let's go together. Shui Nai was naturally interested. Okay, the one with the highest damage has the priority to choose items, how about it? Huang Hun was in a good mood and wanted to see the gap between himself and this mage. Okay, then go. Shui Nai naturally accepted the challenge. However, the two did not attack immediately, but carefully scouted the surrounding situation. In this dark abyss, so far, they have not seen any elite monsters appear. Here, in addition to ordinary monsters, there is only the white boss. When they made sure that there were no other monsters in the way, Shui Nai and Huang Hun immediately approached this earth rock monster boss. The earth element is famous for its high defensibility, and in the elemental attributes, the only thing that can restrain the earth element is the wood element. Unfortunately, neither of them has learned any decent wood element magic, one can't learn it, and the other doesn't want to learn it. For this reason, they can only use the most powerful fire element magic to lighten the load. They plan to use absolute destructive power to get rid of this boss. As the magic of the two began to take shape, they quickly locked onto the rock monster 50 meters away. This is a huge rock block. If they hadn't seen their earth element magic and its true appearance, Mina and the others would never have thought that such an ordinary rock block would have such a powerful destructive power. The main attack method of the rock monster is the ground rock. Mina and the others can't tell which level this magic belongs to, because this magic is a bit similar to the earth element's ground spikes, but the effect and power are a bit too strong. However, if you think that this rock monster only has this magic, then you are wrong, and you will die miserably. This type of earth-based monster, the earth rock monster, has many earth-based magics, and the earth-based magic cast on its hands is very abnormal. Take the huge rock that appeared out of thin air on the top of Shui Nai's head. The way this rock appeared is absolutely weird and accurate. If Shui Nai hadn't kept moving, this rock would have been pressed down. Take the ancient gun that appeared out of thin air on the side of dusk. It definitely appeared out of thin air and there is no trace. And the location of its appearance is very tricky, because it appeared directly less than 1 meter away from dusk. Shui Nai has only seen this kind of long-range cross-zone casting on the Flame Demon Lord. All the players' magic must be guided by the magic wand, which makes the player's magic have a small pause when casting. This small pause, for those masters, means dodging. And the long-range cross-zone casting of the Earth Rock Monster and the Flame Demon Lord can make many players die without knowing anything, because such magic often appears in places that others can't think of. However, such attacks only forced Mizuna and the others to run around. The two people, who had a sense of crisis that was almost always accurate, could easily detect the dangers around them. In addition, their speed and strength were not bad, so such attacks basically could not cause them much damage. However, this kind of battle that kept running around also forced them to be unable to use large-scale magic, and they could only bombard it with instant magic. Take Mizuna's explosive bird for example. This bird almost blew up small pits on the body of this rock monster boss. Although the pits were so small that they had to be magnified, Mizuna had plenty of time. And the black explosive bomb of dusk was not weak either. One bomb could often blow up several thousand health points. And the powerful dark energy also had a little effect on this dark boss, that is, pain. The pain from the soul made this rock monster boss scream madly from time to time. During this period, its attack would slow down or even stop. At this time, both of them would use large-scale magic to bombard it. The two fought around this rock monster boss for 3 hours before they wore away its health. It's really not worth it. Shui Na looked at the warrior equipment in his hand and said helplessly. The final winner was Shui Na, a guy who won by numbers. His attack frequency was nearly 10 times higher than that of Huang Hun. Although the damage was not as strong as Huang Hun's magic, in this situation of stopping and starting, the meaning of quantity was extremely important. Yet, the medicine is almost used up. Huang Hun drank the endurance medicine given by Shui Na, and smiled bitterly. He shouldn't have asked for such a fight. A wizard without magic is no different from a dead person. Take a break, let's go later. Shui Nai said as she began to distribute the things she had just obtained. Shui Nai asked for the dark gold chest armor with earth power. The attributes of this chest armor are also top grade. It not only has strong physical defense capabilities, but also can resist most magic effects. More importantly, it is a special equipment for shield warriors, which is very suitable for the injured fox as a physique shield. Huang Hun thought about it and chose the earth magic called Stone Blast. The greatest ability of this magic is to carry out a high-density indiscriminate stone attack on an area. Although the power of a single unit is a bit weak, under this huge order of magnitude, even if an attack only causes a little damage, it can make many players lose their souls. It's just that the chanting time of this magic is a bit too long, and Shui Nai doesn't lack this magic. After that, Shui Nai and Huang Hun divided the gems and materials that exploded equally, and quickly rested to prepare for the next battle. Chapter 841 The Undead in the Abyss. Across the electricity after passing through the territory of the Light Scorpion and the territory of the Flame Lion, the two walked for several days. At their current speed, they often walked for a long time before they walked less than 1,000 meters. The monsters in the depths of the dark abyss are so powerful that they feel a huge pressure. As for the monsters they have encountered so far, all of them can cast spells remotely across regions. Often, as soon as they sense the elemental fluctuations, the attack has already appeared around them, and the speed of casting is also amazingly fast. And the most important thing is that their potions are less than 30% of the original. In order to save them, they can only move at this tortoise speed and prioritize the conditions of mana consumption. Hey, Huang, am I dazzled? The ones in front are actually skeleton soldiers. Shui Na wiped his eyes and asked in confusion. In the past month, they have almost vomited at those monsters. It is rare to see such white skeleton soldiers without meat, and they actually feel a sense of familiarity, because skeleton soldiers are notoriously easy to kill. It's a skeleton soldier. Huang Hun was also a little confused, but because of the distance between them, he was not sure whether it was true or false. 10 hours later, they finally passed the section guarded by the flame demon, Yan Mo, and saw the skeleton soldiers not far away. But these skeleton soldiers were not white as Shui Nai thought, but a group of dark green skeleton soldiers. Plague Skeleton, Mutation, Level 120, can spread plague when attacking, and will produce poisonous fog at the same time, and cannot be close combat. Shui Nai shared the information he had just seen with Huang Hun. This should be the subordinates of the Lich King. Huang Hun also used his reconnaissance skills to conclude that the level of these skeleton soldiers was a little different from the abyss creatures he had encountered before. I think so too. It seems that we are one step closer to the Lich King, but it is a bit difficult to kill so many mutant skeleton soldiers. Shui Nai looked at the skeleton soldiers that almost filled the entire abyss passage, and felt a little powerless. Go ahead, we have to fight. Huang Hun looked at these green skeletons, and his killing intent was already rising. Okay, you kill them, and I'll assist. Looking at so many skeleton soldiers, Shui Na knew that the two of them could not be close to these monsters, otherwise the poison alone would be enough to kill them. Thank you. Why are you being polite? Without you, I would still be wandering in the middle. Shui Na said, and immediately switched the elemental magic wand to ice, and put on the frozen crown, and then an ice ball plus a small ice bomb flew out. The ice bomb did not fly far, because it directly hit a plague skeleton in the front row, but the ice ring had already come to the center of the skeleton group. I saw the ice mist produced by the ice rings running around, and thousands of skeleton soldiers were immediately hit by these large and small ice rings. This health value is really high. While Mina fired a bunch of ice bombs, she looked at the skeleton soldiers after the ice fog disappeared, but she found that these skeleton soldiers only lost less than 20% of their health value. However, when she thought that the health value of these mutant skeleton soldiers was as high as 100,000, Mina knew that the damage of this ice ring was a bit low. On the other side, Dusk had also started to kill. Large pieces of flames kept flying from Dusk's magic wand, and then turned into fire rain or fire meteors and smashed down, burning the skeleton soldiers who dared to rush over to ashes one by one. As for the plague skeleton soldiers who were lucky enough to escape, they had to face Mina's ice bombs or elemental birds. Before they could go far, Mina used air bombs to bounce them back into the flames. These plague skeletons were not very dangerous to Mina and his men, and the only trouble was that these plague skeletons would release a piece of death plague cloud at the moment of death. This is the poison magic of the undead warlock, which can create a plague that infects people and poisons them continuously. According to Huang Tun, this death plague cloud is an enhanced version of death poison cloud. Like the poison cloud, players who enter this area will be poisoned, and they will not be poisoned as long as they leave this area. But the plague cloud is different. It can make players infected with the plague state, and even if they leave this area, the effect of the poison will not end easily. As for the death doubt cloud, this magic is the final enhanced version of the death plague cloud. Not only does it cause people to be continuously poisoned, but it also comes with a series of curse states, which can make the poisoned person miserable when losing blood. Looking at the green poisonous cloud that almost covered the field, Shui Na could only continue to use the whirlwind technique to blow the poisonous cloud as much as possible. The impact of this poisonous cloud on Shui Na will not be too great. After all, his ability to resist poison is not weak, but Huang Tun is not so good. Moreover, this poisonous cloud transformed from the death of the plague skeleton lasts for a terrifyingly long time, and it must be blown away. When the last red violent plague skeleton boss was completely burned to ashes by Dusk's flames, Mina took off the frozen crown and looked at Dusk, who was gasping for breath and resting there. Not bad. Looking at Dusk almost venting his anger at a deal with these plague skeletons, Shui Nai only did a little bit of assistance, and used ice rings and frost nova to cut off the movement routes of the skeleton soldiers. Let's go, I'm fine. Huang Hun saw that a passage had been blown out by Shui Nai with the whirlwind technique, and walked in as soon as possible. Shui Nai glanced at his back and followed him in. Is this road tilted? Shui Nai suddenly said as he walked. Well, it seems that this is the real abyss. Huang Hun looked at the road in front of him that was obviously tilted, and said a little sadly. After that, the two walked a few kilometers, but found the second batch of undead monsters. In front of them, there were dark green zombies. Dark poison zombies, mutated, level 130, also poisonous, and it seems that they can use swords. Shui Nai looked at the zombies equipped with bone swords, and some hair tingled. Let's go together. This time, we'll do it little by little. Looking at the few medicines in the backpack, Huang Hun knew that he had lost control of his emotions just now and almost got tired. Let me release the firestorm, and you cooperate with me. Shui Na took out his flaming crown at this time, and squinted his eyes to compare the surrounding environment. You guys, why didn't you say it earlier? Seeing that Shui Na had changed into a crown-like equipment, he also knew that he was really too out of control just now. Seeing that you want to take action, I'm embarrassed to say no. Shui Na put on the crown, and then the fire on the magic wand flashed, and a piece of flames had already emerged from the ground, burning the zombies in the distance. The zombies that were attacked were the same as the skeletons just now. In a roar, they dragged their heavy bodies one by one. Although the area of Shui Na's firestorm was large, the space of this abyss was even larger, and Shui Na had no way to cover all the zombies. At this time, the value of Huang Hun also came out. From time to time, he released a piece of ice magic, and from time to time, he used air bombs to bounce back the zombies that had escaped from the sea of fire. At the same time, he had to find a way to deal with the zombies that had already rushed over. The defense and health of zombies are basically not comparable to those of skeleton soldiers. For this reason, Shui Na and Huang Hun fought and retreated at the same time. Fortunately, the poisonous cloud behind him had dissipated long ago, otherwise they would have been killed by this zombie. However, even so, they still had to face the problem of magic power. The large-scale use of magic made their magic power a little bit unable to keep up, and the empty medicine bottles in the backpack also forced them to use some relatively small magic. However, when Shui Na saw that the plague skeleton behind him had not been refreshed, Shui Na suddenly thought of summoning a pet. For a long time, Shui Na did not dare to let the pet fight because the monsters in this dark abyss were too strong, and now this place is obviously a little different from the abyss outside, so Shui Na also planned to focus on the pet. After discussing with Huang Hun, the two immediately withdrew from the battlefield and began to summon their pets with all their strength. There was no hope for the bone dragon in Mina's hand, but the flame fantasy dragon lizard and the black water mystic snake could still fight here. Huang Hun also summoned his own magic beasts, also two, the frost white tiger and the flame mad lion. The two looked at each other's pets and began to analyze some of the characteristics of each other's pets. Let's go. Huang Hun saw that his magic power had almost recovered, so he took his pet forward. For these dark poisonous zombies, they naturally would not let the pets go forward to fight, but they would not be stingy in magic. However, it must be said that it is not easy to control the battlefield while controlling the pets. Many times, they have to spend some time to take care of these pets. Although the speed is fast, the mental pressure is greater. However, when the levels of these pets are rising rapidly, this pressure is slowly reduced in front of the powerful attack power of the pets. Like Shui Na, these two pets of Huang Hun had few opportunities to appear after their strength reached a certain level, so their levels were only between level 70 and 80. But facing this level 130 monster right away, even though it was an undead creature with low health and low defense, they could get a lot of cross-level experience, which naturally made their levels rise quickly. It took Shui Na and his team 3 hours to finally clear out the tens of thousands of dark poisonous zombies in this section. And they each gained a lot of experience. For example, Shui Na and Huang Hun, the two main players, have reached level 110, and several pets have almost reached level 90, and their strength has increased a lot. Chapter 842 Dark Night. This is troublesome. The monsters behind are ghosts. Do you have any good ideas? Shui Na put down the telescope and asked Huang Hun beside him. My dark magic has a bonus to these soul monsters, but I can't keep them from getting close. I'm not afraid of them getting close, but my magic has little effect on them. Mina's situation is the opposite of his. Under the effect of the Heart Guardian, this kind of ghost monster cannot attach to Mina's body, so naturally it can't cause any major damage to him. However, this Heart Guardian cannot be used on Dusk, because Dusk has strong dark energy, which is different from Mina's dark seal. In Mina's case, he does not have dark energy himself. Every time he uses it, he just directly uses the energy in the dark seal. But Dusk is different. He is the carrier of dark energy, and this Heart Guardian cannot be worn by him at all. Let's do this. I'll lead them, and then you can find a way to pull a few monsters over, and we'll grind them to death bit by bit. Mina could only think of this stupid way. Then go. Huang is not the kind of person who talks too much. Seeing what Mina said, he immediately took action. Mina took out the flame crown, then added a high-level energy magic shield such as the flame shield to herself, and rushed to the group of thousands of dark evil spirits. Physical defense magic like ice crystal armor has no effect on these ghosts without entities, but this energy-based defense magic can be tried. The dark evil spirits who saw Mina immediately shouted and rushed over, but due to the existence of Mina's Heart Guardian, these dark evil spirits could not attach to Mina. However, Mina's flame crown was constantly burning their souls, making them wail constantly. The level of this evil spirit is higher than that of ghosts and vengeful spirits, but as ghost-like monsters, their most powerful ability is possession. Only after the possession is completed can they exert their combat power to the extreme. However, even so, the normal attacks of these evil spirits are not bad. One grab can knock off nearly 10 points of their health. If these evil spirits cannot pass through the bodies of evil spirits, otherwise Mina would have been killed by the overlapping evil spirits. Hey, this flame breath can actually burn these evil spirits? At first, Shui Nai didn't expect the flaming breath of the crown to work, but after a closer look, he found that all the hideous evil spirits within 3 meters around him were constantly emitting small double-digit damage. Although this value is not much, it is durable. After attracting hundreds of dark evil spirits around him, Shui Nai immediately cast a fireball. For these ghost monsters, the effect of fireball and explosive bomb is almost the same. Because their attacks will only have a little effect when penetrating the evil spirits, but will not cause the effect of magic burns or explosions. However, the magic power consumption of fireball is much less than that of explosive bomb. If it weren't for the attack effect of the dark evil spirit, Shui Nai couldn't use the flame storm, otherwise he would have burned it directly. However, Shui Nai also knew that he was not the main force, so when there were waves of elemental fluctuations behind him, he also knew that Huang Hun had already taken action. Looking back, Shui Na saw that the dark fireballs of dusk exploded on these dark evil spirits one by one, and then the black flames were like fire meeting oil, and they burned quickly. Then, the dark evil spirits burned by the black flames flew towards dusk while screaming shrill and painfully. However, under dusk's continuous black fireballs, they turned into black smoke and disappeared before they flew over. Seeing that his magic really took effect, Dusk immediately began to attract these dark evil spirits on a large scale. As a large area of black meteors and fire showers fell, about 30 dark evil spirits around Shui Na immediately turned and rushed towards Dusk. However, under Dusk's precise control and calculation, every time Dusk took a step back, an evil spirit was killed by the explosive bomb or burned to death by the flame wall. In this situation, a large number of dark evil spirits attracted by Mina rushed to Mina, while Huang Hun carefully attracted the dark evil spirits around Mina, so that the number of evil spirits he faced each time was controlled below 50. However, as the screams of the evil spirits around him became louder and louder, Mina's figure had disappeared in the black. "Are you okay?" Huang Hun asked Mina worriedly. "Okay, you continue." Surrounded by thousands of dark evil spirits, Mina could not see anything except the distance of more than 10 centimeters around him. Although the health value dropped a little fast, it was not a problem under the effect of the water scroll. Seeing that Mina was completely fine, Huang Hun also began to speed up the rhythm of the attack. However, even so, when Long Tian burned the last dark evil spirit into black smoke, it was already 5 hours later. No, this is too tiring. After fighting for such a long time, Mina's endurance and spirit have reached an unprecedented low. Let's stop here today. It's a bit dangerous to continue fighting. Huang Hun was also a little bit overwhelmed. He felt that his eyelids and brain were a little bit tired. The feeling of working. The continuous long-term and high-intensity battles during this period of time made their spirits easily fatigued, which was something Shui Na had never encountered before. But when she thought that the battles during this period of time were not comparable to those before, she didn't think much about it. By the way, Huang Hun, how old are you? Shui Na, who was lying on the ground in a big letter shape, asked curiously. Not much older than you, I'm 25. 6 years older than me, by the way, you have been a soldier and joined the army. Shui Na asked another question he had always wanted to know. Hey, you can see it. Huang Hun was also a little surprised. It's intuition, my parents are also soldiers, so they can feel it. Shui Na looked at the sky with only a ray of sky. Now they are in the abyss 500 meters underground. Although there is no black fog blocking them, they can't see clearly. I am an orphan who grew up in an orphanage. Later, I served as a soldier for 3 years in accordance with the old dean's last wish. To be honest, when I saw my teacher, I felt that he was a bit like my old dean, but I didn't expect it. Alas! Huang Hun also lay on the dusty ground, saying with some nostalgia. Sorry. Seeing that Huang Hun had not spoken, Shui Na was a little bit at a loss for how to respond. It's okay, it's rare to find a player like you, so. I won't say anything, let's take a rest. After Huang Hun said that, he really closed his eyes and fell asleep. After Shui Nai asked the black water mystic snake to do the security work, he also took a rest. In the next 2 days, Shui Nai and his friends saw a lot of mutant undead creatures, such as Viscount-level vampires, skeleton mages who could summon undead, and skeleton knights who could use suspected black fighting spirit. And now, what appeared in front of them was a dark knight with only flesh and blood, a steel armor and iron cavalry. There are not many dark knights, probably less than 100, but through the introduction of Dusk, a senior dark camp player, Shui Nai knows that these dark knights are not easy to fight. Generally speaking, undead monsters are afraid of the black flames that can burn souls, such as Dusk, because their own souls are extremely weak, and it is easy for the black flames to burn the little soul fire. But the dark knights are different. Their own soul fire is very strong, and they have gained strong resistance because of their belief in the god of darkness. The influence of Dusk's black flame on them is probably less than 1/5 of the usual level. If there is a necromancer now, as long as the necromancer uses a dead spirit to deter them, they can't exert their original strength. Dusk looked at these knights who were 3 meters tall, including the Nightmare Warhorse, and he was not optimistic about his side. Dark knights have the powerful defense capabilities of knights, and also have good mobility. Now, due to their belief in the god of darkness, they also have the ability to cast dark magic. They are absolutely fortress-level monsters. Come one by one. Although their health points are a bit shocking, their number is not large, so it is easier to attract them. Mina looked at the 1 million dark knights and made a rough estimate. She found that if they could perform well, it might take 10 minutes to beat one. They are group monsters. Beating one is equivalent to beating 10. Huang Hun's words made Mina, who was ready to go out, stop immediately. No way. Really, I tried it before, but the level of the Dark Knight was not high at that time. I could handle it alone with a few pets, but now it is so much higher than us, I am afraid that one shot can kill me. Huang Hun looked at the Dark Knight who was at level 160. The black spear flashed with a sharp edge that made the mage tremble. This one, the old way, use your undead warhorse to charge first. Shui Na thought of using pets as cannon fodder. For this kind of monster that lives in groups, the reason why fighting one will attract several to help is mainly because their alert range is relatively large, and they are easily attracted by the calls of their companions. But if you use methods such as teleportation or cannon fodder death to eliminate hatred, and lure one of the monsters out little by little, then there will be a chance to separate them. However, Shui Na is not sure about the true ability of this Dark Knight now, so he has to let the undead warhorse go. That's the only way. Huang Hun summoned the undead horse very quickly, and then commanded the undead horse to walk step by step to the nearest Dark Knight. Chapter 843 Hard Fight with the Dark Knight. Seeing the undead horse trembling in front of the Dark Knight, Shui Na also felt that the role of the undead horse was a bit pitiful. In front of this powerful undead, this weak undead horse was just like an ant. However, the undead horse's absolute loyalty made it stagger into the Dark Knight's alert range. After that, Shui Na only saw a vigorous black light passing by, and the Dark Knight crossed a full 30 meters in almost 2 seconds, and the black spear went straight through the skull, and then the undead horse was complete lithe bones of the body split little by little, and finally turned into fragments on the ground, and then flew back to the bracelet of dusk. So fast Shui Na looked at the speed of the Dark Knight and began to worry about her own speed. This is the Knight's charge skill. With the bonus of the mount, this attack can make 2 more holes in our cloth armor. Dusk looked at the Dark Knight who had already left the main force and was a little worried about Shui Na. We have to try it. Shui Na said, and then approached carefully step by step. After that, the Dark Knight raised his metal helmet, and 2 scarlet lights suddenly appeared in the position of his eyes, and the focus of this light was Shui Na who was constantly approaching. Shui Na already knew that the warning range of the Dark Knight was 30 meters, so she walked carefully 30 meters away. However, Shui Na was now behind the Dark Knight who had left the main force, and the other 2 suddenly raised their heads and stared at her. At this time, Shui Na immediately dared not move. However, his inaction did not mean that the Dark Knights who had already spotted the target would not move. The 3 Dark Knights who had already spotted the invader, Mina, suddenly tightened the reins in their hands, and then their 3 nightmare warhorses stood up directly, with black flames appearing on their 4 iron hooves. Retreat. Mina said this to Huang Hun without thinking, and at the same time, he teleported in an instant and ran hundreds of meters away. The 3 Dark Knights who had already activated the high-level charge skill turned into black shadows and rushed out dozens of meters. However, the 3 black electric lights did not hit Mina. Instead, when they waited, they looked at Mina, who had already left the alert range and obviously did not react. Be careful, this is a high-level charge skill. Mina knew that this was not an ordinary charge skill when she saw the Nightmare Warhorse standing up just now, but now she had a chance to speak. This high-level charge skill is much stronger than the general one. Not only is the charge distance longer, but the speed is also more than 50% faster. As a result, the attack power is greatly increased, and the knockback effect is also strengthened a lot. However, when they saw that they could use this charge and high-level charge, Shui Na and Huang Hun thought that they could use the ability of the Dark Knight to lure and divide them. As we all know, this charge skill is a very controllable skill, and these monsters controlled by low-level programs cannot control this skill well. So, the 3 Dark Knights who had already left the main force were quickly lured by Huang Hun on one side and ran away. The Dark Knight's charge is very powerful. If you react a step slower, you will probably be pierced by the black spear. However, for Shui Na and Huang Hun, this reaction is naturally not slow. It took a full 5 minutes for Shui Na and Huang Hun to finally lead the 3 Dark Knights to the ambush place they had envisioned at the beginning. This place is more than 500 meters away from the main force of the Dark Knight. This is where they plan to test the maximum alert range of the Dark Knight. Dusk, we will deal with one each, and the rest will be handled by the pets. Shui Na and the others originally planned to lure one over to test the waters, but now it seems that these 3 can no longer be separated, so they have to do this. Okay, said Dusk, and began to call out the pets hidden on one side. After that, Shui Na suddenly rushed over and threw a flaming bomb directly to the first Dark Knight, controlling its hatred on himself, and then immediately ran to the other side. At this time, the flame fantasy dragon lizard suddenly appeared from the void and hit the last Dark Knight hard, attracting the 2 closer Dark Knights. However, at this time, Dusk's black flaming arrow hit the second Dark Knight at this time, so the 3 Dark Knights were immediately separated. Although Mina knew that the Dark Knight's magic defense ability was very high before, when he found that his explosive bomb only dealt less than 1,500 damage, Mina knew that this defense ability was already very high. This was because the rank and level of the explosive bomb could not keep up, but the important thing was that the Dark Knight was obviously wearing a magic shield. Because often when Mina's magic hit the Dark Knight, the steel armor on his body would always flash a burst of black light, and this black light was obviously directed at Mina's magic. Mina used insight to check and immediately found out that this was a dark defense magic, Death Redemption. This magic is actually a dark magic, which can make the recipient immune to some of the damage, and can also transfer some of the melee damage through the black spear, thereby increasing the physical attack ability in disguise. However, even so, Mina slowly adapted to the attack rhythm of the Dark Knight. In fact, the Dark Knight's attack method is very simple, nothing more than charging at long distances, and using the thick and large knight's spear to stab or smash at close range, which is very monotonous. However, although this attack is very monotonous, the attack power is very sufficient. As long as Mina can't keep up with the rhythm, he will often be killed with one shot. If he could smash Mina's ice crystal armor into pieces and knock off nearly 3000 HP. As for Dusk, he was not good at adding HP. Once he was hit, he would lose 4000 HP. If he hadn't called back the Frost White Tiger to help the Dark Knight freeze, the situation would have been terrible. With the reduction effect of teleportation and ice, Mina had the upper hand, but due to the cooling time of her high-level magic, Mina mostly attacked with explosive bombs, which was the fatal flaw of high-level magic. For explosive impact, which has a cooling time calculated in minutes, it's okay, but for Flame Blast and Fire Dragon impact, which are measured in 10 minutes, there is no practical significance in this case. To be honest, the higher the level of magic, the less suitable it is for a single person to fight monsters. On the contrary, in the team mode, the higher the level of magic, the better the effect it can play. Hey, Huang Hun, be careful, this guy will use dark magic when his health reaches 50%. While fighting, Mina suddenly found that her Dark Knight suddenly flashed with black light, and then sank into the Dark Knight's steel armor. This change made the Dark Knight's attack frequency and mobility rise to a higher level. Using insight again, Mina immediately knew that the Dark Knight transformed the magic of Death Salvation into another magic. Now it has an additional state called Dark Strengthening. In this state, the Dark Knight's attack speed and mobility will increase by 20%, but the overall defense will decrease by 30%. In addition to the loss of the defensive magic of Death Salvation, Mina can now often knock down more than 4,000 points of its health with a blast bomb, but this process is more difficult. After notifying Huang Hun of all this, Mina began to concentrate on using various ice and fire magic to attack the Dark Knight in front of her. However, when the health of this Dark Knight was only 10%, its magic changed again. This time, it cast a dark curse magic on Mina aging. In this state, Mina's skin was aging rapidly. The originally smooth skin became rough and all attributes decreased by 10%. The body's reaction was much slower. At this time, Mina's rhythm was immediately messed up, but the Dark Knight on the opposite side was not good enough. Although the defense was increased, without the blessing of magic, the combat power of this Dark Knight could only be on par with Mina. However, under Mina's various magics, this Dark Knight was unable to give it a fatal blow. Finally, when Mina used the elemental bird as the final ending to blow up its last bit of health, the Dark Knight immediately turned into thick black smoke and was absorbed by the earth bit by bit. And the aging of the magic on Mina's body also disappeared with the black smoke. Shui Na looked at the black spear and the pure black crystal that exploded, and felt excited for no reason. Because this is a very high-level dark gem. Shui Na, who had slightly recovered his health, immediately rushed to help Huang Twilight. He first used the water scroll to cast a hydrotherapy on Huang Twilight, and then shot a few explosive bombs to interrupt the charge of Huang Twilight's Dark Knight. After that, Shui Na used the second hydrotherapy on the Frost White Tiger, which was seriously injured by the aging divine art, to save its health, and then began to output at full strength. After finally getting rid of the second Dark Knight, they immediately rushed to the other side, but when they came to the third battlefield, they found that the battle on that side was almost over. The Dark Knight who had lost his Nightmare Warhorse was fighting against 3 monsters with less than 10,000 health points, but in the end he was worn down by the 3 monsters with magic bit by bit. Picking up the 3 dark gems, Shui Na and Dusk slightly distributed them, and Shui Na absorbed all the dark gems. Although the experience gained was not much, seeing the Dark Seal starting to get stronger again, Shui Na immediately turned his attention to other Dark Knights. Chapter 844 Nightmare Warhorse. During the break, the two discussed each other's opinions and began to make a more feasible combat plan based on the strength of these Dark Knights. Please be familiar with the domain name. The speed of the Dark Knights is indeed very fast, and their attack and defense capabilities are incredibly strong, but their shortcomings are also fully demonstrated in this war. Take the use of their magic, they only have the fixed 3 magics, and each time they use this magic, they will consume a lot of soul energy, that is, soul fire. In this case, Dusk's Black Flame ability will become more and more powerful in battle. At the same time, these knights in Iron Skin, when they lose their warhorses, their speed is just on par with ordinary zombies. Moreover, the most important thing is that the defensive ability of the Nightmare Horse is obviously weaker than that of the knight himself, which is a problem that neither of them noticed. Since they have always preconceived that they want to kill the knight himself, the result naturally ignored the significance of the warhorse. However, Shui Nai's Flame Fantasy Dragon Lizard and Dusk's Flame Lion did not think so. They often attacked the warhorse that seemed easier to bully, although this caused them a lot of pain. But the result came out. The Dark Knight without a warhorse was just a bunker with amazing defense, and it was a close combat. With a feasible plan, Shui Nai and the others acted immediately. Once again, 2 Dark Knights were attracted, and Shui Nai quickly led them to the place where Dusk was ambushing. After receiving Shui Nai's signal, Dusk appeared from behind the 2 Dark Knights, and then a huge dark blue wind blade, with a sharp whistle, chopped off the limbs of the 2 Nightmare Warhorses. The 2 Dark Knights reacted quickly. When they heard the storm blade coming, they had already thought of using the charge skill to dodge, but when they were about to leave the attack range of the storm blade, an ice ring suddenly appeared. The ice ring interrupted the Dark Knight's charge skill, and then the 5-meter-long storm blade hit the Nightmare Horse behind fiercely. The moment the storm blade touched the Nightmare Horse's hind legs, the green storm blade immediately shook violently. At this moment, the armor on the Nightmare Horse's hind legs was cut open by the strong vibration of the storm blade, followed by blood and flesh behind the armor, and then armor again. When the storm blade cut off its hind legs in less than a second, its front legs were not spared. The Dark Knight on this horse was also thrown off the horse, and the horse under his crotch was officially scrapped. In the end, it could only turn into a black gas and drill into the Dark Knight's body. However, this was only the first Dark Knight. When the storm blade cut towards the second Dark Knight, the color on its blade had faded a lot, and with the buffer of the first Dark Knight, the second Dark Knight had time to react. The second Dark Knight turned his horse and thrust his spear. Just like that, he stabbed the storm blade that was about to hit him in two. However, no matter what, the power of the storm blade was still demonstrated. The stabbed storm blade did not dissipate, but the fragments continued to move forward and deeply pierced the kneecap of the nightmare horse's front leg. Although the nightmare horse would not feel pain, let alone scream, the injury to its vital parts made it unable to bear the weight of the knight. The nightmare horse knelt down, and the second Dark Knight also fell to the ground. The second Dark Knight took a look at his mount. When he knew that it could no longer carry him in battle in a short period of time, he immediately abandoned the injured warhorse and began to carry out his innate command, killing all invaders. Shui Na and Huang Hun looked at the two Dark Knights with completely different health values, and their brains immediately began to analyze. Although the first Dark Knight who dismounted lost the entire nightmare warhorse, his health value was only less than 50,000. But the second Dark Knight who dismounted, when the warhorse was not completely scrapped, actually lost as much as 200,000, and the upper limit was lost. Fan Chen, this is the riding state. We must get rid of the low-blood Dark Knight as soon as possible. Huang Hun suddenly shouted at this time, and then immediately shot out a black fire dragon, which hit the Dark Knight with only 800,000 health limit. The riding state is a unique ability of the knight, which can increase part of the attributes of his warhorse to himself. If the warhorse is lost, there will naturally be no riding state. After being reminded by Dusk, Shui Na immediately ordered his pet to attack the other Dark Knight, while he and Dusk focused on dealing with the one with less HP. The Dark Knight who got off the horse obviously did not do much. After 5 minutes, he turned into a ball of black smoke and was absorbed by the earth. However, what surprised Shui Na and Dusk was that after the death of his master, the nightmare warhorse suddenly trembled all over, and the black light on its body flashed. The black armor immediately became dim, and even the scarlet eyes in the eye sockets lost their color. But the nightmare warhorse did not turn into black gas and disappear. The two were stunned for a moment, and were immediately awakened by the violent explosion of the battle on the other side. So the two immediately aimed their spearheads at the Dark Knight with only 70% of his HP left. This time, with the support of 4 powerful magic pets, the Dark Knight only lasted less than 2 minutes before being beaten to death by them. For a target that moves slowly and is also a melee target, the magic of the mage is definitely the best means of attack. While Mina and the others let their pets rest and hide, they had already come to the motionless nightmare warhorse and began to study the meaning of this guy. The ownerless dream nightmare warhorse? Can we capture it? Mina's observation skill only gave such an unowned nightmare warhorse. Try it. Huang Hun instigated. Okay, you step back first. Mina didn't know if this was a trap, so he used all the defensive magic he could use. Huang Hun, who stepped aside, had already prepared attack magic to deal with this possible emergency at any time. However, just after Mina jumped onto the tall nightmare warhorse, except that Mina's left wrist suddenly lit up, there was no problem at all. Watching Mina pulling the reins to control the nightmare horse riding towards him, Huang Hun's eyes were fixed on Mina's health bar in the team panel. The health bar seemed to have suddenly increased by more than 20,000. What's going on? Huang looked at the horse that was limping and asked in disbelief. Nightmare warhorse, a level 100 warhorse, can give the rider a riding state, and this state ignores the occupation requirements. At the same time, this warhorse has the skills of charging, accelerating, and hoof strike, as well as all the characteristics of undead creatures. Damn, now we are rich. Shui Na told the information he got one by one. Riding state. Huang was also shocked when he heard this. Well, although this cannot coexist with the knight's riding state, this state without occupation requirements is too abnormal. Most importantly, this nightmare warhorse has a full 100,000 HP, and an astonishing 10,000 physical defense points, but no magic defense. It seems that the amazing magic defense just now was given by the Dark Knight, and now it has disappeared with his death. Shui Na said while driving the warhorse to move a few times. 10,000 points of physical defense means that it can increase the rider's physical defense by 2,000 points while riding. This is the most fatal advantage for mages who are naturally thin in health and low in defense. Moreover, there is a speed bonus in this riding state, not to mention skills such as charge and acceleration. Although the speed of the nightmare warhorse without the Dark Knight is not too ideal, at least for the two mages Shui Na and Huang Hun. But such a speed has a great advantage in medium and long distances, and the dark armor and tall body of the nightmare warhorse are very cool, which is definitely the favorite of men all over the world. Let's go and grab all their war horses. Shui Na said, then jumped off the horse and let it rest aside, and began to focus on the dark night in the distance. Well, we must grab a few more. Huang Hun looked at Shui Na's nightmare warhorse, and his originally calm mood actually became more excited and passionate. In the next 2 hours, Shui Na and Huang Hun repeated the same tactics, eating away the dark nights bit by bit, but they only got one more nightmare horse. Watching Huang Hun happily strolling with his new mount, Shui Na felt relieved. Just now, he was most afraid of this uneven distribution. Although he knew that Huang Hun might not have any ideas, he was still a little worried. There are still 60 or so. Let's see if we can get a few more. Although only people in the dark camp can ride this nightmare horse, Shui Na still knows a few players in the dark camp. In the next few hours, they became more and more skilled and got a few more nightmare horses of level 100, and put them into their pet space one by one. Since Shui Na released Zui Feng and Shuezia Fan Chen, he now has 3 free pet spaces. However, when he saw the nightmare warhorse being put into this large pet space crystal, he still felt a little sad. And Huang Hun also released the undead warhorse that had always followed him for the greatest benefit. Shui Na was also a little terrified when he saw the soul of the undead warhorse emerging from Huang Hun. Now Shui Na understands why the pets of dark players are so loyal. It turns out that this is the result of having no soul. Chapter 845 Giant Magic Circle. Let's go, it's time to meet the boss of the Dark Knight. Domain name. Please know it. The unprecedented success made Shui Na feel that his confidence had greatly increased, but out of caution, Shui Na still put away his pet. After dealing with this batch of Dark Knights, Shui Na and Huang Hun were between level 115 and level 113 respectively. Although the experience of the undead creatures here is not as good as the original abyss monsters here, they are better in number, and this quantitative change often has the effect of qualitative change. And now there is only the Dark Knight boss guarding the back. It would be great if we could also snatch the warhorse of this boss. Shui Na was obviously a little greedy. However, Huang Hun nodded, and it was obvious that he was also a little greedy. The warhorse under the crotch of the Dark Knight boss was obviously not comparable to the Nightmare warhorse in their hands, because they could see that the nearly 3-meter-high warhorse forward there is a pair of slightly curved dragon horns on its head, and its forehooves are wrapped in almost floating black flames. Dark Knight Leader, 160 level, and Black Flame Dragon Horse, 150 level? It's really high level. When Shui Na approached, he immediately cast several observation spells to clear the attributes of the Dark Knight boss. However, just when Shui Na's observation spell just fell, the Dark Knight boss had already reacted. The Dark Knight boss suddenly pulled the reins, and the Black Flame Dragon Horse immediately stood up, and at the same time, the black flames on the 4 iron hooves as big as a sea bowl suddenly surged, almost burning the 4 thick horse legs. This flame is obviously not a decorative thing, because the moment the flame became stronger, Shui Na found that the ground under the back feet of the Black Flame Dragon Horse produced a burst of black smoke. After that, the moment the Black Flame Dragon Horse rushed forward with 4 feet on the ground, the figure of the dark boss disappeared. However, Shui Na, who had already discovered that he was in danger, did not think much and directly launched a teleportation. Retreat, I can't beat it. Shui Na looked at the blood hole that suddenly appeared in front of his chest, and retreated back in pain. Just now, the energy generated by the Dark Knight boss's fast and invisible attack still hit Shui Na, but this one attack alone directly knocked off almost half of his health. The power of this attack was no longer something they could withstand. However, what made Shui Na and Huang Hun feel scalp numb was that the Dark Knight boss was obviously the kind of guy who would never give up, and he actually chased after them. Although he did not launch the supercharge attack that was almost the same as teleportation, the speed of the Black Flame Dragon Horse was still so fast that people wished they had an extra pair of legs. Looking at the Dark Knight boss getting closer and closer, Shui Na suddenly found a black ice dragon with a grim look hitting the Dark Knight boss from the side. However, this attack did not cause much damage to this boss. A value of less than 500 was obviously mocking the powerlessness of the two, but the final effect that Huang Hun wanted still appeared. When his ice dragon hit the target, it caused a freezing effect on the target, slowing down its speed. Hun Hun, you go in first, I will follow later. Shui Na, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, said this immediately, and at the same time cast ice magic one by one, drawing the hatred of this Dark Knight boss to himself again. Be careful. Huang Hun did not say much, and directly used a few teleports to run to the depths of the abyss. When he found that Huang Hun was about to enter the place he was guarding, the Dark Knight boss immediately wanted to turn around and chase. However, at this moment, Shui Nai, who had already put on the frozen crown, wrapped him up tightly with a frost nova, followed by an ice ring, and then a joint spell of water mist and ice mist. He cast dozens of large ice magics in succession, using almost all the equipment that could increase the magic effect, even the life-saving magic release. However, after hearing the increasingly dense cracking sounds coming from the 10-meter thick ice, Shui Nai immediately knew that his magic was about to fail, so he used the teleportation on the elemental magic wand and left the battlefield. After that, in the state of phantom stealth, he quickly moved away from this terrifying boss and flashed into the darkness of the abyss. Less than 10 seconds after Shui Nai left, the ice that seemed to be rendered by ink suddenly exploded with a bang, and the scattered ice was like a cannonball, smashing deep bullet holes around it. The black smoke that emanated from the ice was as thick as liquid. Under the black smoke, all the ice that had not yet melted was dissolving rapidly, as if it was being decomposed by something. When the Dark Knight boss took all the black smoke from his body into his own body, there was no living creature left. The reluctance and anger caused by being provoked and teased made the giant Dark Knight leader roar with an earth-shaking roar, and then he immediately rode away. When the two people who had already met up heard this huge and angry cry, they completely lost their fighting spirit in their hearts. Now they just wanted to run far away and wait until they became stronger before troubled by it. After summoning the Nightmare Warhorse for nearly 10 minutes, Mina and Dusk made sure that the terrifying guy behind them did not catch up, so they took a short rest and began to distribute the drugs on their bodies. In the battle just now, Huang Hun had almost used up all of his medicine, and Shui Nai didn't have too much left. Now I know why there are no monsters guarding such a long section. It turns out that the boss's hunting range is so large. Thinking of what happened just now, the heavy journey was like the horseshoe field knocked on his heart, and Shui Nai's face turned pale. Well, but fortunately we have this Nightmare Warhorse, otherwise we really can't run away. Huang Hun liked this Nightmare Warhorse more and more. It would not get tired, not afraid of death, and had high attributes. It was a first-class good pet. Let's go, let's see who the next opponent is. Shui Nai got up and prepared to go scouting. But his Nightmare Warhorse, Shui Nai hid it aside, intending to keep it ready at any time. When Huang Hun hid his warhorse, he followed up, but when they saw the scene a few kilometers away, they were a little shocked. The background occupying their eyes was a huge stone gate that had been opened with a crack. This stone gate was so big that it actually completely closed this huge dark abyss. No, it should be that this big gate is the deepest part of this dark abyss, the end. In front of this big door, there is a huge square with a diameter of 1 kilometer, and there are dozens of corpse wizards and liches working busy on this square. They are working together to draw a magic circle on this square that players can't see clearly, but they can feel a strange breath. It seems that we are almost there. The Lich King must be behind this door. Well, we have to find a way to go in and destroy the Lich King's plan. Huang has seen the strength of himself and the Lich King, but since it has come to this point, he will never leave like this, so he wants to destroy the Lich King's plan to disgust him. Don't be so discouraged, the Lich King is not as powerful as you think, maybe we can get rid of him. Shui Na said, very experienced. Okay, I'll go over to see the situation. After Shui Na said, he entered the phantom stealth and moved silently. When Shui Nai approached the huge magic circle, he was immediately attracted by the materials on it. On the outermost circle of the magic circle, a huge elemental gem was inlaid every 10 meters, and judging from the color and the elemental fluctuations emitted, they were all top-grade gems. Looking at the unimportant outermost part, more than 300 top-grade gems have been spent, and the more important interior, that's too much. Afterwards, just as Shui Nai thought, the runes cast with mithril, the lines forged with magic metals of various attributes, the altar of the dead built with bones, and the patterns painted with blood, all the signs here indicate that this is a magic circle that covers most of the known attribute energies. Based on Shui Nai's little knowledge of magic circles, this is a magic circle that cannot succeed, because magic circles are a thing that pays attention to purity. The purer the magic circle, the stronger the effect. However, the magic circle in front of him not only has 6 major elements, but also has the undead and dark systems. What's more terrifying is that in the core of this magic circle, Shui Nai can still feel the energy fluctuations of the holy light system. Such a complicated magic circle makes Shui Nai doubt whether it can be activated. However, Shui Nai knows that this magic circle should be activated, because this magic circle is obviously arranged by the Lich King, and the cost is definitely not a bandit. If there is no certainty, the Lich King will never build this thing here. What to do? Shui Nai asked after reporting everything he saw to Huang Hun. If their opponent is just this 100level corpse wizard, I'm afraid Shui Nai would have rushed over and raised the butcher knife now. But there are at least more than 30 liches here, and this force is definitely not something Shui Nai can face alone. Well, I'll do some Hunluan later, and you can wait and make a move. Huang Hun thought for a while and said. Okay, then you have to be careful. After saying that, Shui Na secretly ran to the place where supplies were stored, intending to be a thief and take away some supplies. However, what disappointed Shui Na was that there were not many supplies in this storage area. In addition to most of the stone materials used for construction, the remaining ones were only some gems or magic metals of relatively low quality, and the number was not large. It seems that the magic circle of these guys has reached the completion stage, so there are not many construction materials left. However, while Shui Na continued to fill his backpack, Huang Hun on the other side was not idle either. He buried black porcelain bottles one by one in a regular manner and arranged this battlefield that belonged to him. Chapter 846 Black Dragon. When Shui Na took away everything that could be taken from that supply area, Huang Hun on the other side had also arranged it. I 1/4 per thousand. At this time, Huang Hun suddenly rushed over and shot a violent storm blade at a corpse wizard who was working from a distance. The huge storm blade whistled past quickly with a sharp whistling sound. The originally pale face of the corpse wizard who was attacked suddenly became even paler when he saw the terrifying huge wind blade. The few muscles on his face were all trembling constantly. Despite the fear of death, the strong sense of survival in his soul allowed him to unleash his great potential. A huge bone wall appeared in front of him almost instantly. Although the bone wall was silently split in half in the next second and then collapsed, this second still bought him a little time to escape. The storm blade that was originally going to cut him in half cut through his waist fiercely, bringing out a few drops of black blood beads, which were originally few, and then shot out into the void behind him, and finally cut fiercely into the mountain in the distance. The corpse wizard who escaped death was immediately angry, and a pair of scarlet eyes mixed with anger immediately locked on Dusk. However, Dusk was obviously not targeting him only. With the impact of the ice dragon, the impact of the fire dragon, and the powerful magic one after another, a total of nearly 10 corpse wizards or liches who were working attentively were interrupted in the process and enthusiasm of this work. What frightened these corpse witches and lich spirits was that Dusk actually launched an attack on the unfinished magic circle. Ah! After several sharp cries, all the corpse witches and liches had already discovered this hateful destroyer, and they all drew their wands, ready to rush over and tear the enemy apart with magic. However, the strength of this magic circle was far beyond Dusk's imagination. Before his magic was cast, it was decomposed and absorbed by this strange magic circle, and the energy converted into this magic circle could not hurt this giant magic circle at all. Seeing this scene, Mina was immediately shocked. If the unfinished magic circle has such power, then wouldn't it be extremely powerful after it is completed? Mina has a very intuitive understanding of the magic of the mage-level magic of Dusk. As a member of the dark race, he gave his magic extremely strong lethality, which is 1 point stronger than Mina. Running out from one side, Mina placed her hand on the magic circle and soon discovered that there was indeed a very mysterious wave on the magic circle, which could actually absorb the elemental energy on her equipment. 1_1. This is too scary. Mina didn't think twice before inserting the mage killer in her hand directly into the edge of a top-grade dark gem and pried it hard, intending to destroy the structure of the magic circle at all costs. The sharpness of the mage killer's first-level artifact equipment was naturally unquestionable. It pierced the hard stone slab with earth magic waves almost silently. After that, Mina pried hard and got a dark gem. Although this rough method reduced the quality of the dark gem, Mina ignored it. After prying several dark gems in a row, Mina used the mage killer to gently cut several knives on the edge of the magic circle, cutting off the integrity of several mithril lines, and then rushed out. Although the corpse wizard and the lich are both good at long-range combat, facing Dusk who is riding on the nightmare warhorse, this long-range magic is not a problem. Seeing the magic coming from afar, Dusk can always take a step back at the last moment, making these terrifying magics fail one by one, although this greatly reduces the number of Dusk's attacks. But Dusk's counterattack should not be underestimated. The bottles buried by him in the ground often explode or spray a large amount of grey powder as long as they touch the black flames scattered by Dusk. Seeing this grey powder, Shui-Na knew that Dusk's hatred for the Lich King had reached an unstoppable point. A mage dared to use the anti-magic powder. Once this anti-magic powder touches you, it is absolutely fatal. And Shui-Na, who was following behind, carried the mage killer and stabbed it hard into the lich running at the back. With a puff, the mage killer easily pierced the back of the lich. However, what made Shui-Na regretful was that the lich that had lost its heart was obviously not going to die. If he had just chopped the lich's neck, he might have killed it. However, there is no regret medicine in this world. The liches and corpse wizards who had reacted all focused their eyes on Shui-Na, ignoring the lich struggling on the big knife. After knocking down the injured lich, Shui-Na immediately used the mage killer to cut out a piece of wind blade, while rushing forward suddenly. The flying wind blade had no effect on these liches, because this wind blade was only a low-level magic, and these liches often only needed a simple instant magic to be defeated. However, Shui-Na's disturbing effect had already come out. Shui-Na, who had already rushed to a lich, immediately raised the mage killer and swung it directly at the corpse wizard who was holding up his staff to block. This time, Shui-Na aimed at his fragile neck. In front of the powerful effect of the mage killer, the corpse wizard first looked at the magic wand that was cut in two and was a little dazed, then felt his vision shifted, and then there was darkness in front of his eyes. However, Shui-Na was not without cost. At the moment when Shui-Na killed someone, several magics had already hit Shui-Na directly. Seeing his health value dropping straight down, Shui-Na immediately retreated, and in the process of retreating, Shui-Na's figure slowly disappeared. As for Shui-Na, his most advantageous way of attack is to sneak and assassinate, then sneak again, and then assassinate again. This is his greatest asset and the most powerful ability to deal with mages. With each appearance of Shui-Na, there will always be a corpse witch or lich injured or even dead, but as these guys fight longer and longer, Shui-Na's surprise attack is getting weaker and weaker. Just now, Shui-Na was almost successful, but was forced away by a group of magic. Looking at these undead creatures that have appeared in groups, Shui-Na also knows that it is no longer the time to play. Dusk, 30 seconds. Shui-Na said as he retreated. Having cooperated with Shui-Na for so long, he naturally knows what 30 seconds means. So Dusk immediately came out from his hiding place under the bombardment of magic, and then threw out the ice roar in his hand in an instant, and at the same time, the frost arrows in the sky also hit him like a storm. Although 30 seconds is only a very short time, for Dusk now, every extra second means that he will be bombarded by several more magics. However, even if the days are like years, there will always be an end. When Shui-Na came out with the magic cannon, Dusk knew that he could retreat. As the gorgeous light column swept down, nearly half of the liches and corpse wizards were absorbed into the death light column. Looking at his rising experience bar, Shui-Na had to say that the magic cannon was indeed a sharp weapon for upgrading. It trademark S just a pity that Shui-Na doesn't trademark T like to rely on this weapon, and often only takes it out when he has to use it. However, while the fierce battle was taking place outside, something seemed to be happening inside this huge stone gate. With a loud dragon roar, a violent fishy wind suddenly blew out from the slightly opened stone door. Shui-Na, who had just put away the magic cannon, was swept by the huge roar and the strong fishy wind before he could react. When he felt his head swell, a black shadow came out of the huge door crack in a panic. The size of the door crack and the figure is like the size of a mountain and a human being. The visual conflict is absolutely unforgettable. But now, everyone in the square was shocked by the dragon roar that seemed to shatter the soul, and no one could come back to their senses under such circumstances. If Shui-Na or Huang Hun could wake up at this time, then when he saw this black shadow, he would probably scream Lich King. However, the Lich King who had just escaped from the door crack looked behind him with some palpitations, and then did not even look at the Lich and Sun who had gone far away, but quickly walked to the center of the giant magic circle. Judging from his appearance, he didn't seem to realize that the magic circle was not completed. However, the Lich King was already on the verge of a shot, and he had to shoot. Even if he knew, he would probably risk his life. As he stepped into the magic circle, a burst of black energy emerged from the Lich King, and then all the materials on the magic circle emitted their own energy and light. When all the energy and light on the entire magic circle began to stabilize, the magic circle disappeared strangely, as if it had never appeared. Now even if Mina stood in front of the magic circle, she probably wouldn't be able to sense the strange and complex fluctuations just now. However, at this time, the huge stone door that was slightly opened was suddenly pushed open from the inside, and a dark and huge, somewhat scary head emerged from the stone door that was almost as high as a mountain, and at the same time a huge pressure came out from the stone door like a tide. Damn, it's a big dragon. Shui Nai, who had an amazing physique, was frightened by the dragon head that was dozens of meters long just after he recovered, but because of the pressure from the dragon, his body could not move. This is the strong suppression of level and rank. Fortunately, except for the Lich King standing in the magic circle, no one could move under this pressure. As the dragon head came out of the deep darkness in the stone gate little by little, a pitch-black dragon that was hundreds of meters high appeared in front of everyone. Roar! Chapter 847 The Power of Creation. I'm sorry, the content of this chapter is a bit complicated, so it's late. I'm really sorry. With the roar of this huge black dragon, Shui Nai, who was several kilometers away, felt dizzy and was blown up hundreds of meters by the rising air. Ah! Being attacked suddenly, Mina and Huanghun instinctively let out a scream, which was particularly obvious in the hoarse and dead scream. With a puff, Mina felt that his waist was about to break, but he still struggled to get up and ran to see Huanghun's situation. Huanghun's body as Shui Nai is not as strong as Shui Nai, he naturally cannot resist such an attack. However, fortunately, as the peak powerhouse of the Dark Camp, this Dusk has very high attributes. Just comparing it with the 6,000 health points it can make all the low-blood Dark Camp mages ashamed. He hurriedly took a pill and stuffed it into the mouth of Dusk. Shui Nai had time to look around. Now the Black Dragon and the Lich King are confronting each other strangely, and because Shui Nai and Dusk are obviously heavier than those corpse wizards and liches, they only fell a few hundred meters. For example, the corpse wizard was directly blown thousands of meters away, and he can't get up yet? Bringing Dusk to a safe place, Shui Nai began to pay attention to the Lich King and the huge black dragon that made people feel incredible. Just now, Shui Nai had seen the Lich King's eyes stay on her body, but because the black dragon in front of her was too powerful, she didn't stay for long. The Lich King now gives Shui Nai a feeling that is completely different from the one in Yunwu Town and the Elf Empire. The dark aura exuded by this Lich King is obviously deeper and more condensed. Combined with what Huanghun said, this Lich King seems to have been active in this dark world, not only killing people everywhere, but also looking for something, and this time just overlaps with the time in Yunwu Town. This also means that this Lich King has long been able to use this dark clone. Shui Nai knows what he is looking for, but he doesn't know why he has set up this huge magic circle. After all, the Dark City is already in his hands. Wouldn't it be more direct to leave directly? However, Shui Nai can now see a little bit of things, because although the Black Dragon can't see the situation in the magic circle, it has been staring at the range of the magic circle and looking at it constantly, and the huge dragon's eyes are full of suspicion and caution. Young Lich King, since you are the descendant of Nazul, I now order you to return the darkness, which is not something you can have. Update. The Black Dragon watched for a while, and then it seemed that it could no longer bear this confrontation, and actually spoke human words. Nazario, the legendary Black Dragon King, haha, the dark god Ephraim you serve has long fallen, why do you still have to guard here? Our great god Black Emperor Lance is very much looking forward to you joining his army and contributing precious power to the great darkness. The Lich King kept talking about the darkness. Humph, Black Emperor Lance? He asked you to come and steal the darkness. When Nelthario heard the name Black Emperor Lance, the huge and bright golden pupil that could be used as a shooting lamp shrank into a line in an instant, and the pressure that erupted from his body was like a tsunami, constantly impacting everything in front of him. The pressure from the anger made everyone hear their bones crackling. Huanghun, who had just woken up, was shocked by the huge pressure before he could understand the situation. His health value continued to drop with large mouthfuls of blood. Some of the thin corpse wizards in the distance were directly crushed into pieces. Shui Nai was not feeling well either. Although he was not as exaggerated as Huanghun who was pressed to vomit blood, his skin became extremely red, and it was obvious that he had internal bleeding. Taking out the pill, Shui Nai immediately gave it to Huanghun, and then took one himself. As the main bearing point of the Black Dragon Neltharian's pressure, the black wizard robe on the Lich King had cracks crisscrossing, and his body also had cracks like knife cuts. If you look more carefully, Shui Nai will definitely find that the direction of the cracks is consistent with the movement of the huge dragon eye just now. In other words, the damage the Lich King suffered now was entirely caused by the look of the Black Dragon. Your Highness Neldharion, His Highness Black Emperor Lance is now the God of Darkness elected by the gods. As a citizen of darkness, you cannot call him by his name. This is a great sin of disrespect. Bah, if it weren't for Master Elfarin's order, I would have torn the shameless guy Black Emperor Lance to pieces long ago. And you actually served him, did your brain go bad when you transformed into a lich? Neldharion said, took a step forward, and almost stepped on the magic circle. Seeing that Neldharion's foot actually stopped less than a meter in front of the magic circle, the Lich King's heart, which had obviously stopped beating, suddenly jumped violently, making him feel that his soul was so nervous that it was about to break. Just one step away, this step will turn it into a pet with power no less than that of a god. The Lich King was thinking this thought, and it was also his only thought now. Your Highness Neldharion, as the saying goes, if you succeed, you will be a king, if you fail, you will be a bandit. Since the previous dark god Afram was defeated by His Highness Black Emperor Lance, then you should follow the fate of this world and be loyal to His Highness Black Emperor Lance. The Lich King knew that Neldharion was very loyal to his master, so he deliberately used if you succeed, you will be a king, if you fail, you will be a bandit to seduce him. You are looking for death. Nazario, who had been trying to control his emotions, went berserk. Without even thinking, he stomped his huge foot hard at the Lich King. However, at this moment, the giant magic circle under the Lich King's feet appeared again. The magic circle that appeared again had completely changed its appearance. The magic circle that was originally filled with colorful energy did not emit any light at this moment, or in other words, no one could see the light of this energy. However, Mina could feel from a distance that the energy fluctuations of this magic circle were very strange. Mina could only use weirdness to describe the effect of this magic circle. Now this huge and complex magic circle is constantly absorbing all the energy around it, including the very full dark energy around it, the very active elemental energy, and even a little bit of very weak holy light energy. All these huge energies gathered at the core of the magic circle, which is where the Lich King is. In the process of gathering, Shui Nai could feel that the energy was turning into nothingness little by little. The energy did not disappear, but slowly disappeared in Shui Nai's perception space. However, Shui Nai knew that they did not disappear, because in his perception space, a large blank area appeared in the center of the magic circle. In this blank area, Shui Nai could not feel any energy fluctuations, but all the energy that Shui Nai could sense moved towards this blank area. This is a kind of energy that he has never felt, an energy that may far exceed his perception ability. However, the Black Dragon King Neldharion quickly popularized science for Shui Nai. The power of creation? You actually can. Before the Black Dragon King Neldharion could finish speaking, it found that its feet were caught by this invisible energy, and then the dark energy in its body was being madly absorbed by the power of creation and transformed into a new power of creation. I didn't expect it. Neldharion, this kind of power of creation that only the god of creation can use is not easy. Haha, now let's see what strength you, a guy who is almost fossilized, still have to fight, and become a pet obediently. The Lich King said while pulling upwards, and the target was the huge foot like a mountain. Following the words of the Lich King, Shui Na suddenly sensed that there was a blank area around the feet of the Black Dragon King Neldharion. It was this blank energy area that tightly grasped his ankle and prevented him from moving at all. At the same time, a huge amount of death energy appeared out of thin air in the inner space of the magic circle. The activity of this death energy was far beyond Shui Na's knowledge. After that, this death energy was spreading along the empty space area, little by little to the surface of the body of the Black Dragon King Neldharion. The quantity and quality of this death energy have almost reached the point where the naked eye can see it. Shui Na only saw the grey energy that was almost substantial, directly generated out of thin air. The despicable villain wants to burn your soul completely with black flames. The Black Dragon King Neldharion said, flapping his huge wings like a mountain, trying hard to struggle out of the space of the magic circle. But the foot of the Black Dragon King Neldharion that was caught by the power of creation did not move at all, and the grey energy on it had slowly corroded its hard and huge dragon scales and claws into grey. Haha, then come on. Haha, all your energy will be transformed into the power of creation, and then eroded by the pure undead source power transformed from this power of creation. Haha, you will eventually be destroyed by your own energy, haha. The Lich King looked at the grey that was spreading on the Black Dragon King's body, and smiled a little neurotically. The crazy look in his eyes made the Black Dragon King a little palpitating. Roar! The Black Dragon King Neldharion roared angrily. His body, which had not been injured for tens of thousands of years, was now transmitting a signal of death, which made him very angry. The Black Dragon King didn't know much about the power of creation, but he didn't expect that the crazy Lich King in front of him would create the power of creation so violently. Although he knew that his power of creation was actually just a large amount of 3 series energy, which was constantly compressed and forcibly converted, the consumption was so great that the Lich King would definitely turn into a dried man in an instant. However, the Lich King arranged such a large magic circle to continuously provide him with the energy he needed. Although this magic circle could not last long, he who had just woken up from a deep sleep also did not have much dark energy for the power of creation to absorb. At that time, as long as he lost his dark energy, this pure undead source power would completely turn him into an undead, an unconscious undead. Chapter 848 Salvation. Just when the Lich King thought he could relax, a few slight click sounds suddenly sounded out of place, making his originally relaxed soul tense up in an instant. Text ebook download, BSP. The Lich King who heard the sound immediately turned around and looked at the place where the strange noises were coming from. Because he sensed that the originally stable power of creation there was actually experiencing unstable fluctuations. How is this possible? This is impossible. The Lich King looking at a corner outside this huge magic circle, bursts of colorful light began to reappear, and there was a trend of getting more and more intense. In the places destroyed by Shui Nai, the grooves of the dark gems pried away by Shui Nai were rapidly flowing with a large number of purple or white energy groups. In theory, this energy group should be fused with the energy of the dark gems there to form a new power of creation and form a stable situation with all places in this magic circle. However, in the absence of dark gems, the surrounding dark attribute materials were eroded by other energies. In the case of a large amount of energy consumption of dark attribute materials, the neighboring dark gems began to make unbearable cracking sounds. And the other system gems that could not continuously stabilize that part of the magic circle also began to tremble and emit their own energy. The accumulated energy made the light there shine everywhere. This light was so dazzling and terrifying to the Lich King. According to the design of the Lich King, his creation conversion array can definitely last until the moment when the Black Dragon King dies. No, it should be much longer than this time, because he deliberately increased the area and energy reserve of the magic array. However, now the magic array has begun to collapse. The dark energy that originally synthesized the power of creation has actually dropped significantly, causing the originally stable and orderly energy on the entire magic array to lose balance. Although the missing dark energy can be supplemented by oneself or even the outside world, this is completely a drop in the bucket compared to the pure and stable dark gems. More importantly, the life of the entire magic array is now greatly reduced. This is the meaning of energy balance. The more balanced the energy of the magic array, the longer it can last, and the more powerful the power of creation it converts. However, as long as the gems on the magic array are lost, the magic array will completely collapse, and then he will really have to face the angry black flames of the Black Dragon King. No, it is possible that before that, he will be directly choked out of power by this magic array and become a real corpse. 1_1. Crack, crack. The gems on the magic circle kept making increasingly obvious sounds of destruction, and this sound had spread to the entire magic circle. The unbalanced energy had begun to spread on the magic circle, and as the magic circle was forced to operate, the unbalanced energy would become stronger and stronger until the energy of all the gems was used up. The Lich King fixed his eyes on Mina, but Mina also discovered the problem with the magic circle, and knew that the Lich King already knew what he was doing. So, in order to provoke the Lich King who was not in his eyes, Mina took out the dark gems that he had not digested in time from his backpack and showed them to the Lich King as if showing off. "I'm going to kill you." The Lich King, who was originally confident of victory, looked at the situation where the situation was hopeless and knew that he had been defeated by this hateful guy again this time. If he hadn't destroyed it, then with the huge power of this magic circle, let alone the Black Dragon King, even if the God of Darkness came, he would dare to give it a try. However, he failed. The 1,000-mile embankment was destroyed by this tiny ant. However, Shui Na made a move that made the Lich King give up the magic circle directly. When Shui Na heard that the Lich King wanted to kill him, he immediately raised his middle finger and gestured fiercely. "Ah, I'm going to kill you." This time, the Lich King almost burst out all his strength and shouted. This voice kept echoing in this dark abyss. Later, in the surprised eyes of Shui Nai, the Lich King appeared in front of him. Two dull piercing sounds of puff puff sounded, and Shui Nai and Huang Han both felt that there was something extra in their bodies. They looked down at the same time, but found that two bone spears wrapped in grey energy pierced into their abdomens respectively. The furious Lich King violently pierced the bodies of the two people with the tip of the bone spear, and then pierced the robes on their backs. However, they could not feel the pain at all, because their bodies were being eroded by the grey death energy, so their nerves were eroded before they could transmit pain signals. Hand over the elemental energy to leave you a whole body. After the Lich King saw that his plan to subdue the Black Dragon King had failed, he immediately took advantage of the Black Dragon King being trapped in the magic circle to make his next plan. You really have a problem with your brain. How can you be so stupid? Believe what you say? You are really sick. Shui Nai said, while holding the pale right hand of the Lich King tightly. The Lich King's body is very strong, but this is in contrast to the corpse wizard or lich. Although the muscles on his body have grown back, the magician profession of the lich system has laid the foundation for them not to be muscle-type talents. But Shui Nai is not like that. Although he is also a magician, he has a strong strength value. Under the huge power confrontation, the Lich King's hand was pinched by Shui Nai and creaked, and the Lich King's the recovered nerves faithfully transmitted the excruciating pain. You. The Lich King, who was pulled away from the bone spear by Mina's hand, saw that Huang Tun on the other side suddenly took out a paper bag emitting strong holy light energy. He knew that he had met a madman. The power value of a mage is amazing, and a dark mage actually has a bag of holy stone powder on his body? Is there anything crazier than this? But Huang Tun didn't think much, and directly printed the piercing powder on the chest of the Lich King. The tattered mage robe basically had no resistance, and the holy stone powder was directly printed on his body. Although there was no conversion of the magic circle, this little bit of holy stone powder was not enough to kill him. However, the pain of burning the soul made the Lich King's hand tremble unnaturally. Now the Lich King can only use the death source power accumulated in his body to speed up the death of these two hateful guys, because his hands are now unable to cast spells. Looking at the dozen or so undead curses on his body, Shui Nai only felt that as the curse took effect, his strength, spirit, and even agility and physique were constantly disappearing. All the strength in his body was drained away bit by the curse. However, at this time, Huang Han suddenly pulled away from Shui Nai. Under the sudden force, the hand that was originally squeezed loose by Shui Nai soon could no longer hold the bone spear. After that, a burst of white light emanated from Huang Han's body, and Huang Han's health value reached the bottom. However, in the next second, Huang Han's body suddenly twitched strangely, and the Lich King suddenly took out his bone spear, and looked at Shui Nai not far away with the corpse Huang Han side by side. "Hun!" Shui Nai called out, but the response was a pure black fireball, which belonged to Huang Han's magic. Damn! Seeing this, Shui Nai took out the elemental wand and activated the teleportation inside. He was not afraid of death, but he was afraid that after his death, the elemental energy on his body would explode, which was more troublesome than death. Seeing Shui Nai wanted to leave, the Lich King would naturally not let him go. Although Shui Nai's teleportation was very fast, the Lich King's magic was not slow either. Shui Nai, who had just teleported more than 10 meters away, had not had time to activate it for the second time, when he saw a grey bone spear suddenly appear at his feet and pierced his thigh bone fiercely. Originally, there were less than 5,000 health points left, and another 3,000 points were lost. After being attacked, the teleportation that was being activated immediately failed and disappeared from the magic space of the wand. At this time, a grey chain of the Lich King was shooting out from the palm of his hand and quickly wrapped around Shui Nai's ankle. However, just when the Lich King was about to pull it over, a huge claw suddenly hit Shui Nai, and the extremely tough grey chain broke directly. The Lich King looked at the black flames brewing in the black dragon's huge mouth, and retreated unwillingly, and Dusk followed closely behind. When the black dragon completely broke free from the remaining power of creation, a black torrent of flames directly echoed in this dark abyss. The violent black flames were fiercely sweeping the position of the Lich King, but the Lich King's escape speed was faster. When the black flames came, his figure disappeared in a teleportation gate that suddenly appeared, while Dusk's body was a step slower and was directly burned by the black flames, leaving nothing behind. On the other side, Shui Nai was also in a worrying state. The body cursed by more than a dozen undead spirits was losing its health at a very fast speed. With drugs and skills ineffective, Shui Na could only lie down and wait for death. Following the white light, waves of green light made Shui Na's body full of vitality again. Twilight, it's okay. The first thing Shui Na did when he came was to greet Twilight. Because the body was burned by the black flame, the imprisoned body of Twilight was resurrected immediately. Have you seen Fan Chen's ring? Twilight said in a hoarse voice. This was the relic left to him by his teacher. Ring? Red saw it. Shui Na looked around at this time, and soon saw the ring flashing red light. Picking up Twilight's ring, Shui Na turned around and looked at the Black Dragon King who was studying the giant magic circle. Looking at this black dragon that was almost like a mountain, Shui Na's body instinctively produced a burst of horror. Just now, with the Lich King bearing this huge pressure, he didn't feel it very much. Now that Shui Na is the only one left, he feels that the whole world is pressing down on him. Come here. You are a mage, and studying this is meaningful to you. The Black Dragon King said without turning his head. As soon as he said this, Shui Na felt that the world suddenly became lighter. Shui Na looked around and it seemed that he was the only living thing here. Chapter 849 Origin. You saved me, I'm very grateful. The Black Dragon King knelt and said to the tiny human beside him. Well, we just came here to disrupt the Lich King's actions. In fact, there is nothing to thank you for. Shui Na was a little flattered, and said it with a guilty conscience. After all, he came here to find someone's dark book. Hehe, if I'm not mistaken, you came here to get the dark book. The next sentence of the Black Dragon King almost scared Shui Na to death. Well, yes. Shui Na looked at the pair of huge eyeballs that looked like two super powerful flashlights, and said a little weakly. Did your teacher ask you to find it? The Black Dragon rubbed his chin with his huge claws, and his huge and ferocious mouth smiled maliciously. This. Damn, he lied to me again. It was then that Shui Na realized that the old wizard had deceived him again. The old wizard had never told him that there was a Black Dragon King here, nor had he said that the dark book belonged to the Black Dragon King, nor had he guided him on how to pass through the dark abyss. All of this was done step by Shui Na himself, but it was within the calculations of the old wizard, which made Shui Na feel helpless and defeated. However, the good thing is that this Black Dragon King doesn't seem to have any bad grudges with the old wizard. Didn't he tell you that I lent him the dark book? No. Shui Na loudly stated his position. Otherwise I would never come here. This is a black dragon that has 1,000 connections with the previous dark god. This is basically not something a player like him can fight against. What's even more perverted is that Shui Na can't detect the level and information of the Black Dragon King at all. Every time Shui Na uses the observation technique, she only feels a stinging pain in her eyes. Hehe, this is his style. However, it's a pity that the dark book was still stolen, otherwise I wouldn't mind lending it to you for a few years. Shui Na looked at the Black Dragon King with some suspicion. Don't look at it like that, I'll be embarrassed. The Black Dragon King suddenly sat down with his butt, and then there was a burst of earthquakes and dust all over the sky, and several gems on the magic circle broke directly. Alas, I slept too long, and my bones are hard, and you are here, otherwise, my life will end. The Black Dragon King used this method to explain the embarrassing situation of being stolen by a thief. Back then, my teacher also stole it. Minna suddenly thought so and asked. Yes. But he was unlucky back then, I caught him, and he stayed with me here for 3 years. I had a great time in those 3 years, quarreling with him every day, fighting with him every day, but he was too weak. Even when I woke up from my deep sleep, I couldn't beat him, and I was beaten to death every time, haha. Minna was speechless again. Could it be that her teacher wanted her to try being forced to stay in this place for 3 years? This is too insidious. Then you won't go and get the dark book back? Minna asked with some anticipation. Forget it, you should go and get it yourself, and then return it to me when you are done. I am old and don't want to move. You should guard this place where His Highness finally rests. Shui Na felt that a mouthful of hot blood was about to burst out of his heart, and he regretted asking this question. Don't be absent-minded, come up and take a look at this magic circle, maybe it will help you. The Black Dragon King saw that Shui Na seemed to have something to say, so he interrupted him. Come up. Shui Na said with some doubt, but he still quickly climbed onto the big claws that the Black Dragon stretched out. Looking down at the giant magic circle from a height of several hundred meters, Shui Na felt that the Lich King was too talented. Although a large part of this magic circle has been severely damaged, from the remaining part, the complexity of this magic circle is far beyond his initial imagination. Humans are really creative. Although the power consumption of this magic circle is a bit high, the power of creation has really been restored by it, which is much more creative than those high gods now. The predecessor of the Lich King was a human, and the Black Dragon King saw through it at a glance. What kind of energy is this power of creation? I can't sense its existence at all. Shui Na asked with some expectation. You can understand it this way. The power of creation is actually the origin of all energy. This is the most fundamental energy. What about divine power? It is also differentiated from the power of creation. This is a kind of energy that is very close to the power of creation and is a very pure energy. In fact, the power of creation can only be used by the creator of our world. Like the Lich King just now, he basically can't really use this power of creation. He just directly converts this power of creation into the source of death and then controls it. Otherwise, the power of creation at the beginning alone can drain my dark energy. Drain, the power of creation so abnormal. When I thought about the surrounding energy pouring directly into the magic circle when it was activated, Mina felt a tingling sensation on her scalp. Well, the power of creation has two forms. The first form is absorption. It can absorb all energy. As long as enough conditions are met, all energy can be restored to the power of creation. The second form is conversion. It can convert any energy of known attributes, and this is still source level energy. Source level. It is the highest level form of a certain series of energy, like the source power of the undead. It is the starting state of all undead power. Its energy is pure and its effect is more powerful. As long as the source power of the undead is further differentiated, it can produce other lower level death powers, such as the curse energy of the undead, the soul energy of summoning the undead, and so on. No wonder you were injured just now. It turns out that this source level energy is so strong. No, my own dark energy is more advanced than this undead source power. It's just that I don't have much dark energy, and it was absorbed by the power of creation. Otherwise, this little bit of undead power really can't hurt me. The Black Dragon King said proudly. In fact, every creature has traces of the power of creation, but due to race and attribute issues, no creature can combine the three energy systems like the god of creation. However, with this magic circle, I'm afraid this problem can be made up. Then how to meet the conditions for use? When Mina heard this, she was very excited. Energy, replenish the same level of energy from other systems. However, this is more difficult. This large-scale magic circle can only be used once. 3-system fusion and then transformation. Mina recalled what she had seen and felt just now, and said after a moment of contemplation. Yes, as long as the energy of the 3 systems can be gathered and integrated, the power of creation can be restored. However, this condition, which sounds very reasonable, is impossible for the creatures in this world. The energy here refers to elemental energy, holy light energy and dark energy. These 3 energies are mutually exclusive, not to mention that holy light energy and dark energy are mutually exclusive. Even Shui Na, an elemental mage, cannot produce elemental energy, let alone other people. Therefore, the power of creation generated by the magic circle can be said to be a swan song. If the Lich King no longer intends to use this power of creation. After that, Shui Na asked about the situation of each energy system. This kind of information is not available on the official website or in the library of the game world. From the mouth of the Black Dragon King, Shui Na knew the classification of energy in this world. The highest level is naturally the power of creation, which is the energy used by the god of creation when creating the world. Then there is divine power, which is an extreme compression of a certain system of energy. However, the performance of this divine power is the same as the power of creation, with many diversity, but its diversity is not as easy to transform as the power of creation. Then there are various source-level energies. However, among these source-level energies, the top 3 energy systems are elemental power, dark power, and holy light power. Most of the energy is differentiated from these 3 systems. Finally, there is the energy that can be used by living things at present. Would you like to come to my house and sit for a while? Seeing Mina raised her head, the Black Dragon King suddenly asked. This. Mina was afraid that she would stay here for 3 years, so she hesitated. I have something to give you, as a gift for you saving me just now. Really? Mina's eyes suddenly became fanatical. You really look alike. Looking at the changes in Shui Na, the Black Dragon King did not expect that his face was not as good as the gift, which hurt him. After entering the huge stone maw copyright N, Shui Nai suddenly saw the huge tail of the Black Dragon King suddenly rolled and pulled, and the stone maw copyright N behind him closed with a bang. This made Shui Nai's body covered with a dense layer of sweat. But the Black Dragon King was very interested in looking at Shui Nai with part of his attention, and the weird smile on his hideous bloody mouth deepened. One man and one dragon, they have been walking in this huge abyss palace for a long time, and then they came to the place where the Black Dragon King wanted to go. During this period, Shui Nai gave up. Anyway, in this special space, all the players' abilities were invalid. Unable to contact the outside world, unable to log off at will, unable to use player-specific tools, and unable to log into the official website forum, Shui Nai can do nothing now except logging off at the specified time. Therefore, he was not idle, and he looked at everything here along the way. That, His Highness Neldharion, His Highness Ifran is how, pointing to a huge portrait, and said with some doubt. Don't call me His Highness, in my eyes, only the great His Highness Ifran deserves this suffix. Then I'll call you Black Dragon Boss. Shui Nai took the opportunity to try to establish some connections. Okay, this sounds good, it's quite bandit-like, I like it. The Black Dragon King smiled again, but his smile it's really scary. However, Mina was choked by this sentence. Chapter 850 Secrets. Just pick 2 useful ones, there aren't many things here anyway. The Dragon King pointed to a corner of his dormitory and said, while he was lying on a pile of colorful gem beds in the middle of the dormitory, speaking lazily. Boss Black Dragon, do you really want me to take 2? Mina looked at the corner and turned around to ask with an almost electric shock reaction. Well, those things are useless. If they weren't of such good quality, they would have rotted long ago. The Black Dragon King yawned loudly, and the breath almost suffocated Mina. Then, why don't you let me take them out and promote them? Hearing this, Mina had to feel sad for these things. That won't work. What if someone comes in next time? What can I do to greet them? The Black Dragon King shook his head. That's true, I won't be polite then. Shui Na thought about it and felt that this made sense, so he ran to the corner and began to check the properties of the items here one by one. There are not many items here, only about 100, which is really a small witch compared to the elf treasure house. However, there is only one level of equipment here, that is, legendary level, and all of them are equipment after level 100, which is not comparable to the elf treasure house. Although there are many equipments, according to the task requirements, there are not many to pick 2 pieces of equipment suitable for your own mage. Moreover, this Black Dragon King really treats these legendary equipments as garbage, and all the things are thrown in here casually, messy, and it is very troublesome to find them. Here, most of the equipment is metal equipment for warriors. This may be because the dragon race naturally loves shiny things like metal. Therefore, when Shui Nai finally found a crown made of thunder collapse jade, Shui Nai was relieved. However, Shui Nai did not expect that he could actually collect a set of elemental crowns. After that, Shui Nai searched for a while, but found that there was really nothing suitable for him here. At this time, Shui Nai suddenly found a piece of crystal in the deepest part of this corner. After a closer look, Shui Nai found that a huge egg was sealed in this transparent crystal. The eggshell of this egg was grey, and there were some strange patterns on it. The size was as big as a basketball. Boss, is this a dragon egg? Shui Nai said while holding the crystal block. What is this thing, why is it here with me? The words of the Black Dragon King made Shui Nai faint directly on the ground. However, later, after the deep recollection of the Black Dragon boss, he still remembered the origin of this dragon egg. This seems to be the crystallization of a black dragon in a holy dragon. Later, His Highness Ai Faran seemed to pity it, so he gave it to me to take care of, but I seem to have forgotten. Then it is still alive. Mina looked at the poor dragon egg and asked with some regret. Alive, of course it's alive, but this creature that combines holy light and darkness has some flaws. What flaws? Well, it's weaker than its peers and it's easy to get into trouble, so I dare not hatch it. If it is accidentally hit, it will be a sin. Besides, I don't have time to take care of it. Oh, then I'll take it. It seems very pitiful. Shui Na thought about it and decided to take it. A creature with dual attributes, this is a true dual attribute, and it is a dragon race, which is enough for Shui Na to take a gamble. As for the problem of weak physique, that is the result compared with the dragon race, but in the player's world, how many players can compare with the dragon race's body? Take Tai Feng's dragon body physique, which is only 1.5 times stronger than the average player, but this 1.5 times can face players who are more than 10 levels higher than him. This is the strength of the dragon race, so Shui Na has great expectations for this grey egg. Really, that's good, so I won't feel guilty when I sleep in the future. Fortunately, I forgot about it before, otherwise I really don't know how to sleep peacefully. The Black Dragon King slapped the scales on his chest like a landslide. Shui Na looked at the unscrupulous Black Dragon King and was speechless. By the way, Black Dragon Boss, you haven't told me about His Highness Ai Farron yet? Mina had nothing to do at this time, so she asked. Oh, that's right, let me tell you now, I haven't told anyone about His Highness for a long time, and now I'm afraid no one knows about His Highness, it's all because of that despicable Black Emperor Lance. In the next few hours, Mina did gossip about some things about the previous God of Light and God of Darkness. In fact, these two gods didn't have any extraordinary deeds, they just didn't like each other when they met, then they started fighting, and then they rested for a while and fought again. However, the battlefield they chose was not in this world, but in an unknown space. Anyway, no one knew what they were doing in it, and no one dared to ask. From what you said, the two princes have a good relationship. And it seems that they are not so easily calculated. What would be given to them? I didn't say that the two princes fell, I just said that they disappeared. Disappearing and falling are two different things, otherwise I wouldn't stay here waiting for the princes to come back. The Black Dragon King never believed that his master fell like this. After all, he could fight with the current Dark God in a state of complete victory, not to mention the prince who was much stronger than him. If they didn't fall, why would they leave behind divine power and divine nature? This is what Mina couldn't understand the most. Logically speaking, these two are crucial to the gods. Who knows? Anyway, the two princes are very yearning for your life in the human world. Maybe they want to live like an ordinary person. To be honest, facing this eternal life, loneliness is the biggest enemy. So, the two princes will come back. Now Mina also understands the meaning of the Black Dragon King's words of guarding his master back. Yes, that's right. Although the divine power of the two princes was taken away by someone, the supreme godhood of the two princes cannot be eaten away by anyone, so as long as the two princes are willing, they can take back their godhood at any time and reshape their divine bodies. And this is where the godhood of His Highness Ai Farron rests, so I must prevent anyone from disturbing the rest of his godhood. This is the only thing I can do. So, the two current gods of light and darkness don't know about this. The genius knows, anyway, they are still dreaming of getting the godhood of the two princes? Maybe they really don't know about this. No matter what, I just have to guard this place, and let him do the rest. Facing such an irresponsible Black Dragon King, Shui Na was speechless. Anyway, he dug up a lot of information. Although most of it was useless, it was still secrets, and he could tell people about it when he came back. However, Shui Na did not expect that the two princes were actually in such a relationship. It was just that this black dragon was obviously careless and did not even notice the relationship between the two princes, which made Shui Na very helpless. Later, at Shui Na's request, the Black Dragon King directly used his dark energy to tear the space and sent him out of the dark abyss. The Black Dragon King himself shouted that he wanted to study the power of creation to see if he could comprehend the mystery. Shui Na returned to the outside and lurked for a while before leaving his hiding place. During this period, Shui Na's message box appeared with more than a dozen letters of various forms. Among them, Xiao Mei's letter was the simplest, with just a dozen question marks. It seems that they are very puzzled by Shui Na's early offline behavior, and more of them are worried. After replying to these people one by one and relieving their worries, Shui Na also began to sort out the information he had just obtained. The two former gods have not fallen, and they may be quietly guarding each other in the corner of this world, but this is of no help to Mina. After all, looking at their appearance, they basically don't want to retaliate for this betrayal. As for other information, it seems that the heaven and hell are more unstable than the previous one. And this can also be seen from the serious confrontation between the camps in this world. However, Mina seems to have offended people on both sides now. What is said is that the Lich King is also the spokesperson of the Black Emperor Lance in this world, and he has not only killed the Lich King, but also sealed one on his body. His name may have been engraved on the blacklist of the Black Emperor Lance. Oh, Forget it, the boat will be straightened when it reaches the bridgehead, so don't worry about it now. After that, Meena met with Dusk, but when Meena found Dusk, he found that Dusk was actually fighting with others, and the number of enemies was a little more. Dusk, who lost a legendary ring, was obviously weaker in combat power, but when he saw the attributes of the ring, Shui Na knew that this was natural. Dusk's legendary ring is a ring that greatly increases the spirit value and dark fusion effect. Combined with other attributes, this can greatly increase the strength of a mage. Dusk, who lost this ring, although his dark fusion level is still very high, is no longer the pure black color. Dusk, come to my side. Shui Na saw that although Dusk killed many people, he was still at a disadvantage, so he took out the magic cannon and planned to directly blow up those thieves. Hearing Shui Na say this in the chat, Dusk immediately teleported and ran towards Shui Na. Shui Na carefully looked at the number of thieves here. After confirming that the number was the same as before, he immediately put the magic cannon on these thieves who were too lazy to use stealth and fired a shot. There is an ambush. Several slow-running warriors looked at the light column in front of them. They braked immediately, but all their thieves died.